blatant double standard where what you're allowed to do or not is dependent on your politics. It's dependent on your political opinion.
This is new news that didn't really make the front lines here. Hold on, let me just see this. I'm going to bring this up. Here we go. People, John, can you see this? Yeah. CBC. This is sorry, who is this? Vancouver Sun. CN Rail will not pursue contempt case related to 2020 rail blockade in BC. The BC Prosecution Service announced in April it was not in the public interest to pursue criminal contempt charges against protesters, but a BC Supreme Court ruling last month found CN could continue its own legal action. So not only, let's stop sharing that, not only are, living double standards where people put up with those protests to some extent. They use the court system to get the requisite court orders to declare an injunction to cease the protests. Law enforcement refused to enforce the injunction. And now it seems that they're not even going after those who violated the order of which they had knowledge for contempt. And just compare and contrast to, on the one hand, the nature of this protest, any damage or any, what's the word I'm looking for? Inconvenience that it caused. The degree to which the government is going after the protesters for the charges for which they're being accused. I mean, it's and
worse yet, it's to go after people that donated $20 or $50 to freeze bank accounts of individuals all over Canada. Hundreds of Canadians had their bank accounts frozen who never set foot in Ottawa, but they donated through the truckers' convoy. They donated, initially it was GoFundMe. Some people describe it as GoFraudMe, and then my understanding is they issued the refunds, issued $7, $8, $9 million worth of refunds to people that had donated to the truckers convoy. And then it was Give Send Go, a different website. And so that was hacked into by somebody, which was illegal. It's illegal to hack into websites and steal confidential information about donors. And that was released. And then you have the government making use of illegally obtained information to freeze bank accounts.
I'm going to say, in fairness to the government, their defense or what they stated was upon pressing during these debates, it was great. I don't know who was pressing whom, but it was a great line of questioning. They said, are you threatening to freeze the accounts of people who donated before the Emergencies Act declaration? I said from the very beginning, I mean, look, it's not like Trudeau respects the Constitution, but there is that Section 11G that says you can't be found guilty of something that wasn't a crime when you did it. And so whoever was asking the question said, it's ambiguous. Are you reserving the right, or are you threatening or saying it's possible that anyone who donated before the Emergencies Act could have their bank account frozen? And the woman answering says, like, no, it's only going to be afterwards. And he's like, well, I'm reading the sections of the Emergencies Act directives, and it's quite ambiguous. And I don't know that they actually did that. They froze 206 bank accounts. They said it was only active participants, organizers, and those who parked their trucks. But they left the door open to anyone who donated after the Emergencies Act declaration upon pressing could be a legit target. Legit. It's I mean, how do you, I mean, legally, as a nation, ever restore trust in the government, restore trust in the financial institutions from the citizen's perspective and from a foreigner's perspective?
Trust, gets built up slowly over time, and I think it can get diminished very rapidly, or it can get diminished slowly. But trust is based on your trustworthiness. And this is, you may have caught a post-millennial column that I wrote that was published a few days ago, but it was about whether Canada is slowly sliding into a form of fascism. And as a guy with a political science degree, I can tell you that some of the features of fascism include the silencing of opposition, and the targeting of opposition, and forcing society and the economy to rally around a goal that's chosen by the government, and vilification of a minority as the other, you have that. So it's fascism's very much us versus them. We, the good guys, them, the bad guys. And so in a fascist system, you vilify, demonize the minority to legitimize taking away the equality of that minority and mistreating them. And I see all of those in Canada. You see Trudeau calling the unvaccinated racist, misogynist, extremist, anti-science, who should not be tolerated.
Anti-black racist, transphobes, xenophobes. I mean, that might have been the Convoy, not anti-vax or the unvax. The unvax.
The Convoy was called, dangerous, violent, criminal, and falsely accused without any basis of trying to replicate what happened in the United States on January the 6th when they had the storming of the Capitol building. And you could see Trudeau trying so hard. I think Trudeau wanted the truckers to storm Parliament. I think he would have loved that, because then, he could really justify a national emergency.
No, there's no question. Actually, I want to bring this up. Someone had asked, is it true that Jagmeet Singh's brother-in-law donated? Let's just see here. Chrome tab. So here we go. Singh's brother-in-law. This is from Global News, so you know that whatever is unfavorable has to be true. Singh's brother-in-law has asked for his $13,000 trucker convoy donation back, source says. I wonder why. NDP leader Jagmeet Singh's brother-in-law has asked for his $13,000 GoFundMe donation to the trucker to be returned, according to an NDP source. The development comes as the convoy rolls towards Ottawa, hoping to convince the government to quash all vaccine mandates upon their arrival. When is this from? January 27. Oh, they knew early on. Let's see. As first reported by CBC News, the source said there was a misunderstanding in what the donation would be for, and once Singh's brother-in-law, Dhaliwal, understood the true nature of this organization. I'm curious as to how that changed from what they described it to be versus what he thought it was. He requested his funds to be returned. Well, that's begging for forgiveness real quick from the cancel culture mob. Because coming to cancel all mandates when he donated to the convoy, whose stated objective was to end all mandates. It was unclear in his head. What people are saying, what do you do, John? But I mean, you're doing a lot right now. Your 15 lawyers are full-time busy 24/7.
They've all got too much on their plate, and we are interviewing another batch of. We've had more applications for more positions. And we're going to be hiring some more lawyers as soon as possible. So the Justice Center is super swamped. We are too busy. During the 3 weeks of the truckers' protest in Ottawa, we had 2 lawyers on the ground in Ottawa. One of them a staff lawyer, one of them retained outside counsel, and we've had several lawyers working on the court application that we just filed on February the 23rd against the abuse of the Emergencies Act. So we are super busy.
Now I don't want to ask for free legal advice or even anything that could be legal advice. Do you think there's any plausibility to the argument that I've been raising that maybe the banks don't actually benefit from any immunity for what they did in the week of the imposition of the executive or whatever, the directives under the Emergencies Act that had not been ratified? Is there an argument that they might not actually benefit from any form of immunity?
Don't know. Sorry.
Okay. No, it's cool, because my theory, if there's a
but the ambiguity is troubling, because one of the characteristics of a good law and a just law is that there's clarity there. And I had a discussion a few days ago with one of my staff lawyers who had spent a great deal of time researching the Emergencies Act, and I asked the question: if there was a true national emergency that was grounded in reality, grounded in facts, there really was a valid basis for declaring a national emergency, would it be valid for the government to have frozen bank accounts? And even there, it was not clear whether that would have been valid or not. So ambiguous laws are bad laws.
But freezing the bank accounts, it's not for financing known designated groups. This was freezing bank accounts it was either for having donated or continuing to donate to a registered not-for-profit, or for allegedly having participated in a convoy. A convoy which was not a designated group, was not accused of any activities. The only charges against them were mischief, freezing bank accounts on the idea of mischief or donating to a federally incorporated not-for-profit. It's over the top. So you're
when we saw the first warning signs were when the Ottawa police were illegally stealing fuel from truckers. Fortunately, these thugs, that's what the Ottawa police are. They're a bunch of thugs. They were outsmarted by the protesters because the protesters saw to it that everybody in Ottawa was carrying a jerry can. So it became completely impossible for the police to police this, because you'd have to stop every single person and check their jerry can. Was it empty? Was it full of water, or did it have fuel? But the Ottawa police, their pretext for stealing fuel from the truckers in winter was that the truckers were committing a crime. They were violating Section 430 of the Criminal Code, which is called mischief, and their criminal behavior consisted of interfering with the lawful use and enjoyment of property and obstructing people from enjoying their property. That was allegedly the crime that the truckers were committing. Now, here's what's interesting: not a single ticket was handed out. And not a single trucker was charged with a criminal code offense. Not a single trucker was arrested for criminal code violation in the first 3 weeks. While the police are not charging or arresting any trucker in respect of any crime, they are stealing fuel on the pretext that the fuel is enabling crime. And this is the same reason, the same pretext now why our client, Tamara Leach, one of the leaders of the convoy, is in jail right now for ostensibly assisting or counseling for the commission of violation 430. She's a political prisoner, effectively.
Well, we'll get to that in 1 second. Actually, I want people to appreciate that the stealing of the gas, and the stealing of the fuel, and the stealing of food. For those who don't know, like in Ottawa, the truckers sleep in the back. The truckers involved in the protests sleep in their cabins, and whatever it's called, in the back of their trucks. To stay warm, they run the trucks. They idle the trucks through the night to warm the cabin. So to effectively steal the gas would be to try to run them out of gas, so they could not heat their cabins. So either they freeze to death or freeze their way to abandonment. And stealing the food, we just saw from Tom that they were stealing sausages, is to try to starve them out. So they were trying to freeze them out and starve them out of what was, even if you think it was an obstructive protest, that's what Canada has become, and may no one forget. But getting back to Tamara, you guys are representing her.
We represent Tamara Leach. Yes, we do.
Okay. Now, did she?
Well, I should say that there's a Ottawa lawyer, Diane Magus, who is the criminal defense lawyer who is defending Tamara Leach. And the Justice Center is paying for that.
And someone says, Viva, police told them to go seek shelter at homeless shelters after they ran out of fuel, already past capacity. Yeah, after they were allegedly already accused of having stolen food from homeless shelters. I mean, the accusations never made sense. But setting that aside, is there? I said hypothetically, playing the mind game. Maybe if Tamara Leach got up in front of the judge, with two middle fingers and said, "I'm not doing a damn thing you say. Let me out. I'm going to run right back out there and do it." Did she do anything of the sort that could be construed as overt defiance to any eventual terms of release?
No, I mean, she's willing to be available to stand trial, and she's not a threat or a danger to anybody in any way. She has no criminal record herself, which is relevant because when there's a bail hearing, that's one of the things the judge will look at. Do you have a criminal record already? And if so, how long is it and what's it for? And it stands in the person's favor if they do not have a criminal record. And so this woman without a criminal record, who's just charged with, I guess, advocating for the truckers' protests in Ottawa. And there hasn't even been a conviction of any kind that any trucker committed a criminal code offense. And yet here we have somebody in jail for having advocated for, counseled for, doing something that in respect to which there's no finding that it actually is a crime.
I want to bring this one up because Richard brings up a decent point. There is always this mention of January 6th. I need to know, what do you know about January 6th and where did you get that information from? The same place that called the truckers racist and violent. So Richard, I don't know. I doubt this is directed at me or you, John, because Robert and I were talking January 6th, the day it occurred. It is, there are some analogies in terms of how the media spun the events. One thing that is just undeniable, there was some violence. I mean, there was violence at the January 6th. There's no question. Whether or not it was the exception or characterized it was there. There's no doubt. Which is the main distinction between Ottawa and this. They use the media uses the comparisons where they are not comparable to begin with. But there's no doubt misrepresentation of what occurred on January 6th from the media. Just to clarify that. And then someone else said freezing them out and starving them out is shameful. It's beyond shameful. But John, what's going to happen? What are the chances that the government is ever held accountable for what they've done here?
Well, some of that has got to be a democratic accountability, whereby the voters at the polls punish the politicians and the parties that so blithely threw freedom under the bus. This is I keep on going back to this like a broken record. I hope that we'll be very successful in our court actions. Time will tell. But ultimately, we've had all these violations of our charter rights and freedoms because there's been substantial support, maybe not majority support. Who knows for sure, but there's been substantial support from fear-filled Canadians who bought into the government's big lie that COVID would be as bad as the Spanish flu of 1918. For people who know their history, you'll know the Spanish flu of 1918 killed between 50 and 100 million people around the globe. So just fathom that for a moment, at a time when the world population was barely a quarter of what it is today. So you figure minimum 20 million, possibly 50 million, possibly 100 million people dying. That was the Spanish flu of 1918. And what got us kickstarted onto this fear roller coaster was the government's believing Dr. Neil Ferguson of Imperial College London, who said that COVID-19 would be like the Spanish flu of 1918. So this is something that, like 100 times worse than an annual flu is what we were told. Now, COVID is much worse than your typical annual flu. However, if you can picture a spectrum with typical annual flu here and Spanish flu of 1918 here, the COVID is, way over to the side of the annual flu. And yet when people are in a state of fear, they want a quick, easy, simple solution that they can just act on. So along comes the government and says, well, isolate yourself, cut off, destroy your own social life. Don't go to the gym. Don't go anywhere. Stay home. Wear a mask when you go out. Live in a state of fear 24 hours a day. Stay 6 feet away from other people. And a lot of people have just bought into that. Anyway, all of that to say that in terms of accountability, we need to have a public opinion that's based on facts, not fear. And
well, I was just going to add, in terms of, on which end of the spectrum between the Spanish flu and the regular flu COVID situates itself, when you subdivide within COVID itself and which ends of the spectrum it affects more in terms of age and demographics and underlying conditions, it's heavily weighted, so much so that policy should have been heavily weighted as well. Whereas I think the Spanish flu really affected, it didn't only affect a certain demographic, by vast majority. So,
well, it did actually. The majority of the Spanish flu deaths were people in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. And so this had a huge impact on population life expectancy. Many, many children were left orphaned. COVID has not left children orphaned. It's left people in their 40s and 50s orphaned, I suppose, when elderly parents pass away. But COVID has not left children orphaned in the way that the Spanish flu did. COVID is a serious threat to roughly 10% of the population. If you are elderly and you're already sick with 1 or 2 or 3 serious health conditions, then COVID is a threat. But for 90% of the people, you risk death more by just getting into a motor vehicle as a driver or as a passenger. You run a greater risk of death than you do dying of COVID. And so, but the politicians with the government-funded media have been very successful at promoting this fear. And even now, in February of 2022, 23 months later, you still have, I don't know, I hope it's a small percentage, but you still have Canadians living in total fear of COVID.
Well, see, the state-funded media with their state-funded pollsters are now saying people pulling back the measures are going to cause anxiety in people because they're so used to the ball and chain. John, do you know how many people are you guys involved in the events at Coots?
No. We were not. So we had 3 border closures. The one you mentioned, Coots, and then there was Emerson, Manitoba, and there is Windsor, Ontario. The interesting thing about those is maybe possibly that could have formed a basis for a national emergency. I'm not so sure, because if you can get rid of those blockades through regular law enforcement, then there is no national emergency, right? But interestingly, all 3 of those border blockades ended prior to Justin Trudeau declaring a national emergency on February 14th.
And they were ended, John, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, with existing laws and using the court systems with the provincial resources. The Ambassador Bridge, whether or not it was directly because of the injunction, they got a court injunction that seemed to have resolved that. That was resolved before the Emergencies Act. And the other 2, I think, did they get court orders? Do you know offhand?
I don't know about the Alberta one, but the police were, persuasive. There were negotiations ongoing over a period of quite some time, and eventually the protesters decided to put an end to it. And the key point is that when Trudeau declared there was a national emergency, no borders were being blockaded. It was only the situation in Ottawa that forms the basis.
Yeah, but Melanie Lantsman, the Conservative candidate, put out a tweet that was mildly inaccurate in that it implied that the Ottawa protests had been broken up by the time Trudeau called the Emergencies Act. And Rosemary Barton from the CBC, who's very much fact and detail-oriented, accused Melanie Lantsman of fake information. It was wrong, but Rosemary Barton is in no place to criticize. John, do you have any plans are you contemplating suing the banks? Would you take on those cases if anybody who had their accounts frozen, suffered damages, would want to take one of those suits or file one of those suits?
I mean, part of me hopes that somebody will do it, and it would be an interesting test case to see, to what extent was the bank really forced to do this or not? Was the bank really required to do this or not? Typically, the Justice Center, our court actions are against governments and government entities, federal, provincial, municipal government, governmental authorities like universities, professional bodies like law societies. Banks are private actors, so we would not be the ones to take it on. But I do hope for some accountability, because it's very easy for a bank to just go, zap, you're frozen, and freeze a bank account, and be completely callous about the person who's being impacted, who can't buy groceries and can't pay their heating bills.
Someone says, Viva, can the courts ever can the courts ever find the current government committed crimes? Never crimes. I mean, no, maybe damages, but they're just going to pay it from taxpayer dollars anyhow. And then there was a super chat I want to see here. The Ontario Ministry of Transportation has effectively shut down 39 trucking businesses in the wake of a crackdown on so-called Freedom Convoy protesters. Thank Doug Ford. Thank him at the office, at the voting booth. It's atrocious. I can't verify this. I can't vet this. I've heard similar stories. All right. Well, John, so if you're not going to take those files, I might consult with my brother who's practicing out of Ontario, because these, a good class action or a good joinder of actions for anyone who had their accounts frozen, for punitive damages, for rights violations, it's atrocious. Okay, I won't keep you too long. John, where can people find you, and if you can help people have some hope in the future, what good news can you give everybody who's watching?
Well, the only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. That's a saying attributed to Edmund Burke. And so I think just to be active and to speak the truth, to not be manipulated by politicians into living in fear, to speak truth to power. So sometimes it's those everyday, ordinary, practical things that people do that turn the tide. I think in the long run, we're going to win because truth in the long run will vanquish the lie, and justice triumphs over injustice. And, people will appreciate facts over fear. On a practical level, one thing that the Justice Center has already distributed hundreds of thousands of brochures across Canada to educate the public about their charter rights and freedoms and explain how and why vaccine passports are a gross and unjustified violation of our charter rights and freedoms. And so if you want to do something, meaningful, practical, constructive, that makes a difference, contact the Justice Center, www.jccf, so Justice Center Constitutional Freedoms, jccf.ca. And you can email us, you can ask for a stack of 100 brochures, and just go into your neighborhood and put them in mailboxes and educate your neighbors. Because if you change the public opinion, then this nightmare will come to an end.
All right, awesome. Now, and I'll pin the links so everybody can donate if they want to. I'm going to go myself and make a donation immediately after this stream. John, it's going to be the one time I don't end the stream with you to say our proper goodbyes. I will email you or text you afterwards and thank you very much. Okay. Keep up keep it up. Are you looking to hire more attorneys?
Yes, spread the word. If you've got an aunt, uncle, cousin, brother, child, daughter-in-law who's a lawyer, and if they are freedom-minded and freedom-oriented and want to fight for our charter freedoms, tell them to go to our website, www.jccf.ca, and apply. And we want to hire more lawyers as soon as possible.
Okay, excellent. Well, we'll see. We'll see everyone out there. You'll have the link if you want to donate. You know where to submit your CVs. John, thank you very much. We'll do it again when there's updates and when there's anything public you can share on the multiple lawsuits you guys are involved in. Let me know and we'll come back on.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good weekend. All right. Bye-bye. All right, people. I hope everyone appreciated that format. It's interesting. It's like a daytime radio show now, where we just, if line up guests and talk about things that are going on at the current time. This is never let the government forget what they've done here. Never let them forget. And do not get discouraged to the point where you'll become apathetic to letting them forget. Next election, people have short memories. And people want, once the hardship is over, okay, it wasn't so bad. This should never be forgotten. Government pays lawyers the best and give the best retirement and the most security. And that's why freedom suffers. Unions should never exist in a democratic government. Look out for them. Okay, I'm not sure I agree with that or disagree with that entirely. But there was one chat that I want to get that I saw because I want to. Oh, come on. The chat is still moving too quickly for me to. Was it this? Yeah, here we go. I know what this is. I haven't clicked on it, but I know from the words in the Google, two things which are going to blow your mind. The military saw the COVID pandemic as a good opportunity to test propaganda techniques on citizens. That was about a year and a half ago. Ottawa Citizen, the front page is a man with a very stern-looking face, grimacing from the military. And the other thing that the government did was track the devices of 33 million devices in Canada during the pandemic to track movement of Canadians during the lockdowns, during the pandemic for our safety. They are weaponizing all government resources against the citizens for what can only be described as the destruction of all civil rights and liberties that ever existed in this country for our safety. I'm tired. Sorry. I thought that might have been a suggest of violence. No, I'm tired of voting out. I want to vote someone in. Loving the format and enjoying checking in daily, though I realize this isn't sustainable. But when you want to build a studio out, DM me on Instagram, Cassidy the Carpenter, screenshotted. Thank you. Cassidy the Carpenter also running for office, I believe, in Windsor. So everyone check that out. Cassidy, don't do another super chat. Just post your links. But I tweeted it out. I promised you I would, and I did. So that's it. That's the latest. We'll see what's happening. Sunday night, we have our stream with Barnes. I may be in a different location. We'll see what happens. Hold on. I just wanted to bring this one up. Here we go. Not for the flattery. We thank you so much, Viva. Such a breath of fresh air. Been watching for quite a while. This is one of those infections. We'll call it a political infection that needs the sterilizing light of as much attention as can possibly be given to it. The war in Russia that is being hyped up by the Canadian media right now, the Trudeau subsidized Canadian media, shifting all attention away from the outrageous conduct in Ottawa, government conduct, is now, look at this shiny thing, look right over there, the Ukraine, Russia, and ignore that. It's important what's going on in the world. Do not be national centric in terms of news only. Pay attention to it. And what's going on over there is extremely important. That said, we have national interests that Canadians should not be distracted from focusing on, and national violations that should be remedied, rectified, and ensured that they never occur again. What I liked about Tom is he said, amend Section 1 of the Charter, because these are rights that cannot be violated, and they cannot be violated except in accordance with the rule of law in a free and democratic society, because that means nothing. We've seen that it means nothing now. So that's the latest in the world from Canada, people. Thank you all very much. I have a dog, which I hope has not done their business upstairs. I'm going to go walk the dogs. See you Sunday night. Maybe see you tomorrow. We'll see what the weekend holds. Thank you all for the support. I'll put the links in the pinned comments so you know where to go to provide whatever support you want to provide. And with that said, good evening. Enjoy.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. Workers of the world unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains. That's from Karl Marx, of course. He wrote that famous phrase in 1848. The weird thing is, it's pretty likely that Marx himself never met an actual worker. Wait a second. He didn't spend a decade in a cotton mill witnessing the oppression firsthand? No. Karl Marx never spent a moment in a factory. He was a rich kid who became a journalist. Of course he was. But for more than 150 years, Karl Marx inspired generations of other rich kids who also became journalists to repeat his line or variations of it. Over time, workers became working men or working class, and then with feminism, working people or working families. But the idea itself never changed. Ordinary people, wage earners, are getting shafted. So they've got to unite. They've got to come together for protection and for dignity. This was the idea, of course, behind the organized labor movement. And every Democratic president, from Andrew Jackson until now, has made the very same point over and over again. The noble people of Scranton, you hear it even today. So Democrats have repeated that line often enough, you would think they really mean it. Do they really mean it? Let's take the test. Here's how you know. Watch what happens when actual workers, working people from working families who constitute the working class, actually come together as a group to protest how things are going. What happens then? Does the intellectual class greet these workers as heroes? Throw a parade? Listen intently to their stories? Does NPR do a sympathetic feature on them? Or do self-described progressives recoil in revulsion and horror at the grubbiness of the people who, as we used to say, work for a living? Do liberals immediately denounce them as Nazis and call for their suppression by force? That's the question. What's the answer? Well, ask Trump voters what happens. They'll know. Or consider what's happening right now in Canada. Thousands of truck drivers have descended on Ottawa, the capital city, to protest the tyranny of Justin Trudeau's government. Justin Trudeau does not like truck drivers. He thinks they're revolting. Justin Trudeau likes private equity barons and tech moguls and other people who give him money. Trudeau is not in Ottawa right now. In fact, he and his family fled when the truck drivers arrived, and they've been in hiding ever since. So when the revolution he has been calling for finally arrived, Justin Trudeau wasn't there to see it. He ran away in terror. Kind of sad. So instead, in his place, his friend Mark Carney has been speaking for him. Carney is a former Goldman Sachs executive who many believe will replace Justin Trudeau if Trudeau ever decides to give up power. In a recent op-ed, Mark Carney vented his rage at the impudent truckers in Ottawa and anyone who sent them money on the internet. Quote, anyone sending money to the convoy should be in no doubt, Carney wrote. You are funding sedition. Foreign funders of an insurrection interfered in our domestic affairs from the start. Got that? It's not a protest. It's sedition. It's an insurrection. Clearly, Mark Carney's been watching a lot of CNN up there in Canada, and that's why he's concluded the truckers should be crushed by force. Quote, those who are still helping to extend this occupation must be identified and punished to the full force of the law. People who sent them money should be prosecuted. If they're not prosecuted, Mark Carney fears, quote, the constant blaring of horns at all hours will bankrupt our businesses. Are you laughing yet? So the very same finance ghouls who cheered lockdowns for 2 solid years are now deeply concerned that small businesses might be hurt by the trucker protests. Hilarious. It'd be interesting, by the way, to poll small business owners in Ottawa to see what they think. How do they feel about the truckers? Somehow you know exactly what those results would be, but no one's doing that poll, of course. Instead, they found an easier way. Justin Trudeau has just ordered police to shut the whole thing down. How do you do that? How do you stop a truck protest? Simple. You seize their fuel. That's exactly what police in Canada are doing. Watch.
So, in fact, yes, they are taking fuel right away from people as they attempt to fuel their vehicles.
Okay, so we are, through much practice, connoisseurs of irony. So let's pause a moment to savor the irony here. The very same people who told us we had to defund the police are now telling the police to seize fuel from working-class Canadians who are trying to stay alive in Arctic temperatures. As they used to say in the 1960s, scratch a liberal and you will find a fascist. That was a Black Panther slogan, actually. They weren't entirely stupid. In fact, in this case, they were absolutely right. According to Justin Trudeau, possessing gasoline in the city of Ottawa is now a crime. Now, to be clear, Ottawa didn't declare the state of emergency because the truckers lit a courthouse on fire, or shot someone, or leveled a church. BLM did all of those things, but Justin Trudeau strongly supports BLM. He reaffirmed his support the other day. Here's the problem, and we're going to let the mayor of Ottawa, or Ottawa, as it's correctly pronounced in Ojibwa, explain why peaceful truck drivers pose an imminent danger to Canada.
It's disturbing when you see the protests turning into what looks like some kind of a fun carnival where they've got bouncy castles and hot tubs and saunas, a complete insult to the people who are putting up with this nonsense for the last 7 days, and it shows a great deal of insensitivity.
They've got bouncy castles for kids, growls the childless mayor of Ottawa. Let's hurt them. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's a dark scene in Truckistan tonight. The kids are on the bouncy castles. Of course, at the same time, their parents are flaunting the authority of the people in charge, and that is the crime. Watch this protester, a white supremacist, explain his motives for protest.
Where the hell were you? You weren't there. But now you want to come out in the freezing cold to oppose my fundamental human rights and freedoms. I'm not going to have it. I'm a black man standing beside my brother right here. This is my brother right here. And none of you have the right to tell me who to associate with and who not to associate with me. Because you did not come out and voice your concerns for the fact that Justin Trudeau banned me from leaving this country because of my medical decision. Because I made a decision that he did not like.
Shut up, racist. Go back to Jamaica with your white supremacy nonsense. By the way, no one in Canada's government or the media in Canada, which is mostly controlled by the government, is engaging with any of the arguments of people like that. Instead, they've gone directly to force, as crumbling regimes always do. They don't have an argument to make. All they have is police power, and they're using them. Officials in Ottawa just threatened to criminally investigate the California company GoFundMe because truckers raised about $10 million on the platform. Here's Ottawa's police chief bragging about stealing that money.
We have, through the efforts of Deputy Bell, Christiane Huneau, the mayor and his staff, we've been able to shut down the GoFundMe program. That's a temporary reprieve because the funds are already moving in different directions. We are now going after supply and fuel coming into the area through investigations and intelligence operations and interdictions, all of which were underway yesterday, fully underway today.
intelligence operations? This is a peaceful political protest. No one has shown any evidence to the contrary. It's not a drug trafficking or human trafficking operation. It's not Al-Qaeda. These are Canadian citizens who drive trucks for a living. But they're being treated like a terror group. GoFundMe announced it would redirect the $10 million raised by supporters of the truckers to charities of its choice, presumably BLM, which it has supported since the very beginning. In other words, GoFundMe planned to steal that money. They were stopped from doing this, by the way, by a number of American attorneys general who threatened to sue the company. So the company backed off, and they're going to refund the money, supposedly. But still, the truckers, the people for whom this money was intended, will not get it. So in the absence of GoFundMe doing what it's supposed to do, others are filling the gap. An alternative crowdfunding website called Give, Send, Go has stepped up and raised already more than $5 million for the truckers. How long till they try to shut that down, too? Some Canadians are clearly worried about that. They're turning to cryptocurrency. Tallycoin, for example, is a small crowdfunding service that uses Bitcoin. It's not controlled by banks. That's the point. They're hosting a fundraiser for the truckers. Now, why is this appealing? No one can steal the money. No government can pressure anyone to turn the money over because governments don't control crypto. Bitcoin goes from person A to person B, and all the intermediary does, the company, is connect the two. It's pretty appealing. And you can imagine the long-term consequences here. If the people in charge in this country and in Canada want to make the US dollar irrelevant, they'll keep acting like this, and soon that it will be. Either way, it's becoming very clear that the only way around the stranglehold that technology has on our human rights is decentralization. That doesn't apply just to crowdfunding, but more than anything to communication. You can't organize if you can't talk to other people. So Facebook, for example, just shut down the Convoy to DC group, which had amassed 134,000 followers in just 2 days. No one's allowed to promote the organization anymore. Facebook all day today has been suppressing positive articles about the truckers in Canada. Of course they are. That seems like a story, but our media have ignored it. Instead, everyone in New York and DC and Los Angeles is cheering on the national security state and its alliance with Silicon Valley as they come together to crush a human rights movement. Makes sense.
Those with the so-called Freedom Convoy say they're staying put until vaccine mandates are dropped, the masks come off, and life returns to the way it was.
This whole event has gone beyond just vaccines, and it is now about the entire ordeal.
We're asking for our freedom. That's all we want.
So they've been free to park big rigs right next to the Prime Minister's office, free to set up camp in front of the country's national parliament. Ottawa police say they have learned much in the past week, especially after reports of assaults, intimidation, and allegations of hate speech and symbols.
This remains, as it was from the beginning, an increasingly volatile and increasingly dangerous demonstration.
And it is spreading like a contagion itself right across the country.
It's spreading like a contagion. Now, you knew that CNN was the Praetorian Guard for our ruling class. Did you know they serve the same role in Canada? And what other countries? How much money does CNN take from the government of Canada? That'd be worth finding out. They described what's happening in Ottawa as a, quote, violent and dangerous demonstration. Really? Where's the violence coming from? The only people getting injured or have been injured so far are the protesters, the truckers. In Winnipeg on Friday, an anarchist called David Zegarak drove his Jeep into 4 people who were protesting vax mandates. You're seeing that on the screen right now. Zegarak didn't stop after hitting the people. He fled. Police later arrested him. Of course, police are treating the incident like a hit and run, nothing political. It's not domestic terrorism or anything. David Zegarak has views they agree with. He's a progressive, a true believer. How much is he a true believer? Well, if you look closely, you'll notice that Zegarak has his mask on, driving alone in his car during the assault. Prima facie evidence of mental illness, something you see in this country all the time, and it makes you wonder, if you're driving alone with a mask on, do you pose a danger to pedestrians? Entirely possible. Someone should fund a study on that. That seems like a big story, especially since it's happening just an hour from our own border, all of this. The question is, how long before protests like this come here? Clearly, our media are worried about that. Watch the morning news anchors on MSNBC. They're deeply, deeply concerned about these uppity working class people. Watch.
Where were these protests when people were required to give their children 5 vaccines?
They were in the doctor's office getting vaccines.
They were in the doctor's office getting vaccines. They were making fun of left-wingers on the West Coast for being loopy anti-vaxxers.
Okay.
Now they have met the enemy, and the enemy, their enemy, is themselves, because they've become what they hated. It's a cult.
So here you have Joe and Mika sneering from their studio in Florida at the freezing wage earners stuck outside in Ottawa in February because they want their human rights. Screw them. Would Joe Scarborough say that to their faces? Probably not. Scarborough's famously tough on young female employees. Some say he's an absolute killer in the office. But it's hard to imagine Scarborough talking like this if there was an actual Canadian trucker in the room. Truckers in this country are watching all of this, and you wonder, what do they think about it? What would happen if American truck drivers decided they'd had enough of people like Joe Scarborough and went on strike? What would happen then? Well, this country would stop immediately. No more deliveries of anything. Over time, that would mean starvation for people in the cities. But even in the short term, there would be profound suffering in this country. For example, and this is something that too few people outside of television even consider, the world's entire supply of Botox is manufactured on the west coast of Ireland. That's a long way from here. In fact, it's a 4,000-mile-long supply chain from the Allergan plant in Westport, Ireland, to Jupiter, Florida. Now, people at MSNBC might not be aware of this, but our country has no domestic Botox production. Along with vitamin C and antibiotics, it's one of the life-saving pharmaceutical products we have recklessly offshored. So if the trucks stop delivering, the Botox stops coming. And suddenly your morning television anchors are going to look like they're 58 years old, which actually they are. Could that happen? Is it impossible? No, it's not impossible. The people in charge aren't really thinking this through. Most of the time, trends start in the United States and they move north to Canada. But this time, the opposite could happen.
It is the president's birthday.
The president is turning 73 today, and he is joining us by phone right now. Good morning to you, Mr. President.
Good morning.
Happy birthday. How do you plan to celebrate?
Well, I think I'll just work, if you want to know the truth. When you say celebrate.
Come on, you got to have a cake or something.
Celebrate.
What about a cake?
Yeah, we'll have a little piece of cake tonight, but in the meantime, we're doing a lot of things. We're doing a lot of good things, a lot of things that are turning out to be very good for our country. Right. I enjoy that doing more. That's better than taking it easy. There's always going to be plenty of time to take it easy, I guess.
And if you don't mind, on that note, Esquire magazine did this story, and they say, well, the President Trump, the truth is, according to insiders, he likes running for president, but he hates the job.
No, I love the job. Well, it's the fake media. You know, they're just so fake. You don't even respond to them anymore. No. I love it because I don't think anybody's accomplished so much in 2.5 years, what we've done. You know, I watched Natalie Harp, that young, beautiful woman who was cancer. I guess they made some kind of a medical mistake a long time ago, and she's lived a tough time. And I watched her. I think she's one of the best guests you've ever had. She was so, her spirit was so incredible. And it was about Right to Try. And I got Right to Try approved. They've been trying to get it for 44 years approved, and they couldn't, and I got it done. Where people that have a real problem, people that are terminally ill in many cases, that only people really at a certain level, they couldn't go and use any of our great medicines, any of our great genius that we have, and we have the greatest in the world medically and in other ways too. And I think she was just one of your great guests. I thought
well,
it was
and just to confirm,
amazing.
Mr. President, if anyone missed it, Natalie Harp's got this rare bone cancer, and they basically were just getting her ready to die and trying to give her opioids to make the pain less, and she didn't want to. And you became president. She had the right to try. She tried some experimental drugs, and she's living with cancer, back to work, out of pain.
Out of her wheelchair.
And she has a shot at a great life.
She says she's alive because of you, Mr. President.
Yeah, she's got a great shot, and you know, many other people are like that, where Right to Try has helped them, where, you know, they used to go to Asia, they'd go all over the world looking for a cure. Now they can stay home, and we have the best medicines, but they'd be in, you know, in a line where you have to wait, it has to be approved, and you wouldn't be able to give it to anybody. Now we're able to do that. And it was a complex process, believe it or not. But for 44 years, they tried and they couldn't get it. We got it. And there's so many people like Natalie, but I thought she was just an incredible person.
All right, let's, Mr. President, talk about something in the news today. We've seen those images of the oil tankers on fire out in the Gulf. And Iran says, hey, don't blame us for this. We didn't do it. We think it was an accident. I know Mike Pompeo has blamed Iran. What sort of evidence do we have that they've done it? And what are we going to do about it?
Well, Iran did do it, and you know they did it because you saw the boat. I guess one of the mines didn't explode, and it's probably got essentially Iran written all over it. And you saw the boat at night trying to take the mine off and successfully took the mine off the boat.
Yep.
And that was exposed, and that was their boat, that was them. And they didn't want the evidence left behind. I guess they don't know that we have things that we can detect in the dark that work very well. So we have that, and I know you put it on. So, no, it was them that did it. And, look, President Obama made a deal that was an outrage, the Iran deal, which, frankly, in 5 or 6 years, in a short period of time, they'd be allowed to make nuclear weapons. They cannot have nuclear weapons. They understand they're not going to have nuclear weapons. We have enough problems with nuclear weapons, which is one of the great difficulties, frankly, if you look forward, one of the great difficulties of the world. Not going to happen with them. And we'll see what happens.
Well, they've hit 4 tankers, sir.
We are being very tough. Yeah, we're being very tough on sanctions. When I came into office, they were an absolute terror. They were all over the place. They were in Yemen. They were in Syria. We had 14 different sites of conflict. They were in charge of every single place. And they really are. They're a nation of terror. And they've changed a lot since I've been president, I can tell you. They were unstoppable, and now they're in deep, deep trouble. You can't, they don't have anything.
How do you stop this action? How do you stop these outrageous acts when 30% of the world's oil comes there?
We're going to see. We're going to see how to stop. I don't think they've talked the same way. When President Obama signed that agreement, they were screaming death to America, death to America. They were having a good time at his expense, and he's given them $150 billion, and he's given them $1.8 billion in cash. Nobody ever heard of a thing like that. And all of that money, and they're screaming death to America. They haven't screamed death to America lately. So we'll see what happens, but we don't take it lightly, that I can tell you.
The Strait of Hormuz is a critical shipping lane, and we're watching it carefully. If they try to close that, is the United States obligated to try to keep it open?
Well, they're not going to be closing it. It's not going to be, if it's closed, it's not going to be closed for long. And they know it. And they've been told in very strong terms. And we want to get them back to the table if they want to go back. I'm ready when they are, but whenever they're ready, it's okay. In the meantime, I'm in no rush.
I'll just give you a quote. They said Iran's president, because Abe is over there, is a good friend of yours. Japan is friends with Iran. The Iranian president says, you're not worthy of even a return message that he brought over about possible talks. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I'm glad he likes me so much, but no reason why he should like me. Look, I came in, they had all the money, they had everything. They were doing just fantastically, threatening everybody. They were bombing the hell out of countries. They were killing people all over the Middle East. And now, all of a sudden, they're pulling back. They're pulling back from everywhere. They're pulling back out of Syria. They're pulling back out of Yemen. They're pulling back, if you take a look at what's actually happening.
Okay.
And I'm not looking to hurt that country, but they can't have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. And if you look at the Iran nuclear deal, how bad it was, we gave them all that money. And in 6 to 7 years, which for a nation is no time. That's like 1 second. Right. In 6 to 7 years, they would be able to legally start making nuclear weapons. We're not going to have it.
Mr. President, let's talk about early this week, you granted ABC and George Stephanopoulos great access. You spent a couple of days with them. And one of the sound bites that they ran over the last 48 hours is essentially you say there is nothing wrong, in your estimation, with accepting dirt from Russia or any foreign country. You've taken a lot of heat from the Democrats regarding that since then.
I don't say that. I think it was accurately stated, and I've had a lot of support.
Well, then clarify it.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a lot of support. First of all, I don't think anybody would present me with anything bad because they know how much I love this country. Nobody's going to present me with anything bad. Number two, if I was, and of course you have to look at it, because if you don't look at it, you're not going to know if it's bad. How are you going to know if it's bad? But of course you give it to the FBI or report it to the Attorney General or somebody like that. But of course you do that. You couldn't have that happen with our country, and everybody understands that. And I thought it was made clear. In fact, I actually said at the beginning, I think I said I'd do both. But how are you going to, if you don't hear what it is, you're not going to know what it is. I mean,
That's
how can you
right.
report
How do you
something
know it's
that you
bad
don't
if you don't listen to it?
So, Mr. President,
no, they say, oh, he would accept it. Well, if I don't listen, you're not going to know. Now, if I thought anything was incorrect or badly stated, I'd report it to the Attorney General, the FBI. I'd report it to law enforcement.
Mustangs coming up over here. Got Elvis over here. Elvis wouldn't have been for the mandates either. Marilyn Monroe, Betty Boop. Oh, Willie's Jeep. 1948 Willie's Jeep. I think my dad had a 42. Very nice. Nice collection. That would be cool. So we'll go outside and find out what's going on. Everybody's surprised when they're walking by, like there's a whole museum in here. Go back down here. Man, are they still backed up? Oh, they are parked all along there. They're still backed up on the overpass, guys. How long have we been here? 30 minutes? 25 minutes? This is what freedom looks like, guys. These people are trekking all the way to DC. Hope you guys enjoyed the tour. It was a quick one. Just want to make sure I get over here and find our boy Julio and find out what's going on. How you guys doing? Good, how are you? Good, thanks. Tractor G estimated about 15 miles long. Folks, there you go, freedom. All day, baby, all day. Not sure if Julius is live somewhere, but got some old fire trucks back there too. Hold on, I missed something. Cody, thank you so much for the super chat, or the cash out. Thank you so much. Let's see, where did he go? You might be getting, how you doing? Yes. For yourself? Well, I got my own media. You got your own media? The OreoExpress.com. Oh, you're Oreo, okay. Yes.
And we hold accountable to life and liberty protecting principles.
Amen. Hold one up so people can see what you're doing.
It's just the Constitution.
Just the Constitution. The one thing.
This is the foundation of the nation. And start with the 6th article, okay? It's all about this is the Supreme Court, and even our Supreme Court, which is supposed to be not just interpreting it, it's supposed to be
no, you're good.
That portion of it. But the point is, we've got to get back to the life and liberty protecting principles of this God bless.
Amen. Amen. That's why we have a convoy. That's why we're doing
it. That's why we're part of it. Okay?
Amen. God bless you, sir.
He does. God bless America. But God bless his people that are beginning to stand out and do what we need to be doing to get our nation back to the godly principles that we are found.
You couldn't have said it better. Thank you. I'll see you around the trip.
We will. We're heading to DC.
Yep, be right there with you.
Yeah, see you in DC.
All right. That's great. I'll show you this vehicle that everybody had rode on. This is the guy we talked to last night. Trying to bring everybody that couldn't come as much as we can. So you guys can look there. How you doing? Oh, you go ahead. Go ahead. No problem.
Oh, that's pretty wild.
Yeah. I gotta get the DSLR camera out and start taking pictures because I got a lot of live stream. I just don't have a lot of pictures. I don't have any pictures yet. Liberty is not a virus. God bless you all. This is awesome. What a problem to have, guys. What a problem to have. It is a little chilly, but you know what? It is so worth it. Again, we'll probably end this stream in a little while, and then we'll kick back out live, and we'll go out back there where everybody's at. They're all getting fuel and getting situated right now. Got a lot of freedom dogs. We even had a freedom cat. Remember, guys, last night at the bonfire? We had the freedom cat. How you doing, sir? Heck yeah. There's Wizzy. Someone asked you, I think, if Biden is crying yet. I don't even think Biden knows this is going on. I really don't. I mean, shoot, he's still he's barely waking up from his noon nap today. Look at that's awesome. Got the school bus that's converted. I love that. People pulling in now. Finally, all here, guys. They're all in here in the parking lot, or not in the parking lot, but right there. At least we can see them. Convoy, guys. The People's Convoy.
Hey, what's going on? Are you all right?
I don't know. I'm kind of lagging. I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure that out.
It's kind of like this weird stream thing.
What's up, guys?
I've been watching the video all day.
Right on. Cool deal. Where are you guys from?
Here.
Oh, right here.
Right
So
here.
you come support some truckers, huh?
Yeah.
Right on. What do you got to tell America about some freedoms?
Some freedoms?
Yeah, isn't that what we're fighting for?
That's what we're here for.
No more mandates?
No more. No
Awesome.
more shot mandates, more masks, get the fuel prices back down.
Just bring back America.
That's right. Bring back America.
And this is what America looks like right here, man. We've been on it since California, and it's been great. Thank you guys for supporting everybody.
Yes,
God bless you all.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Look at this family, guys. Say bye. Thank you. That is awesome. Doing good.
I know. Cheers. He's live too.
Everybody's live here, guys.
They're probably streamlining all four of us. Yeah. There goes the airplane again.
Oh, look at this. Oh, that is awesome. He's having fun. You guys, God bless you guys. Have fun. Guys' names?
I'm Laura.
Laura?
Yeah.
Michael, where are you guys from?
Houston, Texas.
Houston, Texas. Came to celebrate freedom all the way from Houston, huh?
Absolutely.
Right on. Well, God bless you guys for coming out. Thank you. That is awesome. Dude, these folks are finally pulling up the rear here. I'm pretty sure you guys can hear. Hey, what's up, bud? Oh, thank you. Where are you from?
From California.
You came all the way from California?
Yeah.
That is awesome. You going to DC?
Yes, sir.
Okay, man. We'll be hooking up.
Right.
See ya, bud. Yes.
Say hi.
Oh, what's your name?
Cynthia.
Where are you from?
Tucson, Arizona.
Right on. How far are you coming with us?
I'm trying to convince my husband to go all the way out. we're supposed to just make one of the legs from Kingman to New Mexico last night. I've already got an extra night out of it, and I'm thinking that we're going to go all the way. Let's go!
Let's go. Good meeting you.
Great to meet you. Hopefully
Yes.
I can visit with you guys.
Yes, definitely.
I have some questions for you in regards to, what you guys are doing, how we can help you.
Right on.
You're doing great.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Your coverage is just amazing, and your faith is just shining through.
Thank you. Thank you. You know what? That's one thing we noticed last night, and it was just amazing to pull up and see all these people, just strangers, praying for each other. The Navajo Indians coming out and supporting this convoy.
There's beautiful people in this world, in this country, and I think that people have just been overwhelmed by all this, and they're sitting back and going, what do I do? Who do I connect with? And we're giving them the answer. This is just
Yeah, they can't be, because the fake news wants to divide us.
Exactly.
But it was a pleasure meeting you, and I will hook up, and we'll go. Yeah, definitely. Tell your husband I'm demanding that you go all the way.
So they drove in from Idaho.
You guys can have a great trip in DC. Oh, this is awesome, guys. Freedom. Yeah, this is how we do it on the ground. It doesn't start with politicians. It starts with we the people. Everybody, I'm gonna write my politician. I'm gonna email somebody. Guess what? Take it to the streets. That's what this is. Taking it to the streets. And even though, like, you guys just tuning in, even though Facebook banned me and took off my personal profile today, and I can't go live on Facebook ever again, or at least for the Oreo Express, it's okay, because look at Steve B. Thank you so much for the cash app, because you guys make it happen. We as a team will make it happen. Again, if I was just to depend on big tech, I wouldn't be anywhere. We have to depend on each other. And again, not on mainstream media. Look at that Canadian flag and an American flag just flying. Oh, you guys. That looks beautiful. Let's go! Let's go! Yes, sir! How you doing? Oh, no, thank you guys. It's beautiful.
If it wasn't for you guys, nobody know about this stuff.
Fake news isn't covering it. Fake news isn't covering it.
You guys are the heroes, too, really.
Man, thank you. We're going to be, are you going all the way to DC?
Going all the way, sir.
You guys are the heroes. That's what. Look at this. I love you, Mom. Wake up, people. Evil from barrels, good deed, do nothing. And this is the one from earlier. This is my favorite.
Convoy duck.
The convoy duck, guys.
That's a copy from the movie in 76.
The copy from the movie in 76. The convoy duck. That is great. See you guys soon. Woo! This is awesome, guys. People love this country. There's a lot of folks out here that are live streaming this, some real media that's out here, and I just want to say thank you to them, because again, nobody would know about this. Nobody has a clue what's going on right now. I gotta remember that when we're heading down the freeway tomorrow, because we passed that guy up like 7 times today. And more people are coming by. That woman was talking, convincing her husband like, we're going to DC. That is awesome. Let's go find our friend. All that hunt for freedom. Let's go, Brandon. How you doing, sir? Good. See, guys, it's just, really, one person can make a difference. You guys come out here, you guys meet up with this, you guys share this, you guys, again, send this to your friends and family. Say, hey, you know what? We got to get this message out. Mainstream media is, dude, like, if this happened and this was a different rally and it was going like this, it would be getting 24/7 coverage regardless of Russia, regardless of Ukraine. If this was a
what I always call the vagina hat rally, the pink hat rally that's for pro-abortion, and it was going across the nation to DC, you would have media trucks traveling with that convoy. You know I'm not lying. You know it's real. Look at this, guys. This is awesome. Thank you, truckers. Gotta find Julius. Oh, what are you doing? What's wrong with your phone? Here, guys, I'm gonna set this right here for 1 second while I use the restroom. Sorry, guys, just give me 1 minute and then we'll go play with some amazing truckers. Ooh, you see that catch? Okay, guys, sorry, 1 second, I'll be right back. Need to use the restroom really quick. I don't own the rice that egg machine. You want to put it on mute? You put it on mute? No, I don't.
Hey, what's up, guys? Uh-oh. My bad, not gonna do that. All right, I am here for right now. I'm just trying to figure out my phone. I know, I'm MIA. I'm just trying to figure out my phone right now because it's being really weird. So, my bad, guys. I'm just trying to figure something out with my phone. It's just being super weird. And I'm trying to get my service back so I can go live. So, I found some Wi-Fi. Oreo was just in, yeah, I know. He was out there doing his thing. What's happening is that I'm trying to get my service. I have service, or at least not this Wi-Fi, but I'm trying to figure this out. I got some other things I'm trying to do too as well. So we're trying to. You want to eat here, and then we can go live afterwards, or what? What do you want to do? Up to me. You're putting me in a responsible party. Hold on, guys. Turning it around really quick. What we're gonna do? Whew, all these folks out here are awesome. Again, awake, not woke, guys. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why I'm not. Are you experiencing cancel culture already? No, I can't explain it, but it's something else. Oh man, guys, thank you guys for tuning in. How long do you think you? Not too long. I'm trying to. Okay, are you gonna be right here? Yeah. I'm gonna go talk to some folks. All right. Freedom, guys, freedom. God bless you all. Thank you for all the support. This is awesome. Man, for all those that donated, especially my hometown heroes. I always consider my hometown heroes, guys, because the folks back home, Fresno County, Clovis area, they always ensure I get out. You know, once I'm out, you guys do the rest, but they always ensure I get out and I'm able to do what we do best out here, going live. So, thank you guys. Let's go over here. How you doing? Good. How about you? Oh, I'm doing great. This is freedom. Yes, sir. How you doing? Oh, I'm doing fine, thank you. So they're finishing up their fuel. Never comply, guys. I can agree with that. Car and actually parked back here. Let's see. We got all these folks out here, guys. Veterans, Marine veteran. That's what I'm talking about. This is just insane. And the way people are pitching in, to ensure these folks are welcomed into their community is just amazing. So let's see. This is just incredible. We'll get some gas tonight and fill up for tomorrow morning so we don't have to wake you guys. Oh, look at this puppy, freedom puppy. All these folks getting their snacks or drinks.
As you're walking out there, can you just make sure they have
We're making sure all these folks, all the gas is taken care of. Again, thepeoplesconvoy.org, guys. Go over to thepeoplesconvoy.org if you can, and go check it out. Find ways to help. Find out what they've raised so far. Find out what's going on. Julius is having some technical issues with Sakuma. What's up, Julius? Let's check and see where everybody's at.
The gifts and go to get to the bank. That's what I'm trying to do. Try to transfer the money from gifts and go.
You can't. It's done automatically. It's done on their time. All you do is hook up your Stripe account, and when they decide, like once a week, they'll do it, or whatever. But you can't do the transfer yourself.
Yeah, but this is right here. This happened right here.
Oh, so you got to go in there and.
I got to apply for an EIN.
No, you don't.
Cause look, I did that.
Oh, then you set up your stuff wrong. You set it up as like either a non-profit or a small business or something like that. That's why they would need an EIN number. If you just do a regular person, like a self-person.
That's what I thought I did.
Then it'll just go in from Stripe, or to them to Stripe to your bank account. We're still here with you, Julius. Let's turn this up. We'll do it. Man, politics gets you gray, guys. This thing's loud. Look, I'll show you what that is. I'm gonna go unplug it here in a minute. Back when I was a kid, it was the Flintstones. You put a quarter in it, would go yabba dabba doo, and an egg would come out. How many people fill that hole? And it's probably not going to be able to get done through your phone. I've had problems where I can't do things on my phone, but I get on my laptop, and it lets me do something. And if you email them, they get back. Gifts and Go gets back to you quick.
Yeah.
There's a part where you can't email them.
Yeah, it's all. I'll just do it later on because it's taking too much time. But I got Wi-Fi though, so I'll do it. I got Wi-Fi. I can go live. I'm going to eat.
You want to eat here, and then we'll go live afterwards and go talk to people?
Yeah.
All right, guys. Thank you. Again, we're going to go run in here and eat, guys. Support this business for dinner. Thank you for everybody tuning in, subscribing. Make sure you follow Rumble. Make sure you follow DLive, all the things that you can run. Or just Google Oreo Express and find all of them, like them. Facebook did us dirty today, but we're not going to let them win. Express, buymeacoffee.com/Oreo Express. It's all down there on the bottom, or the Zelle Bank Transfer app, OreoExpress@yahoo.com. And again, this is Josh Fulfer reporting live for this whole convoy all the way to DC and maybe more.
And also too, I want to say my apologies for not being online. I was trying to get some things done, but listen, God bless you guys. You guys are amazing. You can support me on my YouTube About section. There's Cash App, Venmo, and Gifts and Go. You guys are amazing. God bless you guys. God bless your family, and we'll see you soon.
Amen. We'll be live again before we head back to a hotel, guys. Thank you.
Look now from the D.C. area. That's a live picture from D.C. where a trucker convoy just arrived. Now, the truckers are protesting to end the COVID restrictions here in the U.S., and their actions could directly impact you because they are hoping to get their message across by tying up traffic on the Beltway. WJZ is live right now. Jessica Albert spoke with the trucker in charge of this convoy, which again headed to D.C. tonight. The truckers are stopped along I-95. Jessica, when you talked to him, what did you learn?
Hey, Vic and Denise, I learned that this convoy actually left Pennsylvania at 8 o'clock this morning, and Chopper 13 spotted them about 30 minutes ago while they were driving through our area. From what I'm hearing from you, they've already made it closer to the D.C. area now. When I talked to the organizer of this convoy, he said that he wanted to be the first to get into D.C. to make his concerns and his truckers' concerns heard.
We're going to go around the Beltway and choke them like a big boa constrictor.
Truckers are making their way from Pennsylvania to Washington, D.C., passing through the Baltimore area on 95 to protest COVID-19 restrictions and mandates.
We as Americans have no more rights. We're higher gas prices, mandates, whether we should have a vaccine or wear a mask.
That's the voice of Bob Bolus. We spoke to him over the phone as he was driving to D.C. Wednesday. He owns a trucking company in Pennsylvania and is leading a convoy of truckers to the nation's capital. They plan to block traffic on the Capitol Beltway when they get there.
We're going to have trucks all around the whole Beltway. A lane will be open for emergency vehicles.
There are similar convoys coming to the D.C. area over the next week, which local truckers are in support of.
I'm hoping they do go out there. I'm hoping they stand there as long as they could until they run their diesel tanks empty.
The protests are inspired by ones that happened in Canada for weeks. Another protest, planned by a group called the People's Convoy, is leaving from California and doesn't plan to make it to D.C. till next week. Bolus wanted to come earlier.
We all have the same mission. My time schedule didn't coincide with them, and we want our voices heard from our area.
And we know federal authorities in and around D.C. are preparing for these truckers to come into the area over the next week. They plan to keep the roads clear for traffic to move smoothly. When I talked to Bob Bolus earlier today, he told me that he has already spoken with police and he plans to keep his protests peaceful. Reporting live tonight at 6, Jessica Albert for WJZ.
Morning, America! Morning, America!
Morning, America.
More America.
More America!
Morning, America!
Morning, America. Morning, America.
Morning, America!
Good morning, America.
You're gonna be the blooper.
Morning, America!
Breaker 19, this here's a rubber duck. You got a copy on me, Big Pen? Come on. Yeah, 10-4, Big Pen, for sure. By golly, it's clean clear to Flagtown. Come on. Yeah, it's a big 10-4 there, Big Pen. Yeah, we definitely got the front door. Good buddy, mercy sakes alive. Looks like we got us a
It was the dark of the moon on the 6th of June in a Kenworth pulling logs. Cab over Pete with a reefer on and a Jimmy hauling hogs. We was headed for Bear on I-10 about a mile out of Shaky Town. I says, Big Pen, this here's the rubber duck, and I'm about to put the hammer down. 'Cause we got a little convoy rocking through the night. Yeah, we got a little convoy, ain't she a beautiful sight? Come on, join our convoy, ain't nothing gonna get in our way. Gonna roll this trucking convoy across the USA. Convoy.
Now, Breaker, Big Pen, this here's the duck, and you want to back off them hogs? Yeah, 10-4, about 5 miles or so. 10 Roger, them hogs, it's getting intense up here.
By the time we got into Tulsa town, we had 85 trucks and all. But there's a roadblock up on the Cloverleaf, and them bears was wall to wall. And them smokies as thick as bugs on a bumper. They even had a bear in the air. I says, calling all trucks, this here's the duck. We about to go a hunting bear. 'Cause we got a great big convoy rocking through the night. Yeah, we got a great big convoy. Ain't she a beautiful sight? Come on and join our convoy. Ain't nothing gonna get in our way. Gonna roll this trucking convoy across the USA. up Interstate 44 like a rocket sled on rails. We tore up all of our swindle sheets and left them setting on the scales. By the time we hit that Chi-town, them bears was a-getting smart. He brought up some reinforcements from the Illinois National Guard. Here's armored cars and tanks and jeeps and rigs of every size. Hey, them chicken coops was full of bears and choppers filled the skies. We shot the line, we went broke with 1,000 screaming trucks and 11 long-haired friends of Jesus in a chartreuse microbus.
Rubber duck this Sunbuster, come over. Yeah, 10-4 Sunbuster. Listen, you want to put that microbus in behind that suicide jockey? Yeah, he's hauling dynamite, mate. He's all the help he can get.
We laid a strip for the Jersey Shore, prepared to cross the line. I could see the bridge was lined with bears, but I didn't have a doggone dime. I says, Pigpen, this here's a rubber duck. We just ain't gonna pay no toll. So we crashed the gate doing 98. I says, let them truckers roll 10-4.
We got a mighty convoy rocking through the night. Yeah, we got a mighty convoy. Ain't she a beautiful sight? Come on and join our convoy. Ain't nothing gonna get in our way. We're gonna roll this trucking convoy across the USA.
Catch you on the flip-flop. This here's a rubber duck on the side. We gone. Bye-bye.
Other than this, but every lesson of history tells us that the greater risk lies in appeasement. And this is the specter our well-meaning liberal friends refuse to face, that their policy of accommodation is appeasement. And it gives no choice between peace and war, only between fight or surrender. If we continue to accommodate, continue to back and retreat, eventually we have to face the final demand, the ultimatum. And what then? When Nikita Khrushchev has told his people he knows what our answer will be. He has told them that we're retreating under the pressure of the Cold War, and someday, when the time comes to deliver the final ultimatum, our surrender will be voluntary, because by that time, we will have been weakened from within spiritually, morally, and economically. He believes this because from our side he's heard voices pleading for peace at any price, or better red than dead. Or as one commentator put it, he'd rather live on his knees than die on his feet. And therein lies the road to war, because those voices don't speak for the rest of us. You and I know and do not believe that life is so dear and peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery. If nothing in life is worth dying for, when did this begin? Just in the face of this enemy? Or should Moses have told the children of Israel to live in slavery under the Pharaohs? Should Christ have refused the cross? Should the patriots at Concord Bridge have thrown down their guns and refused to fire the shot heard round the world? The martyrs of history were not fools. And our honored dead, who gave their lives to stop the advance of the Nazis, didn't die in vain. Where then is the road to peace? Well, it's a simple answer after all. You and I have the courage to say to our enemies, there is a price we will not pay. There is a point beyond which they must not advance. This is the meaning, in the phrase of Barry Goldwater, peace through strength. Winston Churchill said the destiny of man is not measured by material computations. When great forces are on the move in the world, we learn we're spirits, not animals. And he said there's something going on in time and space and beyond time and space, which, whether we like it or not, spells duty. You and I have a rendezvous with destiny. We'll preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth, or we'll sentence them to take the last step into 1,000 years of darkness.
I am William Wallace, and I see a whole army of my countrymen here in defiance of tyranny. You've come to fight as free men, and free men you are. What will you do without freedom? fight and you may die. Run and you'll live. At least a while. And dying in your beds many years from now, would you be willing to trade all the days from this day to that for one chance, just one chance, to come back here and tell our enemies that they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom!
This cold and flu season, let us help protect you, like we have for decades. Protect moments that matter with Canada's most trusted disinfectant, Lysol, 130 years of protection.
Running a dealership can be easier. Black Pearl is a dealership management platform designed to make your team more efficient. And it's easy to sign up. There's no setup fee and no contract required. Replacing pen and paper, Excel sheets, or a traditional DMS, Black Pearl is a cloud-based dealership and shop management platform that keeps all of your departments organized and using the same information. You can access your operation from anywhere, on a PC, Mac, or tablet. The parts experience is simple and efficient and makes the visit great for customers. Service is easy to manage with Black Pearl. Work orders, scheduling, and technician time tracking are mobile-friendly and straightforward, so you can focus on doing the work instead of organizing. With inventory filtering and lookup, easily emailed documents, and a quote builder, the sales department will be more efficient and profitable. Launching Black Pearl takes less than a week, and you'll have a dedicated launch guide assigned to you the whole way. To schedule a 20-minute demo or learn more, click here or visit blackpearl.com. That's blackpearl.com. Running a dealership can be easier. Black Pearl is a dealership management platform designed to make your team more efficient, and it's easy to sign up. There's no setup fee and no contract required. Replacing pen and paper, Excel sheets, or a traditional DMS, Black Pearl is a cloud-based dealership and shop management platform that keeps all of your departments organized and using the same information. You can access your operation from anywhere, on a PC, Mac, or tablet. The parts experience is simple and efficient and makes the visit great for customers. Service is easy to manage with Black Pearl. Work orders, scheduling, and technician time tracking are mobile-friendly and straightforward, so you can focus on doing the work instead of organizing. With inventory filtering and lookup, easily emailed documents, and a quote builder, the sales department will be more efficient and profitable. Launching Black Pearl takes less than a week, and you'll have a dedicated launch guide assigned to you the whole way. To schedule a 20-minute demo or learn more, click here or visit blackpearl.com. That's blackpearl.com.
Lupton, Arizona, Lupton, just like Lipton, Lupton. And we're getting ready for the driver's meeting. It is only about 10 degrees out right now, and my hands are freezing. Oh, put some gloves on. Woo, it's cold out here. I'll leave my coffee in there for now so I have less things to carry. But yeah, it is nippy cold out today. Stayed nice and warm because my diesel fire heater was still running right now. It's about 65 degrees inside the cab of the camp, man. There's like single digits out here right now. It's super cold. So, we're in Lupton, Arizona. being hosted in Navajo Nation. The tribal vice president, I think, at that is going to do a blessing, communion blessing. Let's get up front so we can hear Brian.
We're going to go ahead and get started this morning. We're going to start this off with the prayer, and we'll get rolling. At the end of this, I'm going to put out some information.
The earlier the better, and you don't need a lot of money. Start by investing what you would spend on a pricey night out at a bar or a restaurant, or start with your tax return refund. By starting early, you can take advantage of something called compounding. Ever heard of the phrase, make your money work for you? Compound growth is one way to make that happen. But what is it? Think about building a snowman. First, you make a small snowball and then you'd roll it on the ground so that it picks up more snow and gets bigger faster. Compounding works the same way.
Don't click it, Mike. It's a scam.
Oh, hi, Voice of Reason. It looks legit.
Don't click. Listen to your voice of reason before you act.
I deleted it.
Canada.ca/bscamsmart can help.
Convoy, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and hand the mic off for a prayer.
Praise God. Come on, we need God back in America again. How many can say amen to that? Amen. Praise the Lord. We're going to see the Gallup poll. As you pass through Gallup, you're going to see the Gallup poll say that the people are back in charge of the country. How many can say amen to that? Amen. Let's bow our heads and our hearts for prayer even right now as this convoy goes on. We want a peaceful rally to take place in every aspect. God is truly saying to each and every one of us, as we listen to that train, we listen to that going by right now. Let's God hear the trumpet call of all the people's hearts. We need God back in America again. Truly, Lord God, as this convoy goes on across the land, Lord God, let it represent the King's highway. That, Lord, that you may be glorified in every aspect, Lord my God. I pray right now, safe passage, Lord God, as they pass through New Mexico, the land of enchantment. Lord, they leave Arizona. Lord, everyone here, Lord my God, let them understand and realize where our hearts are saying and crying out. We need good moral values right now, human beings made in the image of God, that we truly need to search our hearts and realize, even as a war is taking place, God, find mercy in all that's taking place throughout the world with this pandemic. God, I thank you, Lord God, that even now we're making a stand, making a convoy to allow our voices to be heard once again. Lord, with Moses, you looked and you said you heard the cry of the people. And I pray right now, Heavenly Father, that you would listen to the cry of the people. We need God back in America again. And God, that you may be glorified in every aspect. And all of God's people can truly shout and say, Amen. Amen. At this time, we want to give you the Vice President of the Navajo Nation. Give a good hand clap, warm welcome. Amen.
All right, thank you, Pastor. This is Pastor Dennis Gallegos, Joshua Generation for Jesus in Gallup, New Mexico. If you ever come back, go to his church. But anyway, good morning, everybody. As we say in our language, Yate Bene. Good morning. She Meyerlizer, Yinashe, Comanche, Nishle Tohana Bashis Chin, Auto Comanche, the Shache, Asha Dashanele. I just introduced myself in my native tongue here, and I am the Vice President of the largest tribe here in North America. Our Creator set us here for a reason. We're still here. Our prayers are powerful, and so I appreciate Pastor Dennis just giving you a little bit of send-off. And so I'm here to just welcome you. I'm here to acknowledge you and to charge you. Please, as you're getting out there, continue to be mindful of what our Creator is doing at this time. The people are rising up. The people are dissatisfied. And so where do we place ourselves in this whole political scheme, right? Jesus and our God is in government. In Isaiah 9, it says that the government is on his shoulders. Also in Isaiah, I can't remember now what it is. 22, the key to the house of David is given. And so we have some extreme favor right now. There's an open window, 777 days now of just blessing. I don't know what God's going to do, to tell you the truth. I'm a former pastor. I'm a businessman. I'm entrepreneurial at heart. And I am also the vice president. I'm not a politician, but I know how to get things done. I know how, by relationship, we can correct in relationship. The federal government is getting too big, amen? Even for our tribal members, a lot of them, they vote Democrat. I'm a Republican. How many of you seen me on the Republican National Convention a couple of years ago? I spoke on there virtually from Shiprock, New Mexico. So I have enjoyed a lot of favor with this with the previous administration, under President Trump being invited to the Oval Office a few times. They're witnessing his signing of the executive order that sent forth Operation Lady Justice, where the missing and murdered indigenous women of the land, the great issue, the great problem was lifted up. No other president had dealt with that subject matter before until President Trump. So I appreciate him. Probably some of this video is going to get back to him, President Trump. We love you, we miss you, and we look forward to convening with you in a meeting here real shortly. So may God continue to bless you. Again, as you go eastward, consider what our God is saying to us right now. He says, be still and know that I am God. There's a message going out privately to all of us who proclaim Jesus as our Savior. There's a correction that is happening, and it's not a political one, it's a spiritual one. Again, I am the vice president of the largest tribe here on Navajo. We are still here, First Nations people. We're not asking for the land back, we're asking for that spiritual authority back. What was God's original intent? What was his original intent for us? I believe he all wanted us to live in unity. He wanted us all to live in perfect fellowship. And amen, somewhere along the way, it got usurped, it got stolen. So again, we're prayerful for God's original intent right now to be restored back to us, the United States, the great United States of America, and for you all. So as you go forward, please be safe and just continue to understand that, these are interesting times. And when we don't know what to do, we have a creator, God, who can give us that. He'll show us great and mighty things to come. So, ladies and gentlemen, please continue to be safe. And please continue to pray for First Nations and us all. Because I feel like if you only have part of the heart of God, again, whether you're Native American, you're Hispanic, you're Anglo-American, you're African-American, whoever you are, please continue to pray for the unity of the faith in Christ Jesus. And you know what? Because when we have only a part of the heart of God, we only have part of his heart. And I want his fullness. I want his manifold wisdom. Amen. And so anyway, gone from letting you know and welcome you to the Navajo Nation as you go forward. Continue to just marvel at God's beautiful creation. The Navajo Nation is one of the most beautiful sights in all the world. So thank you, Brian. I appreciate the time, and we just wanted to welcome you and then send you off. A lot of us, our people, our hearts are with you. God bless you. Ciao.
Well, good morning, everybody. I keep having to follow people that are way better at this than me. Mike, you're up. I don't know how to top that. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for those of you that are new to the convoy that are joining in. Thank you and welcome. I want to say thank you to the Navajo Nation for an amazing welcome, warm welcome that we had last night with the fires and all the food. I don't know, it's like each stop has just been so amazing, and I look forward to today's stop as well. I do want to just take a moment and ask everyone just to turn around and just look at the beauty where we're sitting at right now. Just look at that beauty. Today's drive is one of probably the best drives we'll have as far as the sights go. So we want to be safe, pay attention to the road. but let's take a little bit of break of the convoy politics, and let's just take a moment and look around as well. It's a bit of a long drive today. We're going clear to the other side, almost to the Texas border. We're stopping at exit 369. Exit 369. We're going to Russell's truck stop. They have invited us into the truck stop, so they'll be our host this evening. I don't know about amenities. I do know that it's a great place. I've stopped there many times as a truck driver. One of my favorite stops in the country. So I was really happy to hear that we're able to go and hang out there tonight. We're going to take our time generally, but we will be going kind of faster today because we got so many miles to cover. Just remember to be careful. Leave yourself some distance. And I have to ask anybody in cars, motorhomes, campers, please do not get in between the semis. Please do not get in between the semis. They do not stop as fast as you might. If you've noticed, we've had what we call slinking happen sometimes, where it's like gas brake, gas brake, gas brake. That takes a little bit to get that slinky out. Once we get up, it goes away. But in the meantime, a car, or as we call them, a four-wheeler, hits the brake. The trucks, the RVs are slamming on the brake. They can't stop as quickly. So we want to try to keep that separated. That was part of the way that we parked you last night. All the trucks are going to roll out first. Then we'll send the other row after. Please, please, please try not to get in between the semis. If you want to go up past and go up to an exit to get video, pictures, that's fine. But when you get back on, let the semis pass before you get back on. I'm asking from the bottom of my heart. I want to make sure that we're as safe as possible. So please, please, please do not get in between the trucks if you can help it. I know sometimes you just can't help it, but please do your best. I beg of you, please. I don't want to see anybody get hurt. We have a ton of donated goods. We have all these baked goods here. They were donated in California. I want to make sure everybody takes some. Take a whole box with you. Take a whole box with you. We got goods over here that were donated. We would like to be able to take this stuff off the trailer and not open up for storage to put it in there. Then tonight, we're going to open up the trailers. We want everybody to stock up on needed supplies. Grab yourself 2 cases of water. Grab yourself whatever you see in there that you feel you need. So we'll open that up tonight when we're at Russell's, and we'll leave them open for a few hours, okay?
Right.
All right, now I guess.
I want to say something too. If anybody's hungry or thirsty, we have plenty of food to eat. Let one of us organizers know. We have plenty of food. We don't want you to go hungry or thirsty. Really, we got plenty.
We got chocolate.
We got coats. There's coats and blankets as well, if anybody needs any of that.
Oh. Okay. Okay. The other thing I want to make mention of real quick, if your flags are getting tattered, your American flags are tattered, we have lots of American flags. What we're going to try to do, I'm going to try to arrange it, hopefully over by Russell's potentially, is receive your tattered flags, and we're going to donate them to a VFW along the way so that they can be disposed of the proper way. So we're going to, don't throw away your flags, respect our flag. We will donate it to a VFW or American Legion that we find along the way that will receive it for us. So please go ahead and at the end of today, take them down, and we'll get you new flags to put up. Well, that's about it with all the technical stuff. Again, thank you so much for all the support. We're going to get ready to roll here, so I want everybody to get ready. I'm excited for today. It's going to be a beautiful drive. Thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you from the organizers. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you to the Navajo Nation for welcoming us in such a beautiful location and such a beautiful drive across this wonderful state today. Don't forget why we do this. Don't forget what this is about. I'm doing this for my children. I'm doing this for my future grandchildren. We're doing this for America, and we're doing this for the world. I gotta plead again. This is for the entire world, not just for America. It's time that we got back to work. It's time that we normalize our lives again and move on from this. It's time that we remind the governments of the world, not just the United States government, but the governments of the world, that they work for their people. It's time to usher a new renaissance of freedom. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful night or a wonderful day. If you need to top off fuel at all, please wait until the convoy gets rolling, but you're going to go over to Speedy's right over there and top off and then catch up.
That's what they need to do every day. Just top off, either do it at night or do it.
That was the boss man. One of the boss men. And something real quick. It's going to be a very short morning update. Angle the phone a little better for you. This is going to be a quick morning update. It's not going to be very long. They're going to be rolling here shortly. What I wanted to point out was I was talking to some people last night, and they pointed out to me, people have been asking, where can I donate money to the cause? And I found out that I go to peoplesconvoy.org. Peoplesconvoy.org. It's a website. You go in there and you scroll down a little ways and you see a little box, how to donate. They've got several things. You can just donate, straight from your credit card to them. You can actually purchase a day trip, get in the passenger seat of one of these trucks, and ride down the road with them. So you can set that up. Somebody asked what the big motorhomes are for. This big motorhome here, there's another one in front of it. It's a big Bravo motorhome. And that's I can't remember what brand that is. It was just a nice motorhome. Those are the command centers. And the drivers are driving down the road during the day. They can't take care of business as they're driving. The command center has people inside on computers, on mobile internet, and everything, and they're doing a lot of stuff. Like if they hear there's an accident that they have, they can tell the convoy to reroute. Well, we got a low battery here. I'm about ready to go down, so. All right, so I'm going to be real short today because I'm going to have to. We have to get the roll. Anyway, with that, I don't think of anything else right off the bat, so we will see you tonight.
Get a bigger one.
Maybe today, somewhere along the line. More than likely tonight over at Russell's Truck Stop. It's 369 in New Mexico.
Is there any trucks that's been decorated going down the road besides just the flag on stuff on them?
No trucks that I've seen personally that has been decorated besides just those overnight signs once they park.
So that's a Russell's truck there. Okay. You won't be surprised then. Well, let me move some stuff out of the way so you can get up in the truck.
All right, awesome. Yes, guys, I do have my big antenna. Actually, we have about 1,000 people watching right now. This live stream.
Oh, dude.
Yeah. So I do have an antenna that I use for the scanners. I hooked it up. It has a BNC connector. It's not working good for the CB radio. I slapped back the antenna that came with the radio. That was working better. So this is look at this beauty here. Where's all those veterans? God bless America, and thank all of our veterans, correct?
I'll let you know. Hang on, I'll get on the side.
What's my 20 right now? We are located in Glen Rio, New Mexico. We are at the state line. So, check this out, guys. Oh, wow. So this is what a trucker goes through every day. This is their bed. Look at that beautiful fur baby. It's right along, buddy.
That's Rascal.
Rascal. Everybody say hello to Rascal.
Tell him.
He's
You my truck driving buddy? Is that your bed?
Yeah.
And, you know, he's a
You mind if
character.
I sit down?
Go ahead. Here, let me lift the seat up. So, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So look at this, guys. Inside of the truck. Anything else you want to tell the viewers?
It's just life on the road. I mean, it's just 1 mile at a time.
How long have you been truck driving?
Oh my gosh, I was doing it. I got out. Let's see, I started at 21. I was 21 years old. Went back to the military. I just turned around and got my 1,000,000 miles through the ATA, American Trucking Association. And I've got probably almost 2 million miles at least under my belt.
What's the biggest trip you ever had, distance-wise? The longest trip?
Well, I mean, with Fry Miller, it's been from Mexico coast to coast, California to Florida, or California even to Maine. And, you know, it's I love the road.
Love the road?
I love the road.
Any crazy experience you want, or crazy story you want to share with the viewers of the truck driver life?
Well, there's really nothing as a truck driver life, but that's, you know, as roller race and stuff. But, you know, we do the challenge coins like you've seen. I think one of the funniest ones was down in Arizona at the Triple T truck stop. I was sitting there, and an older gentleman was standing there. And I was watching him, and he's sitting there just shaking as can be. And I looked at him. I said, "You gonna chase that chicken? Are you gonna eat that chicken? You gonna chase it?" He reached down and grabbed that. "I'll catch you a chicken. I'm gonna wring his neck off." I mean, everybody was laughing. A little bit later, I turned around and was being real quiet, and I asked people he was with, "Is he a veteran?" Trying to be quiet. And one of the ladies spoke up. She goes, "Yes, he is." I mean, she wasn't holding nothing back. United States Marine Corps. Before I could finish, remember the man that was doing this? He pushed that chest out, just sucked it up. He took United States Marine Corps Purple Heart recipient 2 times. So I handed him a challenge coin, and he looked at it. It was in his hand. He flipped it over. Then all of a sudden he looked at me and he starts doing this again, and asked me, "Is this for me?" I said, "Yes, sir, that's for you." And he tried to put it in his pocket. He says, "Well, I'll take that and put it up for you home." And he goes, No, it's mine." And he finally filled it, got it in his pocket. Before he got ready to leave, he said, "That's going next to my Purple Hearts." And buddy, that was an honor to hear from one veteran to another. You know, it's a bond, it's a brotherhood. Riders of the Highway. I've got a group called Concrete Cowboys, which is motorcycles and truckers of the open road. You know, it's just something we share, and it's on Facebook as well. Like I said, I mean, it's life on the highway. It's a hard life, but not just anybody can do it.
If you're to go back again, will you trade the truck driver life for anything else? Or will you do it all over again?
I am who I am today. And because of it and everything else, and the company I drive for, Fry Miller, they give me a lot of pride with what I'm doing. I don't think I can change. I mean, you've seen the truck. You know, give me honor, give me respect, you know, honor and respect on it. I couldn't change. You know, I mean, I'd like to be home every night with my wife, and she rode team with me for 4 years, running team. And we went from Canada all the way to down by LA, down by San Diego, Calexico. So we've done that quite a bit. We've been up into Quebec, and then all the way out to Cali, where we're hauling Kenworth parts and stuff.
Have you been following what's happening with the truckers in Canada?
I saw that, and I just stay neutral. I mean, I understand what they're doing. They're doing it for a good cause. It's amazing to see what we've got here, because if you look at everything, it's like two people can't come together on one agreement. And to be able to have everybody come together, and I guarantee you, if you turn around and talk to each trucker, somebody has something different to fight for, something else to turn around and say, and that's the hard thing that you're going to fight in battle. You can't turn around and get everybody on the same page. But still seeing the unity still coming together, that's a step forward. That is a step forward.
So what do you think, what do you predict is going to happen once the truckers reach to the Beltway?
It's going to be a cluster. I'll just put it that way. DC, the loop, it is a cluster already. So I don't know what all's going to happen there. It's going to be slow go. It'll be slow go.
You think it'll be a one-day event in DC or the outskirts of DC, or they'll be there for several days?
It depends on the organization, what they're doing. You know, I mean, I can't predict what they have in mind. You know, I mean, everybody has their own agenda. I don't know what their full agenda is to move forward. You know, they're fighting for the COVID, you know, from what I'm hearing, mandates and, you know, mandate hours. I mean, those things are set by DOT, and there's a lot of things you won't be able to change.
Any questions the viewers have for him before we break over? This is the response you're getting from our viewers.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Freedom. Thank you. Well, I salute you guys and thank you. You know, it's wow, rowdy. Well, I'd like to run and say, hey, if y'all get a chance, the Facebook I was turning around and telling you about.
Share your group with us. Do you have a Facebook group where they can follow?
I've actually got 3 groups, and on Facebook, with the 3 groups that I really have, that, you know, they're private, but anybody can find it.
Okay.
And the first one.
One second, guys. Anybody could join the group?
Anybody can join it. It's, like I said, it's private. You can't see. You got to turn around and ask for a request. Okay. And then I accept the request. I ask that there's no profanity, no foul language or anything, because I do work with kids as well, with the Naval Sea Cadets, and that's very special to work with these kids. So try to keep it clean.
Everybody go over there. Those of you that have a Facebook, show Rowdy some love. Get a request in there. He could accept you. Rowdy's Corner, a Soldier's Whisper, and Reflections.
The other one, Concrete Cowboys.
Concrete Cowboys, guys. Go out there on Facebook right now. If you're on Facebook, head over to Facebook. If you're on YouTube, correction, head over to Facebook if you have a Facebook page and show Rowdy some support. Show him. What was the last one?
The last one is actually the organization, which is RTW Riders for Vets.
RTW Riders for Vets. Come on, guys. We could blow up this one, especially. Show the vets some love. Veterans are big, if not the most important part of this country.
If it wasn't for our veterans, we wouldn't have what we have today.
Yes, correct.
And Ukraine and everything else going on. You know, a lot of my poetry and stuff will be on these because I am a writer.
Awesome.
I've got a book published. I got 3 CDs out. And
is your book for sale?
The company that I had, anyway, they closed their doors. The manuscript, it's all gone, so I'm not able to get anything anymore from them.
Do you have a poem off the top of your head, your best one you think that you ever wrote?
The best one I ever wrote?
Or the one that hits home for you? The one that you can say, this is the one I'm the proudest of.
Well, the one that hit XM radio by storm.
Did it?
Oh yeah.
Okay, let's hear it.
Oh my gosh. Let me think. Hang on a minute. I'll tell you what. I'll just give you a copy of the CD.
All right.
You can do it. You can copy it out or whatever. But it's called Waving Back.
What inspired you to write Waving Back?
Well, there's. Okay, wait a minute. It's just the loss of a friend. Waving back. That's one. No, it's Untold Path. I'm sorry. maps out of Untold Path. Today was a different kind of day when I started down the path, where I came upon a soldier. I could see him. I heard him as he knelt there, crying, saying he wished that it was him because he lost a brother. So I knelt beside him and I whispered in his ear, "What is done is done. You cannot change the past, but you can change the future. So tell a story about what he had done as a soldier and as a friend." The soldier stood up. He saluted his friend and he said, "I will tell them of an untold path." So then my journey carried me on to a place where they're unloading a plane, where I came upon another soldier, all dressed in class. I asked him what his duty was, and he said, "My duty here today is harder than anything I've ever done. I'm here to escort a soldier home today." As they unloaded the plane, he started to cry. Tears fell. So I put my arm around him to comfort him, and then I whispered in his ear, "What is done is done. You cannot change the past, but you can change the future. So tell a story about what he had done as a soldier and as a brother." That's when he clicked his heels and saluted his brother and he said, "I will tell them of an untold path." Then I came upon a full-bird colonel. He was there to say some words of peace about the soldier who would give up his shirt, give up anything, just to help someone along the way. As the tap started to play, the colonel started to break. So I put my arm around him to comfort him, and then I whispered in his ear, "Sir, what is done is done. You cannot change the past, but you can change the future. So tell a story about what he had done as a soldier and as a son." That's when the colonel took the flag and presented it to the soldier's wife. And this is what she said: "I remember when you put your arms around me to comfort me, and you always whispered in my ear, 'What is done is done, for we cannot change the past, but we can change the future.' So this is your story about an untold path." And basically today, as I look at it, the past is the past. We can't change the past, but we as the truckers and with everything else going on, we can change the future.
That was deep. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. Give it up, guys. Give it up. Show Rowdy some love here. That was deep. You got some of our viewers saying they're balling at home.
Oh, there is a lot. Hey, here's one more for a good one. You got fast trucks, you got slow trucks, you got trucks somewhere in between. So mash on your motor and mash on your gas at a high rate of fuel consumption so you won't be passed. You got company rules, you got highway laws. Let's not forget about the DOT. So ease off the motor and ease off the gas. Turn that bonus into some cash. At the end of the month, at the end of the year, you can make the Christmas a better cheer. Oh yeah, get her done.
Well, I'll let you rest up, Rowdy. Thank you so much for opening the doors to your truck, allowing us to come out here, get in here.
Closet, refrigerator, microwave, TV.
So we got the microwave
and Rascal.
And little Rascal.
Yeah, hey, my truck driving buddy.
How long has he been riding with you?
Oh my gosh, I got him when I was CFI, so been here right at 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. He's 16 years old.
Wow.
Long-haired Chihuahua.
And since the first day, since you got him, he's been riding with you?
Yes. We got him out of Laredo, Texas, out of a puppy place down there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, this
is how smart he is.
Let's see.
You want something? What do you want? Where's it at? Where's it at? Is it there? Really? That's when he wants something to eat. If I turn around and ask him.
Wow.
Is it in here? Is it in here?
Have you eaten today?
Huh?
Have you ate already?
No.
Let me go buy you dinner.
You don't need to buy me dinner. Brother, no.
We'll buy you. Trust me. I'm viewer funded. They support me through donations, and that's how I get funded to go to DC. And they've been more than generous with me along the way. So let me buy you dinner tonight.
Well, can't turn down a meal.
Let's go.
Let me do one more thing.
Okay, I'll wait for you out here. Thank you guys for the super chats. And all we're doing is paying it forward. When I showed up to this location, there was a viewer waiting for me to buy me dinner. Where can they find your CDs if they're wanting one?
Through Kanaki, I've got to reset everything all up. Some people mess some things up, so it's messed up. But here's Untold Path. I turn around and there's a picture of me back in 1983 in my uniform. And there's in memory of that we did for Jerry Newman, a soldier that passed away, his son, Ronald Newman. There's that one. And then I turned around and told you I had a book.
You wrote this book?
Yeah.
Wow. How long did it take you to put this thing together?
Well, I've been writing since I was in foster homes about the age of 13.
Wow.
So, you know, it's got some of the old homes in there, some that my mom destroyed, tore up that I remembered. But there you go. This is yours.
Thank you so much. How much you usually sell this stuff for?
The paperbacks are $20. The CDs were $20 a piece, and what it did, it went to helping us with our veterans program.
I'm gonna buy them from you right now.
Like
All right, awesome. I'm gonna head over to the ATM too. Yes, I do.
I'm just honored.
You're putting it to a good cause.
All right. At least you got a challenge going.
Challenge going, yeah.
Life is awesome. You know,
it is.
Make up.
And personally, what we do back at home every Friday, we feed the homeless on your channel.
Really?
Yes. I have a great support from our viewers that they raise money to feed the homeless every Friday. As a matter of fact, before coming out here, they raise money to buy them blankets, buy them hygiene. So when I get back home, there's a blankets waiting, hygiene waiting.
See, it's like the money I raise is for Reach Across America. That's what it started. It was 2014. I walked the field. 1,000 soldiers with only 27 Reach.
Wow.
And you ask yourself who's going to get one, who's not. So for my birthday thing, I turn around and put out $15 a piece for Reach for fallen veterans. As a truck driver, I go pick them up. They come from Maine.
Wow.
And I turn around and bring them here to Oklahoma and cross it. And I pick them up and I bring them into Oklahoma, into Texas, Kansas. And the money we raise for that goes two ways. We got a veterans home that we turn around and try to help and support down in Sulphur. So any donations, stuff that we get from that, you know, it's like boom, boom, boom. We got law enforcement. We got a ride that we're doing next month on the 26th. And it's a Reuben River Medal of Honor ride. It's our 6th annual ride that we're doing with it.
Awesome.
And this one is.
It's getting cold out here.
Yeah, it is.
You seen that bus that showed up? Suicide Prevention? It's pretty nice.
Suicide awareness bus.
Let's get in here real quick.
Hopefully we can blow this thing all up. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Thank you, sir. All aboard! get down to the restaurant. Hopefully we have. How's that?
Here's another gentleman you would need to.
Yes, I talked to him
you've already
earlier.
talked to Mark? Okay.
Yes, not to Mark. Mark, how's the guy? Joe from First Responders Media.
Yes, I think you were actually talking to my brother.
Oh, that's your brother. Yes, yes. Thank you guys so much for hosting once again tonight. This guy's an awesome man. If you guys haven't had a chance to talk to him. Thank you.
Yeah. I need to talk to guys.
All right, let's get. Let's get seated.
You keep that thing going 24/7.
Right now, we're down to 39% battery. After we get dinner, let's go. Right.
Table or booth?
Yeah, let's go table. I could use dessert. Let me. Pretty good. How about yourself?
Got something to drink?
Iced tea? Well, no. Give me Dr. Pepper.
Sprite. Have they went over to your Facebook page yet?
29 member request for Concrete Cowboys.
Wow.
So what we're going to do, we're going to go right there with you turn around doing live, whatever. 29 members. We're going to turn around and just approve them all.
Awesome. Come on, guys. We have 1,300 people watching it just on YouTube. We could get him more than 29 requests. We have 1,300 people watching on YouTube.
RTW Riders for Vets. Yes, please. Riders for Vets. Oh, yeah, we got 45 member requests.
We could do better than 45. Like I stated, we
just approved them all.
Awesome.
And then we will look at Rowdy's Corner. We got 45 on there also.
Can you show your pages one more time?
Okay, hang on a minute. Let me get back here. Which one you want?
All of them.
All of them. We'll go through all of them again. All right.
We have 1,300 people watching just on YouTube itself.
RTW Riders for Vets. All right. They're still just coming in left and right. Awesome. Rowdy's Corner, Soldier's Whisper and Reflections. Wow.
There we go, guys. We could do better. We could do at least give them over 100 for sure. We have 1,300 people just watching on YouTube by itself. This is not about time to whether you approve Facebook or not. This is a time about showing a veteran your support. They're asking if you are going to open up a Truth Social, the new app they have out.
I have no idea. I'm computer illiterate. Give me a sledgehammer, I can fix it. Thanks for the ad, brother. Not a problem.
Now, will you be posting your books and your CDs soon there?
what I do my poetry. I share my poetry and stuff on them. I show pictures of trucks, events, fundraisers that we're doing. Like I said, for the veterans. But I like to keep it clean. Some of the jokes are in there; they're good. And you know, it's like I'm trying to think.
Do you have a YouTube?
No, I don't. I don't know how to do it. One of my friends tells me, Rowdy, you need to get on YouTube and do your poetry.
You do.
Because of the Bill Mack, which a lot of truck drivers know Bill Mack.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He's in the Truckers Writer, or not Truckers, Hall of Fame, country singer, writer. And he told us, Rowdy, you got a voice for what you do. And the one that hits home to a lot of veterans, and with Ukraine going on, what's going on right now with Russia and that, I hate playing politics or anything else in there. And I try to keep politics out of it. But I'll share another poem.
Okay.
A young boy once asked his father, why are they fighting? And what is that big long bag? And his father said, as he took a deep breath, they're fighting for us today so that we can live here tomorrow. And for the bag, you see, well, son, that's the price of our freedom today. And his son said, one day I will fight like them. But if I'm the one in the bag, Dad, it's okay. As a little boy stood up and said, sympathize, and walked away. You know, the poetries and things that I write, from abuse, neglect, to military, to everyday life events, it's straight from the heart. It's straight from the heart. You can't imitate that. You know, people say, Rowdy, your voice, it's there.
It is.
So I'm honored to be able to do that and share it. And through Facebook, my granddaughter's the one that got me on Facebook, and sometimes it's a pain in the butt. But it is what it is.
How many times have we been in Facebook jail?
Where they even deleted my account.
Wow.
I had over 3,000 people at one time in one group, and they deleted my account.
Wow.
Because they turned around and said it was against their policies and violent. There is a violent part of it, but when it comes to Facebook, no, I don't put anything violent. I turn around and try to keep it of our sons.
Wow.
You know, it's sad, but yeah, I've been in Facebook quite a bit, Dale. I've had like 4 different accounts started over because of Facebook.
Facebook?
Yeah. You know what Facebook is, right? You know, FBI, Facebook inspectors.
Facebook. You said FBI. That was a new one. I usually hear FBI as never mind.
Yeah, Facebook inspectors. Well, I would say Facebook idiots, but I'll behave.
Aren't we enjoying our time with Rowdy?
Well, I appreciate it.
He's probably one of the purest heart person, and I'm not saying this just because we're on camera, but in a long time. This words that come out of your mouth are sincere and pure. I mean, you don't meet too many people like that around no more. It's always about me, and somebody. You put out work.
Writers for Ben, I can say I built it, and for the longest time it was I, you know, because I struggled, and I still struggle with it, you know, because new people come into the club and they want to wear a patch, then they want to try to tell me what I need to do, and there's a good saying that a friend preached to me one day. He goes, Rowdy, look at it this way. It's your barbecue.
Mm-hmm.
They don't need to come into your house telling you how to cook.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that was just pretty well self-explanatory. You like Mexican food?
I love Mexican food.
Their burritos are really good.
Here? Actually, somebody bought me dinner when I showed up here, but I'm having dessert with you.
Okay.
When I got here, there was a viewer waiting for me, and he brought me in here and had me. So we're just paying it forward.
appreciate this.
Appreciate you opening the doors to your truck, allowing us to come in there.
I wish I had the CDs available and everything else, but this is actually, you know, I mean, it's straight from the heart. What we turn around and present and everything else on the CD. And there's the soldier, like one of the coins that we have. And you've got one coin there. Give me liberty, give me death, right? Okay.
Oh, they're asking if I have permission to play this on the road.
Yes.
You decide what you order whatever.
Beef. Yes, please. Red. You don't have queso.
Yes, I do.
Okay, queso. Yes.
Do you have desserts?
Desserts? Yes, I do.
Thank you. Oh, we got pie.
Quite a bit.
I'll be right back.
But I shake a lot too. It just brought me back to the memory. The story you shared. Better put it down before you get on me now.
you know, here's another one that was really neat. I was out by Bakersfield, California.
That's where I'm from.
Are you?
Yeah.
I was, okay, you know the little, right before you go into Bakersfield, there's that, it'd be on the east side, there's a fruit stand there, the family runs it.
Maurice?
Okay. Anyway, I was in there, and I saw a gentleman walking around, and he had a hat on, and it said World War II. Buddy, I gotta say thank you. So I reach in, I grab my coin, I walk up, and I said, sir, I want to World War II. He goes, yeah, sir, I want to thank you for your service. So I have him down that coin. He looks at it, he goes, this for me, huh? Yes, sir. He goes, thank you. He goes, you know, me and Jimmy, I mean, I just opened up a can of worms. I mean, the fish were jumping out of the pond and everything else. And he told me all about Jimmy. Jimmy this, Jimmy that. His daughter comes up and says, I see you got my dad all riled up. I said, man, my dad, he goes, yeah, see what he gave me? And it was one of my first challenge coin. I mean, it was like a kid in a candy factory. It was my first coin that I ever had done. It's still my number one coin. And with that coin...
Did you decide on something?
Yes, the peach.
Oh, let me check.
So we're turning around and going on with this. And that coin, he turned around and said, well, you know Jimmy. And I'm like, I don't know Jimmy. And his daughter turned around and said, you know Jimmy. I said, no, man, I really don't. She said, it's James Stewart. I said, wow. He flew with James Stewart on the plane. And I'm like, you know, that was a great honor. That World War II veteran that's shaking his head, shaking the chicken. There was...
Apple or cherry?
Apple's fine.
You want a worm with some ice cream?
Yes, please.
Then there was another one out in Oklahoma, down around Altus. They were doing a bike thing down there. And there was a gentleman, I looked at his hat, and I saw World War II, or no, I saw Vietnam. He was an older gentleman, and he flew all around. I saw World War II and Korea on his hat. And I said, sir, I want to thank you for your service. And before I said it, I said, World War II, huh? And he's walking to the
Heads, you get a coffee. Tails, you get a coffee. You get a coffee.
Hello and welcome to the Nashville Daily Podcast. I'm Stuart Deming.
And I'm Aaron Pennington.
If you would like a free Nashville Predators hockey puck, this week we'll give you that opportunity.
Air Canada opens an additional nonstop route into BNA.
Plus, can you truly adventure in Nashville for next to nothing?
We'll talk about all of this and more on Nashville Daily.
Good morning, Nashville.
Good morning, Nashville.
Hey, how?
Depending
How
on
you doing?
what zip code you are on, let us know. Comment below your weather because
the zip codes change by weather.
Yeah,
Or
zip
weather
codes.
changes
We're
by
going
weather.
to have a theory to see which zip code is having the best and worst weather. Also, if you have not been participating in our little adventure to name the little YouTube guy that you can drag down
the
to Google guy, which you can drag down for Street View. We've got a couple name suggestions in the comments from previous episodes. Go ahead and leave a comment and let us know what you would like for us to name that dude, and we'll be taking all submissions through the rest of this week. Also, we've got some exciting stuff coming up. A small little adventure series if you're somebody who likes to do things in Nashville and but you want to make a list that's really friendly for your wallet and not necessarily friendly.
Breaking that bank.
Yeah, not necessarily something that the credit card companies are going to they're not going to like it because you're not going to be spending a lot of money. We've got some lists for you. We're going to be starting today with that. An interesting thing that I haven't seen too much of before. These are happening all over the nation, but this one is unique to Nashville. It's a blood drive that is almost pretty much sponsored by the Nashville Predators, and you have a chance to get some of their kind of merch and some swag if you participate in this blood drive.
Yeah, so this is in partnership with the American Red Cross, and this has been happening all week, and this is the last 2 days. So today and tomorrow are the last 2 days of this week for this blood drive. You may be wondering what kind of things that you will receive. You'll receive a foam hockey puck. So just this little foam thing.
I think it's a Preds branded foam hockey puck.
But you could squeeze it. It's kind of like silly putty. And then also you'd be entered into a drawing to win an official puck signed by a current Nashville Predators player.
There you go.
You may be wondering where you can give blood in Middle Tennessee or even in Chattanooga. If you want to drive down 2 hours to give blood to Chattanooga, you can do that. So the first place is World Outreach Church. Another one is First United Methodist Church in Smyrna. This is new to me. Natchez Trace American Red Cross.
Yep, that's new to me as well. Interesting.
You can go down to Columbia. You could also do Ridgetop First Baptist Church, YMCA, Dixon, and Sumner Regional Medical Center. That's all the locations for today.
And tomorrow, the city of Brentwood, I believe probably in their city hall, they will be
just the entire
open.
city. Every single street has a Red Cross vendor.
Crossville Community Church, Vanderbilt University Medical Center. I'm guessing that I don't know what location that is.
Probably
or that
the
maybe
main
all
one.
Could be all locations.
Yeah.
Hendersonville Community Church, Winchester Community Church, and the Ford Ice Center in Antioch.
If you need more information, Red Cross website is available in our show notes.
Also, something that is very interesting, if you've been wanting to get to Canada, but you're thinking there's a lot of trucks in the way right now of getting into Canada, there is a year-round flight to Montreal that is being introduced at BNA via Air Canada. This is coming from the Nashville Post. Air Canada and Nashville International Airport officials said Tuesday that they announced a nonstop route between Nashville and Montreal. According to the release, the service will begin twice weekly on June 2nd.
Right before CMA Fest.
And grow to 3 times weekly on June 25th. The route connecting BNA and Montreal Trudeau International Airport began as a seasonal offering in mid-2020.
We don't know what was it. I wonder if it was like the summer season or like the spring season or both.
I you know what? I'm not sure. It says in here that the seasonal flights have been timed to provide connectivity through Air Canada's North American and international networks to Shanghai, Tokyo, Paris, and London. So maybe just a few throughout the year. But now we're getting to the frequency where Nashville and Canada need to apparently have a little more commerce in Montreal. So, and maybe to get to those international locations a little more frequently as well.
That's true.
So there you go.
Yeah. Do you enjoy donuts? Because I certainly do. And one of the best donut shops in Nashville is Shipley's, and this is located off of Lebanon Pike. They also have another one, I believe, in Hendersonville, and I think they have another one in Antioch. But the really cool thing about Shipley's is you can get a donut for 89 cents.
Yeah, that's like
that's like a deal.
It's something you can rely on, like going to the Dollar Tree and like.
Except for they're shutting down all those locations.
No,
Family
that's
Dollar.
Family Dollar.
Yeah.
That's the other of the 5 billion other dollar stores that are out there. But Dollar Tree, everything I think until recently has been $1. I think they actually took it up to like $1.25.
Oh no!
I know it's heresy, but you can rely on, at least you can walk in, get a notebook for $1 or a set of pencils for $1. Shipley's, you can rely on these types of donut shops to walk in and get donuts for under $1, and it's absolutely incredible. I had a donut shop similar to Shipley's in college, and it was one of the best things ever. It was open 24 hours, and they would have
donut shops,
and they would have fresh donuts at like 3 or 4 in the morning.
Yeah,
or right after midnight. Oh, it was absolutely incredible. But you can have that experience here in Nashville. Not 24-hour things, but Shipley's has incredible offerings. We had this the other day here in the office one morning, and I ate a ton of the plain cakes. I love their plain cakes are absolutely incredible. Probably some of the best plain cake donuts I've ever had.
But then our blueberry cake donuts or the red velvet cake donuts and their strawberry cake donuts, they're all good. And it's 89 cents. One thing we've heard about from some complaints, especially because we want to try helping you save money for this next series that we're in, is some donuts shops in Nashville are way too expensive. Why would I pay $6 for a donut?
You can't be serious.
I am serious. So hit the Shipley's and get an 89-cent donut.
There you go. And they also, if you're looking for like a good breakfast experience for everybody, well, maybe not everybody, but a lot of people, you've said that Shipley's, I haven't had it there, has other things than donuts there for breakfast.
Yeah, so they have the cloches. They have these ham and cheese sandwiches on croissants. Ooh. They also have that giant bear claw thing.
I think that might be an apple fritter. Large apple fritter,
I think
maybe?
They have a separate thing called an apple fritter.
Oh, wow.
It's just like a bear claw. It's the size of my hand. It's like, and then they also have those eclair type donuts.
There you go. If you want an adventure in Music City, we've got something up coming for you with Explorer's Nashville Tip of the Day.
For Explorer's Nashville Tip of the Day, it's a great day to learn about the music history from LA, Detroit, and Nashville. And you could do that all at one place called Musicians Hall of Fame. And this is located in the Municipal Auditorium in downtown Nashville.
This is, so I've never been in. You've been in. What is one of the coolest things that you've seen in Musicians Hall of Fame?
There's a few cool things. The Jimi Hendrix experience. The bar that he used to play in Printers Alley, or Jefferson Street, they were actually able to take that stage and bring that in.
Whoa.
So that's a pretty cool thing.
That's pretty cool.
Another really unique thing is Willie Nelson.
Beautiful shirts, guys, that people are wearing.
Oh, yeah. I already got it dirty.
That's how you break it in. That's how you break it in.
This is a professional.
How you doing? And all these people raising their kids right to just love the Lord and love freedom. Can't complain there. For those that weren't on, if you're ever in this area too, they have this incredible museum back here. This would be an incredible backdrop for some interviews with folks if it was possible, but some old jukeboxes. How incredible is that? This whole room. NASCAR stuff. What's up, brother? How are you? Ah, doing well, doing well. Let me go walk out here really quick. How you doing? Oh, and he's taking off. That sucks. I kind of lagged on getting him earlier. I told him I'd get him right after dinner. That's all right. We can get him on over the phone and get him on a live video. I just wanted to do it in person. The life of people. That looks familiar. That's like everything we got to do. No matter where we're at, we got to charge.
What's up, man?
Hi.
So, my name's Will.
Will, nice to meet you.
I heard you're a blogger.
Yes.
Are you?
I'm live.
Nice. So, do you know Matt Couch? He has the DC Patriot.
Yes. Okay. I know of.
Yeah. Anyway, good friend of mine. I was just calling to try to track some people down. See if anybody wanted to give a quick update. Are you traveling with the whole convoy?
Yeah, we're actually started in California. We're heading all the way out.
Yeah.
We're heading all the way out.
So I saw an interview on Bannon's show yesterday where they were talking to one of the ladies, I guess, that's part of the main crew, and she was just saying that the convoy had doubled. And then I heard that at Tucumcari you were about 25 miles long. So
yeah, I heard 18 to 19 miles. So
Okay.
that was the last thing I heard.
Nice. So any idea, an estimate on how many vehicles now?
I do not know. Vehicles total. I'll probably get a better idea tomorrow.
Yeah.
But when we were there today, quite a few, because we spread out today. People didn't get here till an hour and a half after the convoy because everybody stopped for lunch, didn't realize the trucks were going to go to that small town.
Oh, okay. In the Tucumcari or wherever.
Yes,
they
yes.
went? Yeah.
How do you say it again?
Tucumcari.
That's right, Tucumcari.
Tucumcari, New Mexico.
I'm telling you, I'll never get that down.
You know, what part of Cali are you actually from?
Central Valley, Fresno, Clovis
I
area.
know Fresno and Clovis very well.
Right.
So there's a Clovis, New Mexico. Did
Yes,
you know
I
that?
just seen the
That's
sign.
where I graduated high school, was Clovis, New Mexico.
Oh,
but
right
But I
on.
have friends from Clovis and Fresno. I hike over there in Kings Canyon National Park, all that stuff up that way. I love
Right
it up
on,
that way.
right on.
So cool. Well, brother, nice to meet you. Great
You
to
too.
visit with you.
You too.
Any idea where I can find anybody that would be interested in giving an interview? Obviously, you're live blogging, but
Yeah, I would try. A lot of the people are in here right now that are part of it.
Go talk to Fred. He'll give you.
Who's Fred?
The guy in the black hat. That dude's right there. He's in this stuff.
Okay. Cool.
Nice
Thanks
talking
very
to you.
much. Appreciate it.
So, all right, guys. Yes, Linda C. That guy's name's Will. That guy's name's Will. So, again, guys, we might be ending this one. We're going to go back to that town. I'm not going to learn to say it again. I've already forgotten it. Yes, I am.
I seen you on the live stream.
Right on. What's your name?
Rusty.
Rusty.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
I'm from Taos, but my parents own this place, and I came down to help them out.
Oh, right. It's a great place, man.
Thank you.
Great food, too.
I've been watching you and another streamer for a couple of days, and I said, I better get down there and see if I can help. So,
Right on, right on.
Doing a good job.
Thank you. God bless you. Have a good day.
Going all the way?
All the way.
All right, good luck.
Thank you. That's awesome. That's awesome, guys. Makes you feel good. And no, that is not me right there. Where is it at? I am not a gluten-free Oreo, just in case anybody was asking. I'm a golden Oreo, guys. So let's get our buddy. We get back to the hotel. I got some videos to work on. Oh, he's busy right there. Oh, look at that little dog. Dang, that guy was live streaming carrying his whole laptop. That's gangster. That's gangster. I'm too lazy for that. So much. So we'll get Julius back over here, and we got to find out about the Penske guy, right? Give me a second. Look who we got here.
Nobody cares.
What's that?
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares, right?
Yeah,
Nobody. This is the fringe minority, remember? What's going on, bud? So this guy, we were getting ready to leave. This guy had icicles on him outside.
I'm a rat. You were leaving. Well, what happened?
No, we were pulling in. I was going to go interview Coy, and he got through dinner, and I didn't catch him in time, and he left, so we did it. We were already live, so I'm waiting for Julius, and we're going to head out. Catch you guys in the morning. No, we're going to talk about that when we get back in the car.
I don't know. I haven't even looked at the menu. I'm still sort of trying to thaw out.
It's cold over here, guys. Us Cali guys aren't used to this kind of cold.
Cow. No. These trips to the East Coast and the snow, we were just talking about it. Like, probably the number one reason why I was, like, really, like, not wanting to go is, like, you're checking the weather and, that's for the day.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
Mornings will be cold, nights.
And we might just be camped out in the middle of downtown DC for a while. Maybe.
No. I still have a theory. We are not good at DC.
Yeah, that's what some people are saying, but hopefully we do something.
I don't actually expect to see DC.
We'll see. So on second note, you kind of got canceled in a little way. I was kicked off Facebook permanently now today. You got a strike yesterday, and you started a new channel.
No, it's a channel that I've had since I started WYSIWYG, which is the plan is that I don't normally edit or make clips, but somebody convinced me to start pulling clips to highlight certain things, and I never really used it.
And what's the name of that channel?
WYSIWYG TV Shorts.
Okay, WYSIWYG TV Shorts, guys. Hey, thank you for that super chat. WYSIWYG TV. Now, have you heard anything about the Penske truck today?
No, but I'm supposed to find the driver and talk to him.
He's not here.
I saw the Penske truck.
I went through
this morning.
Then it didn't make the convoy though. It couldn't have because we went up and down the convoy.
Am I just getting dangerous to didn't see?
I don't think so. I'm gonna talk to some folks right now and find out.
Yeah, there's one Penske flatbed, and now that you mention it, I never saw it today.
You didn't see the sign at all.
No.
The trailer, the sign.
That's the conspiracy. Where's the Penske truck?
Yeah,
What
so
happened?
we're gonna go on a hunt. I'll let you know if I figure anything out.
Okay.
Yeah, I will. Let's see here. Hey, you guys have a good one. Take care, guys. Let's see. We got to find out what. Let me see if I can find some folks in here. Most people went out to their truck right now. We're on the hunt. Where'd Julius go? Did Julius? Oh, there he is. Hey, question. Do we know what happened to the Penske truck?
He left the convoy today. I think he was going to try and get with a friend of his named Amarillo.
Okay. Everybody's wondering, asking, where's the Penske truck? What happened?
Friend said, I think he said last report I got was he thought that a friend was going to let him use a gooseneck trailer and pickup truck, and he was going to turn everything in to Penske and Amarillo, and so he might have just kept going last night.
Yeah.
And because I didn't see him today.
No, I didn't see him today.
I think he kept going after our stop, and I think he may be already trying to transfer everything over to be able to hook back up with us on about using a hot shot set rig.
Perfect. All right.
So that's the hope.
That's the hope. Well, we're praying for him, and yep. Thank you, guys.
Because I was ready to tow him backwards, man.
Towing back.
On the tow truck.
Yes, yes.
So I was like,
You're
hey.
second in line, right?
Yeah.
Yep,
So I'm
second.
like, hey, we can always put that tractor up on the back of my truck, tow it backwards, and show them how backwards they are.
Amen.
Go ahead and cut that engine off. Doesn't matter. I got you in the air.
That's right. They were talking about that last night, that it didn't matter what he did because Penske could cut that engine off at any time they wanted. So it sounds like he went on to Amarillo, but I'm going to get confirmation. He went on to Amarillo, and he talked about that last night a little bit, saying, hey, we're looking for a welder so we can undo some stuff and get that on. So he's got a buddy, it sounds like, that might have a truck where he can put the gooseneck in the truck, and he'll be back with a Convoy. Absolutely sad what's going on. Absolutely sad, you guys. But if I hear anything else, I'll definitely know. I just knew he was one of the guys that was involved.
We'll be checking in. My name's Claire.
Look at the dog. See the little dog? All right, guys. So look at. What's that?
I'm going to do my own separate live. I'd like to see you. I see you.
Yeah, well, we're gonna head out. You sat there for 25 minutes. No, I got you. We gotta find a hotel, and we could do a live, just do an update and get all the information. So I asked number 2, the guy that with the tow. He said that the Penske truck probably went straight through to Amarillo and turned in the truck, and he was going to talk to his buddies all the way to Washington. Oh, we got plenty. I got people that want to come with us. We don't even got room for a mouse in our car. Telling you.
I bet you there's a few mice that want to come too.
There is, especially here because they're freezing. I know. You guys have a good evening, guys. So he said that it sounded like he had a buddy that was going to let him use a truck. They were going to get a gooseneck trailer and tow that on a gooseneck and join the convoy. But he was going to be returning that truck today. So we'll see if that's confirmed. But guys, thank you for tuning in, guys. We might do a little update later. We're going to go get the hotel. We're about 40 minutes away from that. 25 if we go backwards. So we're going to figure out what we're doing here. Thank you guys for tuning in. Oh, you're good. You're good. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for always sharing, subscribing. We're going to get warm in this vehicle, clean the windshields for tomorrow. Thanks again, MAGA Princess. Just me. Thank you. Sancha D. I saw a video with him, and I think he was heading home. You know, that's another thing they talked about. I know he actually has a truck. It was just in the shop. Sophia has 5 Chihuahuas. Oh man, don't tell my family that. They love Chihuahuas. Oh, it's cold. So we're gonna head out, guys. Thanks again for tuning in. Go check out the OreoExpress.com if you guys want some merch, /shop. And thank you. Good night. And who knows, if Julius gets bored, we might see in a little while. He gets bored. Right, Julius?
All the time.
That's right, guys. Thank you again. If we're not live tonight, first thing in the morning, always look. Screw Facebook.
God bless you guys.
God bless you. Take care.
Depended on it. Clap! It's Friday. You should be happy. Don't stop. Happy Friday, my Friday happy people. What a glorious show filled with glorious things. You know what makes me hot right now, other than my blue eyes and gorgeous pecs? Canadian truckers. Yeah. In the era of COVID craziness, they said, screw this madness, and they stepped on the gas.
This started with vaccine mandates, but for most here, it's about a lot more. Well over 1,000 people lining the Trans-Canada Highway outside of Winnipeg in -30 wind chills, protesting what they call government overreach. It all started a couple days ago in Delta, BC. Truckers protesting vaccine mandates at the border. Now as the convoy logs more kilometers, it's getting more support.
Kilometers. Yeah, Canadian truckers protested vaccine mandates placed on their industry with a massive convoy that might break the world record set by Democrats vacationing in Florida. Thank you for that laugh. According to organizers, it's 70 kilometers long, which is roughly 5 of Kat's hair extensions tied together. Actually, it's 43.5 miles, and that is pretty amazing. It's the best thing to come from Canada since moose. That's where they come from. Canada. Anyway, the Freedom Convoy, as it's called, left Sunday from Vancouver for Ottawa, places that hockey fans inform me are cities, to protest the mandates for cross-border truckers. Took effect on January 15th. It's estimated that roughly 15% of truckers in the country are not fully vaccinated, which is about 16,000 truck drivers, or 80% of the total Canadian population. True, it's so sparsely populated, the social distance requirements is 600 feet. But I enjoy the convoy. Fact is, if you mess with the truckers, you don't get your stuff. From my pillows to hockey equipment, beer, clothing, to 150 illegals from Guatemala. It just takes too long by dog sled. And it's absurd, mandating vaccines for people who spend more time alone than Kat on prom night. Yeah.
It's okay.
I know it's okay. We all were there, except I had a blast. Meanwhile, who comes out against the truckers? Ugh, the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, the low-life skunk. My apologies to Pepe Le Pew. Here he is trashing the truckers.
The small fringe minority of people who are on their way to Ottawa or who are holding unacceptable views that they're expressing do not represent the views of Canadians following the science and stepping up to protect each other is the best way to continue to ensure our freedoms.
He's the PM, more like a BM. This pile of human dung just said the protesters are a small fringe minority who are holding unacceptable views. So what are these unacceptable views, you jerk? Explain it to us, since this fringe helped keep your country going when you couldn't. Seriously, he just crapped on people who made sure Canadian citizens like him got their toilet paper, their ginger ale, the cheese curds for their poutine, or whatever they eat in Canada these days during the pandemic. Just like having a dad who was prime minister, working from home is a privilege most don't have. These people worked tirelessly until they were red in the face, as opposed to their PM, who prefers to only be in blackface, when the only thing black about him is his heart. If he was in Alberta, they'd sell him as oil shale. What an embarrassing virtue-signaling imposter. Yes, I wrote this while I was drinking. And those raspberry hard seltzers were delivered by truckers, so God bless him. So hooray to the Canadian truckers, or as Elon Musk said in just 3 words, Canadian truckers rule. And they do. But you know who else rules? The Danes. You might even say they're great, not the dogs. The people of Denmark, or the government of Denmark. They have a government there, I hear, unlike our country today. Anyway, yesterday, Denmark also became heroes by announcing the end of the pandemic. And on what day did they choose, you ask? Yes, I answer, February 1st, the date this show picked as the end to the pandemic. Yeah, apparently they watched Gutfeld in between cobbling and smoking mackerel. How amazing is that? According to whatever I read, Denmark is ending all its pandemic measures and virus restrictions on the last day of January. That's Martha McCallum's birthday, by the way. Yeah, I know. I hope she likes the present I got her. Although I forgot to poke holes in the box.
Oh my God.
But their reasoning for ending the restrictions, the disease, like Andrew Cuomo, no longer poses a threat to society. So they'll be reclassifying the pandemic as an endemic. For more, let's go to our Denmark correspondent, Hans Leifenschnaz.
Greg, are you stupid? Do I look Danish to you? I'm not a Danish correspondent. Get your head out of your ass. And I'm working. Leave me alone.
Working. So this easing of restrictions follows other countries like the UK and Ireland as people find out that Omicron is less severe than the sentences handed down for gun crime. Where Delta was Charles Manson, Omicron is more like Charles Nelson Riley. So they realize that no restriction's going to stop the contagious but mild strain. Omicron is like Dana Perino's dog pictures. It's everywhere, but you can handle it. And we don't need the government or Neil Young telling us what to do. Right now, Denmark, a nation of 6 million people, has just 44 COVID-19 patients in ICU. And I'm willing to bet they're older than Stuart Varney and Brit Hume combined. Oh, stop it. So like listening to the couple in the next apartment having sex, it sounds to me like they know what they're doing. So what about us? What are we doing? February 1st is next week. When are we going to take the lead here and bring this to an end, since our leaders won't? Like Hollywood screenwriters, they suck at endings. So let's take inspiration from the Canadian truckers and the Danish cobblers and declare this thing over once and for all. And then get back to normal life, where we make fun of Canadians and Danes instead of complimenting them. Period. Let's welcome tonight's guest. She helped Trump make America great while kicking ass at the Department of State. Former State Department spokeswoman Morgan Ortagus. His favorite feelings are hurt feelings. Fox News contributor and Washington Times opinion editor Charlie Hurt. She's here for her insights and in case I need something from a top shelf. Fox and Friends first co-host Carly Shimkus. And TGI Fridays told her to come back on Monday. Fox News contributor Kat Tiff. Charlie, the truck drivers. Now, I hope this is a peaceful thing. I don't want anything to get out of hand. But it's really kind of inspirational to see everybody going out there, seeing this long line. I get the feeling that it's the people who are going to decide when this thing is over. What do you think, Mr. Hurt?
You know, it's amazing. At some point, it starts to, you know, the more we realize that the vaccines don't actually prevent people from getting the disease, and apparently the masks don't work, which I think most normal people realized from early on. You have these politicians who are clinging more to the rules and the regulations than ever before, and I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that this has never been about controlling the virus. This has been about control from the beginning. And these people, like Justin Trudeau, just don't want to let go of power.
Yeah. I will push back a little bit and say that even though, obviously, the vaccines don't stop the spread. That is true. It does help when you get the disease.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Absolutely. Then peddle it as that.
Yes.
Then advertise it as that. That's great. But my concern about this is that these people are doing the greatest damage to real vaccines that really do prevent you from getting polio or whatever by calling this a vaccine. It's not a vaccine. It does alleviate the symptoms. And that's a great way to sell it.
Yeah.
Sell it as that.
Well, I knew if there was a Charlie Hurt vaccine and I took it, it probably wouldn't work.
I would hope not.
Yes. Morgan, did you ever meet Justin Trudeau?
At maybe like the G20 or the G8 with President Trump, he walked by like I was, just a staffer. So
he's a small little man, isn't he? He's smaller than me.
He's very much
spiritually and morally.
Yeah, he's very much a soy boy.
Yeah, he's a soy boy. Very good point. Very good point. Was I too harsh on him?
No, but listen, no, I don't think so. I think, he has people in his country that are expressing a view that he says is unacceptable. And he's supposed to be the leader of everybody there.
Yes.
And listen, what I'm most impressed about with these truckers, I think you said that it was like below 30 degrees when they were posted. If it was below 30, you could have martial law from the Chinese Communist Party and I wouldn't leave my apartment.
Yes.
Right? Like, there's no way I'd be like, okay, just keep the heat on. So I'm impressed by them because I would not get out and protest. But how bad is it in Canada that's, what you got to do?
But you're seeing it, Carly, you're seeing it in every country's. Where is Denmark by the way.
It's in Europe.
It's in Europe,
Thank
right?
God I knew that.
Yeah, it is
Could
in
you
Europe.
imagine I
Yeah, I
didn't know?
don't want to pull like a Jeopardy
Don't
moment.
ask me any more questions.
Yes.
If you care about me at all.
Yes, yes. No, but Denmark, it's a tiny country filled with Denmarkians. I think
Yes.
that's what they're called. They're a tropical bunch. They have their own dialect. And
Judge Jeanine is the president.
Yeah, yes. They worship, I guess, a TV. They found a TV on an island, and they saw Judge Jeanine, and they just thought it was a god. They thought it was a god, and now they worship the spirit of this amazing creature that comes from the metal box.
Without a doubt.
I don't even know what I'm asking.
Well, first of all, I love Canadian truckers too. Manly profession, very attractive. And then Justin Trudeau is like, he's like the classic movie bad guy that seems like super innocent, and then 15 minutes in, you realize that he's an authoritarian dictator, right? And you know, the fact that he said that this is a fringe group of people with an unacceptable view is the most thought police thing I have ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
And then we're talking about truck drivers, which is a profession that is just forced isolation.
Yeah.
You don't have a coworker. You're not spreading COVID to anybody.
Yes.
So I don't understand why he's pinpointing this group of people. He should just say, okay, you know what? You guys helped us through the pandemic. Thank you for your service. Continue on with your lives.
Yeah, I mean, the
I
fact.
always say thank you for your service to truck drivers.
You know, the funny
They
thing
did provide a very good service.
and you know what? You want to screw with the supply chain.
Exactly.
And just totally. You know what he is? He's the maitre d'. He actually looks like a maitre d', and he's trying to cook the meal. And you should say, no,
Especially
you're just
with
for
the
front.
facial
You're
hair.
just for front of the house, Justin. You can hit on the bartenders. That's all you're allowed to do. Kat, this is interesting what COVID has done. Teachers are now the reprobates, and truck drivers are now the heroes.
Yeah.
Is that incredible?
Yeah, and I want to move to Denmark.
Yeah. Yes,
and I
they
don't
won't let you.
I don't know. No, probably not. I don't know anything about it. Everything you could have said, it's true as far as I know.
Yes.
Because, you know, they're like, pandemic's over. And we're not even talking about that. We're not even talking about what would that take to get there.
Yes.
We're not saying what numbers, what metric would be okay to get rid of these restrictions. What we're doing is we have that tweet, actually. I want to show the Lori Lightfoot
Oh,
tweet.
fantastic.
So, if I don't know, this is what we're doing.
Yeah.
She's tweeting this saying, if you get vaxxed, this stat can be yours.
That's money.
Yeah. If you get vaxxed, you can have this $826 of cash that I have arranged on my rug. That's what we're doing? I don't want to live here anymore.
I wonder how many people were shot in Chicago while she was arranging the money.
Arranging the cash.
Yeah, I'm sure she wasn't the only one arranging it, but God, that is just idiotic.
It
you
was
know?
real.
Or that she does look like she was up all night doing it. But then she always looks like she's up all night. Anyway, I said February 1st. It's coming true. I might be.
So we were live.
What do you like? Do you have a channel?
Yes, it's Oreo Express. The media group. How you doing?
But chicken, what are we doing?
Oh no, I was just explaining to
Live
her.
streaming
So I'm live
everything.
streaming. Like right
Perfect.
now, you guys are live on YouTube and all the others.
This is another sign we
Let's
did.
check this out. Yes, rolling out for freedom, America. There you go.
That's it. That's it, baby. We're doing it.
Right on.
Thank you so much. Well, good luck. God bless you.
Yes, thank you guys. God bless you.
We'll be looking for you.
Yes, definitely. Thank you. You got this right here. Look at this. Got some clothes on. You need clothes on a dock when it's like, when it is freezing. So as soon as Koi's done, we'll talk Koi. How you doing? Good, thanks. Look at some of the cool stuff they got. Beer bread mix. How about that? When you think of New Mexico, at least from what I've been here a few times, but when you're from outside New Mexico, you think of it. Chili, you think of Hatch chili. At least I do. So they have a lot of cool stuff here.
How we doing?
Good, sir. How are you doing?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
You gonna mandate freedom?
Huh?
You here to mandate freedom?
Yes, sir.
Amen,
Dang
amen.
right I am.
Right on.
I ain't bowing down to that stuff.
Nope. Thank you. Thank you for everything.
Due to the lack of staff left.
Yes.
Mine too.
Oh,
I
awesome.
made this one at home before I left. I live south, north of Utah, Salt Lake.
Freedom from Joe's tyranny. That is wonderful. That is wonderful. The train wreck wants to kill USA. Amen.
Train wreck.
Amen.
Oh, I hate him. A pedophile on steroids.
Oh, someone hitting some truth.
First, he deserves to get his arm bitten off, like ripped off by a shark or a crocodile or something, hung a little bit, and then put on remdesivir every time somebody gets killed along with Fauci.
Wow.
And then he needs to get executed too.
Me with it?
I think what our friend here would say, Julius would say, based. Where did Coy go? Better not have left. We'll go out to his trailer if he did. He probably used the. I do not. Never thought I would be just sitting in a truck stop, gas station, museum, live streaming. But hey, there is a first time for everything, guys. Please share this out. Please get it on all the social media. Please follow Rumble. See if he's in there. How you going?
What happened to the Penske truck? To my knowledge right now, it sounds like Penske reached out to them and told them to sort of cease and desist what they're doing. Truck's been stopped. He has a buddy in Amarillo, which they're rolling through tomorrow. That's going to help out. I'm hearing they're getting a welder to get the Convoy sign that they had on the last truck mounted onto a new one and keep trucking forward. So that's at least what I've heard.
I whispered in his ear, "What is done is done. You cannot change the past, but you can change the future. So tell a story about what he had done, as a soldier and as a friend." The soldier stood up. He saluted his friend, and he said, "I will tell them of an untold path." So then my journey carried me on to a place where they're unloading a plane, where I came upon another soldier, all dressed and classed. I asked him what his duty was. And he said, "My duty here today is harder than anything I've ever done. I'm here to escort a soldier home today." As they unloaded the plane, he started to cry. Tears fell. So I put my arm around him to comfort him. And then I whispered in his ear, "What is done is done. You cannot change the past, but you can change the future. So tell a story about what he had done, as a soldier and as a brother." That's when he clicked his heels and saluted his brother, and he said, "I will tell them of an untold path." Then I came upon a full-bird colonel. He was there to say some words of peace about the soldier who would give up his shirt and give up anything just to help someone along the way. As taps started to play, the colonel started to break. So I put my arm around him to comfort him. And then I whispered in his ear, "Sir, what is done is done. You cannot change the past, but you can change the future. So tell a story about what he had done, as a soldier and as a son." That's when the colonel took the flag and presented it to the soldier's wife. And this is what she said. "I remember when you put your arms around me to comfort me, and you always whispered in my ear, 'What is done is done, for we cannot change the past, but we can change the future.' So this is your story about an untold path." And basically today, as I look at it, the past is the past. We can't change the past. But we as the truckers, and with everything else going on, we can change the future.
That was deep. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. Give it up,
I
guys.
see that shit
Give it
right
up.
there is
Show
what it's all
crowd
about,
some
yo.
love here.
This is awesome stuff. You know, this convoy's got different meetings for each particular person involved.
How you guys doing? Good, thanks.
At the end of the day, it's all about just showing support for one another, moving forward. God damn, it feels like the last couple of years we just hated one another so damn much. This is coverage from earlier
G
at
estimated
the
about
Russell
15
truck
miles.
stop. This is the final destination for the night, Glen Rio, Texas. We'll be putting a map up here in the bottom left, right here. This is showing our route for tomorrow. We'll be going through the northern panhandle of Texas.
Joey, this is live, so what are we? Got some old fire trucks back there too. Hold on, I missed some. Cody, thank you so much for that. The super chat, or the cash out. Thank you so much.
Trying to figure out this damn thing for tomorrow. Trying to get all fancy on you.
Yes, for yourself. Well, I got my own medium.
You got your own medium.
The Oreo Express. Oh,
you're Oreo. Okay.
Yes.
Price. What it always has. And it's that we know it, not just read it. That we know it, we unite with others, and we hold life and liberty for living principles.
Amen. Hold one up so people can see what you're doing.
It's just the Constitution.
Just the Constitution. The one thing.
So we got some pretty choppy wind feedback on this video. Just gonna lower the audio. Linda C in the chat, thank you for that. Glen Rio is Mountain Time, Amarillo is Central Standard. That is true. They will be losing an hour.
No, you're good. But the point is, we've got to get back to the life and liberty protecting. God bless.
Amen.
It's like, as much as we'd like to see that, you know, we aren't affected by that stuff directly.
Again, make some noise.
You couldn't have said it better. Thank you. I'll see you around the trip. We will. Yep, be right there with you.
As far as tomorrow's schedule, we got a trucker meeting at 9 o'clock today. When they did that, trucker meeting ran for about 30-45 minutes, and then they hit the road about half an hour after that. Oh, this right here is the this is the one of the main organizers, Convoy. Heather, as far as your question for ETA tomorrow, today they made really good timing. They were even able to stop in a small town called Tukarimi. Forgive me if I'm messing that up. Had a lovely speech from their mayor, about an hour stop there. They had actually closed down, local law enforcement had closed down, there's 3 lanes, and they closed down the 2 middle lanes, allowing for traffic to pass on the right while they kind of did their demonstration. But for tomorrow, I'd say they'd probably arrive in Elk City around 3-4 o'clock local time, probably 5 at the latest. But we'll see. You know, this is all moving in progress. So again, we'll put that map up real quick over here, showing you tomorrow's schedule.
How you doing, sir? Heck yeah. There's Wizzy. Someone asked you, I think, if Biden is crying yet. I don't even think Biden knows this is going on. I really don't. I mean, shoot, he's still he's barely waking up from his noon nap today.
So for everybody tuning in, this is currently not live. This is from about an hour and a half ago from everybody pulling into Russell's truck stop for the night. Let's see, we got some stuff. Let's see. ETA for Elk City tomorrow, I'd say around 5 o'clock. It's a good estimate. We made a really good time today. We're going to be kind of checking in throughout the streamers for the next hour or so, seeing if anyone comes back up live, give us some updates. Till then, this is just, oh, there's What You See Is What You Get TV right here. We love this guy. Been covering him the last 3 days.
What's up, guys?
Been watching the video all day.
Right on, right on. Cool deal. Where are you guys from?
Here.
Oh, right here.
Right
So you
here.
come support some truckers, huh?
Yeah.
Right on. What do you got to tell America about some freedoms?
Some freedoms?
Yeah, isn't that what we're fighting for?
That's what we're here for.
No more mandates?
No more. No
Awesome.
more shop mandates, no more masks. Get the fuel prices back down.
Just bring back America.
That's right. Yes, bring back America.
And this is what America looks like right here, man. We've been on it since California, and it's been great. Thank you guys for supporting everybody.
Yes,
God bless you all. Thank you.
you.
Look at this family, guys. Say bye. Thank you. That is awesome. Ah, doing good.
Cheers.
Everybody's live here, guys.
So this right here is Oreo Express, Sassnack, and What You See Is What You Get. 3 of the main live streamers kind of at the head of this all together at Russell's Truck Stop. Awesome to see. So again, this is the end of day 3, People's Convoy. Currently in Glen Rio, Texas, on the New Mexican border. Day 3.
Michael, where you guys from? Houston, Texas. Came to celebrate freedom all the way from Houston, huh? Right on. Well, God bless you guys for coming out. Thank you. That is awesome. Dude, these folks are finally pulling up the rear. I'm pretty sure you guys can hear. Hey, what's up, bud? Oh, thank you, thank you. Where are you from? You came all the way from California? Yeah. That is awesome. That is awesome. You going to DC? Yes, sir. Okay, man. We'll be hooking up. See ya, bud. Yes. Oh, what's your name?
Cynthia.
Where are you from?
Tucson, Arizona.
Right on. How far are you coming with us?
I'm trying to convince my husband to go all the way out. And we were supposed to just make one of the legs from Kingman to New Mexico last night. I've already got an extra night out of it, and I'm thinking that we're going to go all the way. Let's go!
Let's go. Good meeting you.
Great to meet you.
Yes.
Hopefully I can visit with you guys.
Yes, definitely.
I have some questions for you in regards to, what you guys are doing, how we can help you.
Right on.
Y'all are doing great.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Your coverage is just amazing, and your faith is just shining through.
Thank you. Thank you. You know what? That's one thing we noticed last night, and it was just amazing to pull up and see all these people, just strangers, praying for each other. The Navajo Indians coming out and supporting this convoy.
There's beautiful people in this world, in this country, and I think that people have just been overwhelmed by all this, and they're sitting back and going, what do I do? Who do I connect with? And we're giving them the answer. This is just
Yeah, they can't be, because the fake news wants to divide us.
Exactly.
But it was a pleasure meeting you, and we will hook up. We'll go. Yeah, definitely. Tell your husband I'm demanding that you go all the way to DC.
Yeah, depend on you.
All right, if the husband is watching, make sure she gets all the way to DC. You guys can have a great trip in DC. Ah, this is awesome, guys. Freedom. Yeah, this is how we do it on the ground. It doesn't start with politicians. It starts with we the people. Everybody, I'm gonna write my politician. I'm gonna email somebody. Guess what? Take it to the streets. That's what this is. Taking it to the streets. And even though, if you guys just tuning in, even though Facebook banned me and took off my personal profile today, and I can't go live on Facebook ever again, or at least for the Oreo Express, it's okay, because look at Steve B. Thank you so much for the cash app, because you guys make it happen.
So So this is something we're seeing kind of across the board with these streamers at the front. What you see is what you get. TV was kicked off YouTube yesterday for, I think it was 10 days. He's not allowed to stream. He's kind of found a loophole with his What You See Is What You Get Shorts channel. So he's still able to stream live to YouTube through that. We've been covering his Twitch stream as well today. But you see, like they did in Canada, they're trying to censor this. They don't want us seeing this. They'd rather you sit at home and watch Netflix for 8 hours than see that, you know, everyone's tired of the bullshit, man. So this is awesome. This is day 3, Russell's truck stop on the Glen Rio, New Mexico-Texan border. Just kind of going through some of the film from the end of the day and wrapping it up, answering anyone's questions for tomorrow.
And this is the one from earlier. This is my favorite. Convoy duck. The convoy duck, guys. The copy from the movie in 76, the convoy duck. That is great. See you guys soon. Woo! This is awesome, guys. People love this country. And there's a lot of folks out here that are live streaming this, some real media that's out here. And I just want to say thank you to them because, again, nobody would know about this. Nobody has a clue what's going on right now.
Cheers to all my Patriots out there tonight. You're enjoying your night. Send your prayers and support to everyone out there in Glen Rio tonight, sleeping in the cold. It is a chilly night.
People, that woman was talking, convincing her husband, like, we're going to
windy out
D.C.
there.
That is awesome. Let's go find our friend. All that hug for freedom. Let's go, man. Brandon. How you doing, sir? Good. See, guys, it's just, I mean, really, one person can make a difference. You guys come out here, you guys meet up with this, you guys share this, you guys, again, send this to your friends and family. Say, hey, you know what? We got to get this message out. Mainstream media is, dude, like, if this happened and this was a different rally and it was going like this, it would be getting 24/7 coverage regardless of Russia, regardless of Ukraine. If this was a, what I always call the vagina hat rally, the pink hat rally that's for pro-abortion, and it was going across the nation to DC, you would have media trucks traveling with that convoy. You know I'm not lying. You know it's real. Look at this, guys. This is awesome. Thank you, truckers. Gotta find Julius. Oh,
For those of you just tuning in, this is day 3 of the People's Convoy. This is not live. This is footage from about an hour ago at Russell's truck stop, the final destination of the day. People's Convoy is at the New Mexico-Texan border. They will be rolling into Elk City, Oklahoma tomorrow, so we'll be driving through the northern panhandle of Texas. Considering it's a Saturday and it's Texas, I think we already know there's going to be a lot of support out there. So looking forward to what tomorrow brings.
Hey, what's up, guys? All these folks out here are awesome. Again, awake, not woke, guys.
So this is Oreo Express, and his friend next to him, to his right, is Today with Julius. These guys are awesome. Been streaming from the front line since day one. Please, please, please show them your support. I am just here to help spread the word.
Oh, man, guys. Thank you guys for tuning in. How long do you think you... Not too long. I'm trying. Okay, are you going to be right here? Yeah. I'm going to go talk to some folks. All right. Freedom, guys, freedom. God bless you all. Thank you for all the support. This is awesome. Man, for all those that donated, especially my hometown heroes. I always consider my hometown heroes, guys, because the folks back home, Fresno County, Clovis area, they always ensure I get out. You know, once I'm out, you guys do the rest, but they always ensure I get out and I'm able to do what we do best out here, going live. So thank you, guys. Let's go over here. How you doing? Good. How about you? Oh, I'm doing great. This is freedom. Yes, sir. How you doing? Oh, I'm doing fine, thank you. So they're finishing up their fuel. Never comply, guys. I can agree with that. Car actually parked back here. Let's see. We got all these folks out here. If you had a chance to meet this individual here. Marine veteran, that's what I'm talking about. This is just insane. And the way people are pitching in, to ensure these folks are welcomed into their communities.
So it is looking like First Responders Media is coming back online. We're going to go ahead and jump over to that real quick, see him live from Russell's Truck Stop. This is day 3 of the People's Convoy, live with First Responders Media.
Well, I'm a truck driver, number one.
Oh, okay.
And I was trying to catch up with the convoy to come and see what's going on and just get a little bit hands-on, you know, and just try to share a little bit with the people and meet them.
Okay. Are you going to go all the way to DC?
No, I'm on a load, so I will probably, I don't know if I'll run with them in the morning.
Where's your load? Where are you taking your load?
Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma, okay.
See, they'll go to Elk City tomorrow.
All right.
Stay there tomorrow night. And then I'll be in Oklahoma City by then. So I've got to swat around swap out a load, which is going to Georgia for another driver. So he's trying to get it going.
All right.
Let me think. I don't know what I'll be going out in Oklahoma City, but they'll come into Oklahoma City. Let's see. Tomorrow's Sunday. So Monday. Let's see. Let me do this right. Their route. Today's Saturday. Today's Saturday.
Is it Friday?
Okay, so Saturday night, Sunday, they'll be going through Oklahoma City up towards I-40 and then 44, the Turnpike up. I don't know if they're going to run the Turnpike or the back roads. I don't know what their direction is.
Yeah, it's on People's Convoy. I believe they still stay on the 40, so I'm not quite sure.
They'll split off. They're in Oklahoma City. They'll run I-44.
Right, going a little bit more north. Is that right?
They'll go up towards north, St. Louis.
Okay.
And then it's probably St. Louis up to 70, out 70, and then up towards 80, out towards DC.
Okay, yes. So there's no relation here.
No,
I just met him tonight.
Truck driver met him tonight, and
We just finished having dinner and a beautiful conversation.
So who are you with? What you?
I'm just an independent. I don't know. I'm with nobody.
Are you riding up there to DC?
I'm going all the way to DC.
What made you decide to join him?
Oh man.
You're not even a truck driver.
I'm not a truck driver. I just got my little Toyota Matrix.
Are you
my
riding?
wife said, "I support you."
Hey everybody, this is live from Russell's Truck Stop on the New Mexican-Texan border.
What made you decide to?
People's Convoy, Day 3, First Responders Media. Thank you for tuning in.
Man, that's a complex question. Because it's not just... It's not a simple question. It's not a simple answer. It's multifaceted. So I think it's a bunch of things that happen in my life that come to this point. That where I felt the People's Convoy had an opportunity to express myself in a very holistic manner, right? So like, first I like the name People's Convoy. I like the fact that it is going with love. It's non-political, although there's political associations and affinities involved. That's okay. But from the personal end of it,
I'd say, I don't know, it's a different, I can't really put my finger on it
Is
yet.
your wife going with you?
No, she's not going with me, but she's like, you are representing our family, right? So she's quite supportive of it.
So you believe
my
in America-
business
so-
partner is supportive of it because I had to leave my
So
job.
in other words, you believe in America.
Oh, I believe in America, man.
Okay.
I'm a foreigner.
Yeah, well, I don't care foreigner or not, but you can take the dang hand off.
Oh, I would love to do that, my friend.
Oh, there you go, my brother. Now this here, hold on.
Yes,
Okay.
I feel it.
Go ahead. Huh?
Go
No,
ahead.
no, go ahead. Bring it back out there.
I need my glasses.
You need your glasses. You know, over in Kuwait and this and that, we have some of our signs that were put up.
Yeah.
But it says, "We
I
the
love it.
people."
I love it.
Hand in hand we stand.
And is this the Bible or the Constitution?
You take it whatever your heart turns around and tells you, because the laws of the land was actually built with a weapon in one hand and a Bible in the other. It's the laws of the land.
Okay, I'll accept that.
Now, you turn around and go Constitution. And the other side here.
Give me liberal, give me death.
Give me
That's
liberty, give me death. Now.
that's a well-known sentence
Okay, but-
given to us by the.
But look over 1776.
Yes.
That's part of what? The Declaration of Independence.
Yeah.
Okay, but also there's two other words in there.
Molong
Labay.
I'm not familiar with that.
Molong Labay is Old English, and back then it's come take. Okay.
In one meaning what? In one context.
Come take. Come take. They did not put the verbs.
For those of you just tuning in, this is day 3 of the People's Convoy live at Russell's Truck Stop on the New Mexico-Texan border. Please support and enjoy.
Is this for me to hold?
For you.
And keep?
Give to you.
Thank you.
First responder media over
Thank
following the whole conflict of
And
DC. I've seen it. So
you know, I'm first generation in this country.
I'm not first responder. We're media.
Well, welcome.
First responder.
Where are you from?
I'm from Israel. My family, my mom is European, and my dad is African.
So those of you who don't know, we saw this this vet earlier. What he just gave that guy it's called a challenge coin. It's a military thing. Your battalions usually hand them out to guys for deployments, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Really cool things. This guy's awesome. We've seen him around. Loving the vibes we're seeing here at Russell's Truck Stop tonight.
Religious beliefs, because of what the wreath actually represents.
What does it?
The wreath, I mean, there's 10 bouquets in a wreath, and the one in Christ. Okay? And the Jewish beliefs is a little bit different than the American beliefs of Christianity.
Correct.
Thank you.
So,
Are you with the organizers or?
This is our website. Pictures.web.
Pages.link. I have spoken on there.
Thank you. I think America holds.
They're
most
touting
divine
you, first responders media. Is that you?
Constitution there is on this planet.
They're touting you on this website.
On our
I'll check to
planet.
where I'm
Look at it and say that it's the Constitution.
So,
Yes, it is to me.
I'll check it out. See it next week.
Correct, because it's a book of laws, right? It's a book.
I'm being restreamed through.
And it is the best humans can do by understanding God's message to us.
you are that one.
And
Nobody else?
Nobody else. I'm the only one. Interesting.
I do not see a divide between Jews and Christians and Muslims.
It's something about Christianity. I don't want to go into it because it's like politics. Politics and religion are two of a kind. They
Yes.
really are.
Yes, yes.
It's politics, whatever,
Yes.
religion. Hey, Jehovah's Witness here, Church of Christ here, Baptist over here. You know, but it is.
But let's face it, if we're all under the same God, correct? Can we agree to that? Okay. So if that same God came down, what would we all do but kneel to it? So be it. We're all equal under God. That's all I care for. That's it. And here comes the Constitution of America. the most divine thing placed on paper. It is, to me, almost, it really is, as holy as the Old and the New Testament. It truly is. It is a point where human reason synthesized itself with a God. Reason and faith come together to create a constitution.
Are you in for lost tapes?
Does that make sense to you?
Not so, but it's okay. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
We're asking that lost tape
You
guy
have
was
faith.
behind
You
you.
have God.
Faith.
Faith.
Faith without deeds is dead, brothers. What they're trying to talk about.
Wait. Slow that down for me, please.
In the book of James, it talks about faith. Faith without deeds is dead.
Faith without deeds.
What are deeds? Your works. Okay?
Hey, y'all, just gonna answer some questions in the chat real quick. We got a couple things coming on right now. How many convoys are there going on? I believe there's about 4 or 5 separate convoys going on at this moment. We know the one out of Pennsylvania arrived in D.C. 2 days ago. There's a couple more coming out of the South, out of the Midwest. As far as finding resources for them, I still haven't really found anything good. I'm assuming Facebook is probably where we got to go. This is kind of the most official of the convoys, so we're trying to get that out. As far as how many people are in the convoy right now, yesterday morning we started around 2,000, about 50 truckers, the rest are four-wheelers, ice skaters, whatever you want to call them. Yeah, these guys are going after it, huh? How many? This is live from Russell's Truck Stop, day 3 of the People's Convoy, the New Mexico-Texas border. We'll be continuing to put maps up right here so you guys can get some context where we were at. Thanks for tuning in.
Now, that is to me the exceptionalism of America.
Why is the Constitution still alive?
Because it is divine.
Is this?
It is true.
Is this still alive?
Well,
Yes.
that is for us.
Yes, it is.
Oh, it's alive as can be, man. It's alive even when we're
Did you
don't
serve?
perform it.
Did you serve?
We are going to hop over real quick to our buddy Sasnak. These guys are kind of just going after it right here.
Not really a tour, just a couple questions and everything.
What's that?
Remember the live stream I asked you guys about a little bit ago? I had a baseball hat on.
Right.
Anyway, you told me to go out and talk to Jerry.
Right.
Okay. But well, I'm live streaming right now, so I was just wondering, when was this place built? What year?
2010.
2010. Okay. And was it a truck stop before, or was it just open pasture?
Yeah, it was a truck stop before that. We had a bit.
Oh, there we go. All right.
This is when it was first built, and then that was after the tornado, and they remodeled it, and then that's when we bought it right there.
Okay.
And that's our construction site over there in Blue.
Very good. Okay. All right. Now you have obviously cars here. I'm going to walk around and show them here in a minute. But you had how many fuel pumps you have here for the trucks?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. I'm glad. You have any?
This right here is our buddy Sasnak live. He is showing the inside. They have a free car museum at this truck stop. So he's going to kind of showcase it here for us.
And then you've got really nice showers where they just take a shower.
Yeah,
very
showers
nice.
are very nice.
How many, like 20 something I heard or something like that?
There's about 20 showers.
20 showers, very good. You know, they're very nice. I love those shower heads. They're huge. It's like a rainfall coming down on you. I'm trying to think what else. Are you guys a member of any of the truck stop associations like Ambest or even
Well, we are an Ambest.
You're an Ambest truck stop. Okay. I'm trying to think of any other questions real quick. But, if I run into Jerry, he said he'd give me the walk around. I walked in, I didn't see him, so.
I don't know if he took off yet or not, but he was here with me just a few minutes ago, and then he said he was going to go walk around.
Okay.
And,
He might be outside or something. So. But, okay, well, that's good enough. I know I met him earlier after you told me.
well, he's pretty easy.
So I'll look around for him if I see him. If not, I'll just go.
His hair went bald and mine went north.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell me about it. At least you got some. So. All right. Well, I'll keep looking for them and everything. Thank you very much, and appreciate it. All right, folks. Let's go walk around, look for mine, but also walk around the truck stop here and show you.
I saw your flag hanging down. It looked good.
You like that?
I think I went by you, and was there another car like
thank
yours
you,
that
Rick.
has a flag hanging out that way?
Probably, yeah.
Perfect. Might not have been you.
KJV, thank you for the $10. Appreciate it. Okay. All right. So I'm live streaming on YouTube.
They had real men back then.
You know, isn't that like when we grew up in school? Isn't it like when we grew up in school, if we had a problem, we went outside and took care of it?
So we're popping back over to First Responders Media here. Just went ahead and hopped into his chat, gave him a super chat. Shout out First Responders Media, man. This guy is awesome. Been giving us coverage from the front. Love it, love it, love it. Please go to his channel and support him.
I think we see the similar in the sense. This is
Who's little one?
This is little.
Well, I really respect what you're doing.
Thank you.
I really do.
Thank you.
I show you what I was. You saw Patriots stop winning yet or no?
What kind of pictures?
The Patriots dot win, the website.
Yeah, we Patriot. I did. I do.
Yeah, so he's on there.
Okay, so do you give him footage? So how do you deal with the footage? What do you do with your
Right now, I usually don't share my footage with nobody like to restream, but there's been so many people restreaming me the whole way. As long as they're giving me the credit where the footage is coming from, I have no problem sharing the footage from Bakersfield, California.
Bakersfield,
yeah.
So you're a cowboy roughneck, probably.
I'm not a cowboy.
You ain't no cowboy.
Joe, I'm going to run to the truck and get something.
Okay.
And you need to video this.
Okay. Alright, we'll wait for it. So yeah, that's what.
He might have a special for the world.
So what made you decide to go the whole way instead of other people that are just showing up
You're
and
going back to the original question,
yes.
and I appreciate that.
Instead of just showing up, there's a lot of people showing up throughout the convoy. I know a lot of them, because of work, have to turn around. But what made you decide, I'm going to go the 11 days all the way?
In the most simplest way to explain it, numbers mean something. And I just want to be one of many. One of many. And that's pretty much it.
So when you get to DC, what do you personally want to accomplish in DC?
To be one of many.
Just to be that one of many in the People's Convoy.
That's all it is. Because it's about visibility. It's about showing what it's a critical mass, right? It's at some point.
I have lost my damn phone.
Oh boy.
It wasn't in there? And that.
Do you need us to call it?
Is it that one?
No, that's Joshua.
Here. Want to call it?
Oh boy, it looks like this old vet has lost his phone, ladies and gentlemen. Uh-oh. Hope he finds it.
No, I just made him but here. Want to type it in? No, I didn't pick it up by mistake, did I? After picking up all the... Nope. In your pocket.
Oh, there it is. It's on you, man.
You found it?
Your hands
In
are
his
too
goddamn
low.
pocket.
No fingers.
I don't have it in here.
It gets cold out there quick.
You know, it really is just, Joe. It's just a numbers game, right? So.
Now let me ask you: when you refer to numbers, is just you want to be the number, or you want to be that person that made the change when you show up? Because we could talk to number. No, because I mean, once you show up.
Look, if the okay, let me give you an example.
Do you want to be the catalyst?
Well,
That's what
but
he's asking.
like, but that's you don't know when you are that catalyst. Meaning that, let's say, it takes 100 people to reach a critical mass, and you're 99.
Who's the catalyst?
And who's the 100, right?
He's the
But the
capitalist.
100 could not
This
exist
guy's
without the
capitalist.
99 prior. You understand?
The one with the camera is the capitalist.
There's something to say about that, depending what they do with the footage.
I'm here just to show an unbiased view.
Unbiased, objective. That's what you started with, and I respect that.
And that's what
And
we're
I'll
gonna
hold
stick.
you to it.
That's what we're gonna stick to the whole way. We're here to stay neutral the whole way,
This
and
is
just
the new
bring
form.
people
I support the new form of journalism because this is what you're doing.
with no opinion.
This is what you're doing. You're doing similarly to what Project Veritas with James O'Keefe. Are you familiar with him?
No.
Oh, you should be. You should look into James O'Keefe, Project Veritas. It's objective journalism. It's the citizen journalism, which is what you've really taken on. And I completely not only respect, but would like to promote this evolution in journalism moving forward.
Yeah, if only you.
For any of those that were concerned about our friend's lost phone, it was in his pocket the whole time. So all things are good.
Be market your shit.
This is what he does. And again, you never know the skills of the people around you. And once you do, all you have to do is apply it. And there's what he does, marketing. And I don't know any more than that because I just met the guy. But it seems to me like he's got good intentions in art.
Yes.
But
I'm retarded as shit, but I have good intentions.
So what made you decide to join the convoy?
The politician right there.
Politician here? Politician out of where?
he is actually is running for political position.
Is he?
Within Texas.
Or in Texas?
He's
I think
actually
House
been trying to change things.
House legislature.
So
Joshua.
You know what?
But
I'm not sure.
But that's what it is. That's what it is, Joe.
Awesome.
I hope
Awesome.
there's more of you.
We talked earlier.
Alright, Dan. I talked to so many people, I forgot by now.
I just think it's kind of cool that you come from the gaming.
By the thing.
We talked for a couple minutes, and the other guy said no. No worries.
Other guy said no?
The other guy was sitting next to me.
Oh, okay. Alright.
I think it's cool that you're coming from the gaming world.
Awesome.
That's interesting.
And so our view here, we're not gonna
So
share
when
no.
you say our, do you have other people working with you?
It's my team behind. I said ours because
So you have a supportive.
I have a team behind who's helping us moderate. Yeah.
You say you're unbiased, yes?
Yes.
What are your feelings on G4 TV?
I do not opinion on no other network.
So for those that are just tuning in, this is live day 3, People's Convoy. This is at the New Mexico-Texan border at Russell's Truck Stop. We started in Arizona today, drove all through New Mexico, currently staging for the night. We have a full trip tomorrow through the panhandle of North Texas, arriving at Elk City in Oklahoma. So I'll be displaying some maps right here where my face is at currently throughout the stream. Please feel free to ask information. We'll continue to share everything live as we get it. Thank you.
Representative.
I have zero faith in the federal government, so Texas needs to lead the way.
So right now you have about 600 people watching you on YouTube.
I thought you were throwing money at it.
I wish. I'm not that kind of guy.
For those who don't know, it looks like there's a purple heart pinned on his jacket right there. Yeah. So I wonder if that's his.
But thank you.
You have a great night.
That's it.
If you have any like specific questions or anything, I'm willing to.
No, I just wanted you to just let the people know what you're doing for Texas. Why should they vote for you?
It's only reactions that you know
that I
you
can
stand
answer.
for. Otherwise, it's just words.
The general reason I'm running is because my kids are less free today than I was when I joined the Army after 9/11. So how is it that I went to go fight for our country, for liberty and freedom, and now my kids have less liberty and freedom? That's not acceptable.
I think I probably have some similarities. So we'll find out what we can do.
That's both Republican and Democrat, both sides. That's why I'm running. And I'm a blue-collar guy. I'm a diesel mechanic. I'm a truck driver. You know, I worked in the oil field. I don't have all of the dollars or the what you call it, the degrees and all that stuff. No, I've just worked with my hands, and I recognize that it's the policies that are set forth by the United States makes life difficult for Americans, and Americans have become second-class citizens in their own country, where our country prioritizes other countries over our own citizens. And I believe that's wrong. Again, don't attack the fans.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You right, brother?
Yeah.
Had a Brad had to go truck. You know something about him?
Huh. I got a coin.
Do you know he's a veteran?
You're a veteran as well? Thank you for your service and welcome home. That's something that he taught me today.
So those of you that don't know, this guy has obviously got himself a Purple Heart on his chest, and I'm going to have to safely assume he earned that.
The love that we got, his generation.
They say the day you get your Purple Heart is a day you wish you could not remember. So it's a pretty valiant thing to be rewarded.
That hate so that we wouldn't act.
Well, the thing that got my attention, and you know he's tearing up already, but the thing that got my heart was this right here. He was straight out of high school.
Yeah.
Senior year. 9/11 went in. Okay. Now, remember I try and tell you certain coins make people cry? What was your rank?
Specialist.
Well, I'm staff sergeant. So that you say thank you.
So those of you who do not know, a specialist in the Army is basically 2 ranks higher from the most bottom. I don't know if I'm getting that right as Marines, but it's equivalent to Lance Corporal. You know, it's nothing fancy.
Flip it over. Go ahead. No, you can look at it. Defenders of freedom. John 15:13. Greater love and no love than man lay down his life for his friends.
Right there is a challenge coin.
Now you can flip it over.
You know, it took me 8 IG investigations, and finally after I got out, I had to do a congressional investigation through my congressman to get this Purple Heart. Because back when I got this, they weren't giving out Purple Hearts for traumatic brain injuries. 04, 05. And I mean, and of course they didn't prioritize as well. So it took
Well,
a long
I'm
time.
gonna bust your bubble. I'm not Vietnam era. I'm not quite that old, but I'm old.
I'm right here, son. I know.
It's pretty awesome stuff, folks. Like we've been saying all day, you know, everyone's got their own reason for joining this convoy. People are just fed up, man. And stuff like this is what makes people feel good again.
We're in an LZ and everything has been cleared. And to this day, I never heard the 3 shots. But in slow motion, I can still hear the 3 shots hitting flesh next to me. And that's hard to say, to accept, because it should have been me. Hey, Sarge, man down. And his last words was, Sarge, I'm going home.
Stop.
And, he died of all work right there. So. Anyway, again, appreciate it.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the What would you call this?
It's a challenge coin.
A challenge?
Also known as a medallion.
A medallion. I was going to say medallion.
Some will call it a medallion, but on a military side, it's a challenge coin.
Now, the challenge being what?
The person with the higher rank coin doesn't buy the beer, the other one does.
Okay, now, see, now you're going New Day crap. Come on.
Like this old dog just said, that's some new age crap, but that is kind of how it works nowadays.
Asher, I don't need to bring out my Trump coin.
Doesn't matter. It's only fun between veterans. That's the thing, is like civilians, you don't get to play the game.
You know, I got guys in ours, you know, we do the same thing with challenge coins.
Yeah.
And you need to try to teach some of the kids, and they're like, what, really? So you mean Papa don't bring me a coin, and I bring mine out? He's got to buy me my candy bar? Yeah. Things ready? Huh? So you're working out of Texas?
Yes, sir.
What brings you over here then?
Mr. Jason Storm was asking me, asking for somebody to come out here and, you know, do recon. So I actually got out here Wednesday night, Thursday morning.
Well, I'm from Oklahoma, so that won't do me no good.
No, my cell phone number's right there. So if you want to reach out at some point, we are on the same team.
To all those tuning in right now, this is live from Russell's Truck Stop at the New Mexico-Texas border, day 3 of the People's Convoy. Wrapping up a very, very good day. To any of you at home, cheers.
Ready?
Hope you're having a wonderful night.
All right. So we'll sit out here, show you them your group one more time. Rowdy came back, guys. Sorry we lost you guys. The connection was horrible at the table. That's where we lost you. We have Mr. Sasnak. Right. You want to show them your phone one more time before we get off here for the night?
Do what?
Show them your groups one more time.
Oh, the groups.
Yes. Come on, guys. We could get. He's gonna put his poetry up there. He has granted us permission. So tomorrow, on our trip to Elk Hills, we have something to listen to.
Like I said, it's music with poetry in the background and such. So it's all good. Keeps messing up on me here. You know, it's like we turn around and say, if it's not in your heart, don't put it on your back. Well, it's the same thing here. But anyway, there's Rowdy's Corner, Soldier's Whispering Reflections. A Soldier Whispering Reflections is also the title of my book. So it's Rowdy's Corner. I turn around and share my poetry and other things on there.
So for those of you that were looking up for these things earlier, I just kind of noticed that's a private group. So it's probably why you couldn't find them.
Pretty good number today that I'm looking at, because February 23rd is actually my birthday, so 223 is pretty awesome.
Well,
okay.
Happy late birthday, right?
Right.
Today.
And then we have RTW Riders for Vets. We have 258. Well, 3 more is wanting to join in. We'll confirm those 3.
So we kind of saw this guy plugging his stuff earlier. Put some links in there for him. Until we see First Responder kind of get back out there and covering some stuff. Just going to show you guys some footage from
the normie media report a whole new narrative, and it's happening. So once again, this should be encouraging you. The red hats are being arrested. The normies are finding out from the controlled media what's happening. Who's next? The yellow hats. Now this is a tough group. The yellow hats don't care. They don't care how many babies die as a result of this injection. They don't care how many football players die on the field of play. All they want to do is go to work, get paid, pay their mortgage, and watch Netflix, and hide. They don't want to know the truth. No. And nothing you can say will shift them. They are so terrified of leaving their safe space The only thing that moves them is if there is danger behind them and they have to move forward. Now, the first piece of news that actually might do that has just come out. Because you can tell them all sorts of things, but they don't care. But now, the truth that the injections contain AIDS is going to terrify everybody, as it should. And so the yellow hats are going to turn around and say, what? Now, if you look at the TGA, the Therapeutic Goods Administration website, and all the paperwork associated with it, they knew this was coming. It's all set up. And they even have the briefing packs and the ads in the airport. And there's a picture of a dad and a mum and a child, a happy heterosexual family. And it implies that heterosexual married men with kids apparently have sex with other men. Now, I've been around a few years, and I've never felt the desire, no matter how pissed I got. So they are feeding the narrative. So when the wife gets this letter say your husband has contracted AIDS, they are preloading the normies out there to believe that he's been having a bit on the side with his mate Jack. That's how crooked these buggers are. We know it's a lie. They have intentionally put the AIDS element of the AIDS virus into the alleged vaccine in order to reduce our capacity to fight the disease. Now, the good news is, before you panic, there are ways to get around it. High volumes of micronutrients, vitamins and minerals give the body its chance to fight back against all disease. But our bodies have progressively over the years been degraded in their capacity. The food we've been given has been not the best on the planet. It's been bad for us. It affects our gut. And as you know, gut health is highly correlated with your capacity to fight disease. So we've got a crook gut, we can't fight disease, and we're getting sick with everything. So those that have been maimed, and this is the good news, and it's important it gets out, that the people out there that have been maimed by these injections, it's not a death sentence. There are ways around it. Some will die. That's just the facts. Some will pass. Large numbers will pass. But many, many, many people who have been maimed by it, once we get big pharma out of the way and we go back to natural medicines and get the body to do what it does best, which is protect itself against infection, we can bring these people back from wherever they are to good, rude health. How does that sound? But this AIDS thing is important because it's going to wake up the yellow hats, the normies, because all of a sudden the fear of what's behind them will force them forward and say, hang on a minute. And that's all we need them to say. Just hang on a minute. Just hang on a minute. Now, you may or may not know this. There's a raft of legislation coming in at state and federal level. Apparently it's due at the end of the month, and there's lots of stories going around, so it may or may not be exactly true, but here's close enough to it. They are getting ready to lock you down even harder. That's why we were told by a bunch of dishonest crooks some time ago, everyone go home. They'll be fine. Come back on the 29th. Well, guess when this legislation is due to be passed? 28th. Now, if you're disappointed in people because you trusted them, this is the part of the growing up process. The bad guys are revealing themselves. Just take note and walk away from them. Make up your own mind. You're all intelligent. You're capable of thinking for yourselves. And that's the big mistake the politicians don't make. They think you're stupid. They don't think you have the wit to understand what's going on. They think you are so compliant. This is where they messed up. And this is the globalists more than these guys, because these guys couldn't find a keg of beer in a brewery. I mean, they're just too stupid. But the globalists that planned this, just so you're aware, they literally thought if
Obviously, with what's going on in
Truth dies first. There's so much information out there that it's impossible to verify what's going on. It looks like it's bad, but I don't know if it's like that bad or is it like media bad, right?
Yeah.
Because I really don't trust what comes out of the media, and there's a lot of stuff on YouTube even that just like is, so it's a mixed emotion. Like from the perspective of Russia, so Russia's like a huge country when it comes to its size, but when it comes to population, it's 140 million people, right? Ukraine is about 40, I think 40 plus, I don't know, it's somewhere between 40 and 44. I don't know. So, and culturally, they're very, and historically, they're very closely tied together. What Russia is very afraid of is that the kind of governmental structure that is permeated throughout the entire West, if it takes over Ukraine, then they're next, right? So they're going to be, I don't know, eaten by this globalist idea, right? The kind of stuff that we're dealing with. So for them, if Ukraine falls, they will fall soon. So I think from their perspective, it's an existential threat. They need a buffer between Europe and themselves, right? They have Belarus, they have Ukraine. And I think for whatever reason, and I have no idea what's going on in the background, Putin is saying that he needed to go because it wasn't working, right? Like the message of like Ukraine needs not to join NATO and needs not to become part of the West. They were trying to make that message, but it didn't work. How that's going to play out, I don't know. I have this feeling in my heart that this is not going to end up in the Third World War. But maybe I got small kids, so I'd prefer that not to be the case.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why I'm thinking so. But I really don't know what's. I think Russia might have overplayed its hand too. Because I've heard comparisons that like Russia is like a bear and Ukraine is like a porcupine, right? So can a bear eat a porcupine? It probably can, but what's going to happen later? Yeah. It's tough. Yeah. In Poland, we're probably like, we're not freaking out just yet, but yeah, people are concerned, obviously, right? Because like we're kind of next. We're the. I think the Baltic states, they should worry way more. Because Estonia, for example, only has like 5,000 troops, no air force, and it's flat as a table. So it's probably like it's an afternoon job for Russians to do that. Right. Poland's packs more of a punch, but they were no match for the Russians. Yeah. Let's not kid ourselves. Without external help, and even with external help, if you're the border country, then you get wrecked, right? You're the battleground. So we're worried, but we're trying not to freak out, and we're trying not to get involved. Yeah, because we kind of are scared of getting involved.
So do you think that Russia is going to be successful in invading the Ukraine?
I don't know. I think they might have. It's really difficult for me to say how much of a resolve there's going to be, but even before, after the 2014 war for Crimea, when Crimea was taken over and basically the two eastern republics of, I think, Luhansk and Donbass were sort of like in the gray zone. Since then, we have had a lot of refugees from Ukraine go to Poland. I think over 1 million people from Ukraine after those events have settled in Poland. And, they've integrated quite well. But what I'm hearing from people that are in Poland is that a lot of them are thinking of just going back to defend their country, right? So I think there's a level of resolve there that they're basically willing to leave their jobs in Poland and go to Ukraine and see whatever happens. So I'm not so sure that Russia, they might have some gains initially, but I'm afraid that this is going to be like a long drawn out guerrilla warfare thing that might actually bring Russia to its knees. Yeah.
Right.
Because Ukraine is, this is the thing that's really mind boggling, right? Because Ukrainians and Russians, when you, person to person, like they're so similar and they're so loving and great people, right? You drink a bottle of vodka with them and you have a lot of laughs, it's awesome, right?
Yeah.
All the same, like person to person, it's amazing, yeah? And all this political bullshit is pitting people and making them kill each other, yeah, for no good reason. Yeah, this is really atrocious. Yeah, this is really, really, really sad.
A lot of people, I know I talked to someone earlier who said that it's kind of a distraction, or it's, I don't know, like it's like a a ploy? How true do you think those kind of statements are?
It could be. Yeah, I'm not on the ground. I don't know everything, and everything is so, let's just say, it feels like every day there's a new event that just overtakes the previous day.
Yeah.
It could be a somewhat of a distraction because, like, right, all eyes are, you focus all eyes on here. I would be a little bit worried about Taiwan at the moment. Yeah, so because that might be the topic for next month or something, right?
Yeah.
And that one, from the global perspective, I think is going to have a bigger impact because of the amount of semiconductors that are being manufactured over there. Yeah. So if you have any home appliances that you were gonna buy them now, because like there's not gonna be parts. Yeah. If your car
Right.
breaks down for missing of a computer chip, that's gonna be because of that. So buy the car that you're happy with for the next 5 or 10 years, because I think stuff is gonna get weird. I do think it's a sort of a distraction, and it seems to me that it causes a very weird geopolitical setup where Russia packs a big punch and they have a very tough military, but if they get sanctioned to oblivion, the only option that they have, because they're a large country, is to go to China for everything, right? Getting bankrolled, or also for like basically stuff, right? For all kinds of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So now basically you have the big muscle of Russia controlled entirely by China, who's going to be like supplying all the goods and all the tech and all the stuff for them, right? And is this something that we want? That seems like a scary situation, yeah, for us all together.
Yeah, I mean, I know with a lot of the sanctions going on from Canada, the oil prices are supposed to go crazy in Canada. Do you think, I mean, also inflation, do you think anything else is going to be, I don't know, going downhill for us?
Probably a lot. I think it's going to get a lot worse than better. Like even what Trudeau did put a tremendous dent in the confidence of our banking system and the banking systems all over the world, right? Because the dude just shut down, he maybe shut down 20 accounts or 200 accounts or something. But the threat of having your account shut down because you donated $25 to the truckers, that is insane, right?
Yeah.
That's absolutely insane. You can't, that's in some cases, that's even like worse than being put to jail. Yeah, because if you get put to jail, you're going to get fed, you're going to get the 3 square meals a day, and your spouse that's home is still capable of going to the supermarket and buying groceries for the kids. If your account is nuked,
Mm-hmm.
and you don't have access to your money, how are you going to buy groceries for your children? That's insane, right? So
Yeah.
what he did is unconscionable, right? Secondly, like everybody who has money in Canada, like there was also a very real threat, and I don't think it's completely out there, of a bank run, right? People have started pulling out cash and be like, shit, like I have to have something in case something happens, right? So I
Yeah.
think that probably is the main factor, that and the possibility of the Senate shutting down the Emergencies Act. Those two things probably have caused him to backpedal, but that also shows how weak he is, right? How overplayed, how he's overplayed his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Apart from the other things, gas prices going up is going to be huge. Yeah, one of the things that you need to take a look at is like when you look at Asia or you look at Europe or you look at North America, the distances between our cities in North America are way further than other places in the world, right? So if the prices of fuel go up, stuff gets on trucks and needs to get ships. This affects us the most, right? I think I saw some diagram somewhere where we and the Americans are so far out there when it comes to this. So the price of oil for us, that's going to have a huge impact on everything, right?
Yeah.
Whereas in Europe, things are more compact, so they don't need to travel that far. And in Asia, it's similar. So we're going to get wrecked there because the price of oil is going to impact everything. So I think there's going to be the inflation. I don't know. I think it's going to get double digit, right? So people are going to have to figure out what to do with the actual money, right?
Yeah.
So you have to have cash to buy stuff, but you also have to have, like, if you have any savings, you need to figure out a way what to do with it, not to lose it, not to have it evaporate.
Do you think it's possible that cryptocurrency is going to be seized? I know a lot of people say no, they can't touch it. Do you think it's possible that?
I don't think they're ready to touch it. I think it's beyond the capability of the government to shut it down. Yeah, they're barking stuff. They're saying they're going to shut down crypto. This you can't. You cannot. This is something that's untouchable to do, and this is something I feel that the governments, it's freaking them out. But I think banks are being freaked out about that way more.
Yeah.
Because cryptocurrency, it's a simple saying in cryptocurrency. If it's not your keys, it's not your crypto. That means if you have the keys to the crypto, ain't nobody. The only way that somebody's going to get the key to that crypto is if they have a hammer and they beat you to death and you tell them how to access the key. Yeah. There are security devices that you can use where you can store your keys in a safe way, like this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, these funds are untouchable pretty much, right? And this freaks the banks out because I can send crypto to anybody and nobody has any like control over this, right? And this is a perfect way to bypass the banking system. You can't shut me down out of this. So they're freaking out. And I think the reason why Trudeau really screwed up, because he let the mask drop, he cut the banking, and then everybody right now is thinking, well, what do I do to protect myself? If you go into crypto, then you're protected. And that probably means that the banking system is going to become obsolete.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's a scary thing for the banks. I think they should be shaking in their boots right now.
Do you think you've seen like the general population sort like opinion on banks and the government like change throughout this freedom convoy? Definitely. You think it's
I don't think anybody. So I keep, you guys are in your 20s, right? You're like what, 22, 21, something like that.
I'm 19.
All right. So you're not thinking. So there's a different mindset when you have kids, right? I have kids. Like for me, if I was 20 and somebody would shut down my bank account and be like, whatever, I can just eat ramen noodles, I'll be fine, right? So I'll figure it out. I'll get a new bank account. If I don't get a bank account, I don't care.
Yeah.
With kids being involved, if somebody shuts down my bank account and I can't get groceries to get my kids, like the level of like my anxiety is like, I can't even describe it. I wouldn't be able to describe it to myself at 20, right? There's no way you're shutting my bank account. I'm not going down without a fight, right? Or I have to have an alternative because I have to feed my kids. That's it. So I don't think anybody in their 30s or 40s who has kids hasn't been shaken to the core, right? Because like when you get a bit older and you have a lot of these liabilities, like you have the mortgage, you have to have, there's stuff that you expect to happen.
Yeah.
And if the banking and if this electronic banking system like sorts out your mortgage payment and this and that so on, and even to do business, like if you're relying on this and now you see it's complete, it can just disappear the snap of a finger because you have wrong thing. Like you got to figure something out like that, right? This isn't. So I think I think he screwed up. He screwed up real bad. And he's probably been told by whoever's behind the scenes that you screwed up real bad, backpedal this because like we have to. But you can't, if I have a conversation with my neighbor and if I have a argument with him and he calls me bad names, but then he comes back the next day and said, hey, Machi, I called you bad names. I'm sorry. We can kind of, I can kind of forgive him, right? He brings me a bottle of Jack and we're all right. But if we have a conversation and our conversation gets out of hand and he punches me, if he brings me a bottle of Jack the next day, I might say, okay, I'll kind of accept his apology, but I will never, ever, ever forget that he punched me in the face, and that is a real possibility. And this is exactly what happened. He punched us in the face, and we ain't forgetting that, right?
Mhm.
This is this reputational damage that he's done to the banking system and the government he can't take it back anymore, right? This was too big, right? He might have
Yeah.
shut down 200 accounts, but it could have been anybody's accounts, right? And he didn't need a court order to do it.
Yeah.
Anybody who has any money anywhere right now is thinking about, okay, I need to protect myself, right? Because I have stuff at stake.
And those people who did end up getting arrested, I'm not sure if you heard, but the main organizer was denied bail. And I know someone else who was arrested was also denied bail. How do you think that's going to play out? Are they trying to like make an example of these people?
They
or?
are absolutely, they're political prisoners. They're trying to make an example out of them. But the charges that they have, and we're talking about Tamara Litch and King, right? Pat King. They're overplaying their hand again, because this is again, the nation has protested peacefully, right? They've put them in for mischief. Like, go look up the definition of mischief. It's a playful way of like messing with people, and you're gonna deny bail for mischief when he rescinded the emergency order and he says it's no longer an emergency. Like, this stuff doesn't even make any sense. This is clown world, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if they keep denying them bail, this will just cause more anger, right? What I personally think about it, I'm mad. Yeah. And Tamara is supposed to have another hearing like on March 2nd, 1st, or something like that. So that's like a week from now, right? So she's going to be in jail for denied bail for mischief for another week.
Yeah.
Like at one point, I think they're gonna what this is gonna cause, if they keep denying them bail, there's gonna be 1 million people in Ottawa when the weather improves, and they will have no idea where these people came from. Well, they're gonna be super mad, yeah. So this is they should, like, if they wanna, they should de-escalate, right? Because they're not helping themselves.
Yeah.
People are mad, and they're not gonna, like, again, you punched us in the face. Don't expect us to forget, right?
Agreed. Do you think there's going to be lawsuits from those two organizers?
I think something's going to happen before the lawsuits, because our judicial system is very slow, right? Even the lawsuit by Brian Peckford, who's sued the government for the violation of charter freedoms, he specifically sued them for the travel stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There's also lawsuits that came out of Alberta and from some other judicial organizations with respect to the emergency order. But these things could take like a year or two to go through the court system. Time's up. Like, we don't have a year or two, right? This thing is getting, I don't know if it's going to get resolved this year, but it definitely is going to get escalated some more, right? Because this isn't resolved. This is far from over. Yeah? And everybody that's looked at it like knows that this is far from over, right?
Yeah.
So them keeping these people out of bail is just dumb, because they're just angry. So I think what they are hoping for is somebody's going to do something stupid, as in like violent. But I think the movement has already proven itself to be smart enough not to be violent at all. And this is something they can't handle. They don't know how to handle nonviolent, right? Because the state has the monopoly for violence. But if we are not violent, what are they going to do? What are they going to do if people like just do drive-bys and drive around the capital's, provincial governments? What are they going to do? They don't have enough police officers for everybody. What if everybody just, to be honest, like, people are thinking what to do next with the trucker protest, right? So when the borders were blocked, they put in the Emergency Act, right? When Ottawa was occupied, they've used their power to clear the people. Well, how about you just park all the trucks in your driveway, just watch some hockey for 2 weeks and see what happens? Yeah. When the supplies run out in big cities, and all the people that suddenly, were really concerned about like complete bullshit like hairspray and everything, can't get the groceries, let's see what happens then, right? They're going to be on the phone, on the email to their senators or MPs so fast, or they'll be on the streets that you just like. So the government has really lost all the. They've already used the nuclear option, right? They've already called the Emergency Act and quickly revoked it. They don't have anything else. And we're just getting started here, right? We're just trying to figure out our next move. I don't know what it's going to be. I think it should definitely has got to be peaceful. Definitely needs to be classy, as it was so far. It was very classy, very Canadian, very, very polite.
Mhm.
But I think we just don't stop and they'll fold.
Agreed. Well, did you have anything else to say to the viewers?
No, I mean, keep on trucking. I mean, this stuff was awesome. Yeah, I'm so proud. I was really losing hope. I was
Yeah.
even contemplating going back to Poland, right? Because I had to go to Poland last year because my mom was sick, and when I went back, I felt free. When I came back to Canada, I felt like in chains again. So this has restored my faith and like in this country, and I think we just got to keep going. That's it. Thanks. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Have a good night, man.
See you.
So let me put some new people on here. Hey, man, how's it going?
Hey, Charlotte, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. So, what's your name? Where are you from?
I called in the other day. I'm out in New Mexico.
Okay, yeah, I think I remember you. Sorry.
And my name's Thomas, and I thought I'd give you a quick update. I got a chance to observe the truck convoy as it was coming through I-40 in just east of Albuquerque.
Yeah.
And it was, it's pretty sizable. It's not, it's going to be growing, I think.
Yeah.
But got a chance. I really screwed up. I had recorded a bunch of short little snippets to talk to people and, just see why they were there. And I had a gorgeous view of the convoy from above. And operator error or equipment superior to operator, I did not somehow hit the record button. I thought I did, and so I missed I know, and I had such beautiful footage, but I think if you go to First Responder Media, he had a really nice little bit of clips there to show how the folks in Albuquerque came out, and they were kind of, standing on the bridge. And
So, did you get to talk to anyone out there?
yeah, I talked to I recorded 3 people. I'm going to try to put something together on. I'm going to try to. I think I'm going to call it Free Speech New Mexico, and I'll put together some clips. And I've got to get my technical prowess back up to speed again with the computers and stuff. But I got to talk to one individual who actually was actually at the January 6th, in Washington D.C. last year. This was someone just attending the protest and was, he wasn't there. He didn't go into the Capitol building or anything like that. And so got to hear him. He's a pretty fired up guy. I probably could have talked to him for an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And then and I talked to 2 other people as well. And it's, New Mexico's, most native New Mexicans are actually really, they don't need to say a lot of words. They're pretty to the point. And so when I asked everybody, what brought them to raise their flag and support the truckers on these bridges and stuff, and every single one of them had one word. They were like, freedom.
Yeah.
That was it. They pretty much nipped it in the bud. And it was like, wow, freedom. I mean, that covers so much. So
yeah. No, I've definitely spoken to some people like just straight to the point, and I mean, it's a good word.
Exactly. So
go ahead.
Oh no, go.
I was just gonna say, what do you think is gonna happen? I mean, I spoke to some people earlier on the stream who said that the trucks aren't gonna end up parking in DC, and they're gonna be in the surrounding area. What do you think is gonna happen when they get there?
So purely conjecture, and just listening to a little bit of the person that's coordinating it. I got to hear him a little bit on Del Bigtree. I don't know if you know him. He does a show called The High Wire. So for anybody that wants to hear a little bit more about the the true medical science behind vaccines, and this isn't about COVID in particular, but about everything. That show, The High Wire, really goes in depth on a lot of that. So he interviewed the coordinator, and from what I understand, he's been getting all the right permits and has notified the right people along the way. So it sounds to me like, probably, this convoy, we don't know how big it's going to get, because from what I understand, it doubled in size from the night that it pulled into Arizona to now that it's passed through New Mexico. And so depending on how many days, will it continue to grow? And I think you'll see some truckers coming on and some dropping off. I did talk to a few people off camera who said that, they were going to go as far as they could, but they didn't know if they were going to make it all the way. But by the time they make it to Washington, D.C., I suspect that they'll probably arrive on Friday, and I think they're just going to drive around the Beltway. I think that would be pretty interesting to have sort of a moving convoy. And so I think it'll be a little different than the way it was done in Ottawa. I think the truckers here, they don't want the American public to look at them as if, oh, well, you shut things down. I think they want to just be heard. And so I think it's going to be a little different, but it's purely a guess. Just from what I've heard, it seems like and I believe they'll have a place that they're going to be able to settle in at the night legally without it looking like they're, taking over, a city or something like that. Because I don't think the reality is I don't think anyone wants to obstruct any sort of traffic in a major way or obstruct businesses from doing business, because, I'm a business owner myself, small business owner. And I was very fortunate that I was considered an essential business, which it's an outrageous word to me. Everybody is essential. But I knew a lot of people that had their businesses, basically shut down for many months. And so I think that everybody in the United States is pretty sensitive to that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are saying like DC is like going to learn, lessons from Ottawa, whether that be the truckers or the actual government. I've heard about them putting up fences and stuff. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's even really going to be physically possible for the trucks to get in there. But do you think there's going to be like legislature, like change, like governmental change due to this convoy?
It's a really excellent question. I think that a lot of, in America, we have 50 states, we have 50 constitutions, and we have, a certain degree of legal independence. And as long as we're not violating the Constitution and, and that the federal government, doesn't have its thumb over those states financially. What I mean by that is the federal government offers you money, and then all of a sudden you have to play by their rules. So we are very raveled up into the money. And so that's why I think a lot of states are, maybe some states have a lot more strict rules. I spoke to somebody today at that protest, and he was in the convoy, and he basically said they still have vaccine passports for going at a restaurant in his county.
Wow.
But that's a local legislature issue. It could be very local, or it could be at the state level. And so, even though the federal government has not mandated this type of behavior, this has not come from the federal government. The only mandates from the federal government in the United States right now is for federal workers and for the military. And so, it's kind of like everybody has to fight their own fight here in America, and at different levels. As a small business owner, if they try to do a mandate again, I will stand up and fight, but I'm going to fight my local government is what I'm going to have to do. And I'll have to speak up. So I don't know how much I think the bigger issue is that we don't pass legislation that takes our rights away, like the idea of our money being, capable of being seized, and, having new laws passed, because the laws we have on the books right now, they actually work. It's just a question of whether or not the government actually adheres to following those rules. not only for us, but they apply those rules equally to everybody. And so that's how I kind of see it. So I don't know if we're going to actually see a movement like Canada needed, where they needed to tell the federal government to pull down these mandates, where in the United States there was a very important Supreme Court ruling that we had a couple weeks ago, where the Supreme Court basically stayed the what they call the OSHA, the Occupational Safety Agency, that was put down by Biden, where Biden said, companies that are 100 people or more must mandate these vaccines. And that got overturned by the Supreme Court of the United States.
Yeah.
So that was a very big, but then the problem was if you were in the medical world, and if you were involved with Medicare or Medicaid, and then of course you're receiving monies from the government, then all of a sudden doctors and nurses and hospitals and medical workers, they still are mandated. So the truckers, they're kind of like they're very symbolic, I think, for America. Truckers, Smokey and the Bandit, right? This is the sort of romantic notion of open on the free road, and America's free, and you can drive coast to coast. So there's a symbolism for the truckers, but I don't know if their message is going to carry over for the nurses and the doctors that have lost their jobs, or the military, the American military. Also, here we have people who have been in the military for a very long time. So there's. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm gonna ask, how are the mandates in your state? Since you said it's more like state, it's not really federal.
Yeah, so 2020, we pretty much did a full shutdown. They basically determined which businesses were essential and which ones were not. And so a lot of the small and mid-range companies that were independently owned, they were typically closed down, where a big box store was able to be open. They also closed the schools, obviously, very quickly. They had the mask order, they had the 6-foot rule, and then our governor, and I'm not going to criticize. At the very early stages of this, nobody knew what was going on, and so I understand for the first few months that everybody was trying to figure things out. But once things started to we started to understand what was happening, and we saw the damage that was happening, and we knew that the numbers of this pandemic were not nearly as deadly. And that does not by any means minimize people with pre-existing conditions and people that died. I mean, my heart goes out to everybody. But in New Mexico, the advice was they had a hotline, and they say, okay, if you feel sick, call this number, and then we'll talk to you, and then we'll tell you to go get tested. And then they tell them after they got tested to go home and to stay home. And they never gave them any advice on how to treat themselves until they were so sick that they'd go to the hospital. And so, that's, in America, I think that's the biggest crime that I've seen here, is that people have not been properly treated. And then all the treatments, doctors know how to treat their patients. And I don't want to go into the medicine or the science of it, so I don't want to get you censored, but there's certainly a lot of people on the ground who've been treating their patients for years, and they know how to treat their patients. And the idea that, wait till you get really sick, right? That's not how you're preventative. When you know that you can get people from being, on a ventilator, that's what you need to do.
Yeah.
So New Mexico definitely had a lot of executive orders, and then it just really just went on, and then we were up and down and up and down. And I'm in the food industry, so I wasn't really allowed to have people seated in my place. I was able to adjust to that very successfully with grab and go, and I set up all sorts of mobile ordering capabilities. But the reality is that I knew a lot of restaurant owners that were they were hurt, and it was tough. And some of them didn't come out of it, and some of them still, you could see they're not really back to the way they were. Like, you could even see in some people the spirit has really been knocked out of them.
Yeah, agreed. So yeah, I mean, you discussed sort of what you thought about the what's going to happen with the People's Convoy in the U.S. I don't know if you've heard any information about stuff going on in Australia and New Zealand.
I hate to. I apologize. I've been so busy in the last few days, and I've been following the Ukraine stuff. Unfortunately, I kind of, didn't. I had my eye off the ball on that a little bit. I was really just coming out of the whole Canada thing as well, which was so it really was motivating for me. I can't repeat again how absolutely proud I am of our Canadian neighbors and how well you guys put a strong voice out there and such a unique period of time to do that.
Thank you. Yeah, it was definitely really eye-opening. You mentioned the Ukraine Russia stuff. Did you have an opinion on that, on what's going on there?
I'll be careful about my opinion. I'll start with this. I've been reading a lot more about the history of Ukraine that goes back, starting around Lenin, at the time that the Ukraine was sort of started, when these states were being formed. And, I kind of see it's really, here's my opinion, because this I am familiar with. The United States had such an opportunity with Russia after the Soviet Union fell. And, I might be wrong, but I don't think so. I believe that in the early stages, this was pre-Putin, that even Russia had asked to be a member of NATO. And, America has a lot in common with Russia in a lot of ways. We may have a different language, but I think we have more in common than with the people than we do, with China as an example. China is a much different culture. So I've always been confused at why the United States has always had such a fear factor with Russia. And when the Soviet Union fell and Russia became different, and all of a sudden, all of these, like the other gentleman was talking about, Yugoslavia now is, and Czechoslovakia is now into separate nations, and these large bodies of land were then allowed to go back to their natural state of their cultures and their languages, and we've seen how Eastern Europe has really thrived. And they had to do it on their own. The United States shouldn't have gotten involved. I mean, we had to get involved in Bosnia and Herzegovina just because it was getting to a point of genocide. But the reality is for the United States to just get in there, and in the Ukraine specifically, where culturally there's a lot of history and there's a lot of differences, and I feel like there's a potential for civil war there, for a long time, and for the United States to just get into another bottleneck. Now, this doesn't minimize the murder that Putin is doing right now, but the United States has killed a lot of civilians too in our wars. So I would say, as an American, I just really hope that if our leaders are going to put our soldiers in harm's way, I would certainly hope that for the first time, because in my lifetime, in all the wars that America has entered in, there's never been an act of war declared by Congress where the members of Congress put their name on the document with their vote as to how they voted. And we haven't done that. And so I'm very concerned about us going and putting our young men and women of our military in harm's way. It doesn't mean that I don't want anyone killed. I don't want on either side. But I don't think the United States, we screw these things up a lot, and I don't have any faith that our government is really doing the right thing for people. That they're manipulating other things, and the people are they're the pawns. They're the ones that get pushed around, and they're the ones that end up suffering. So that's my opinion of the Ukraine. I just know it's incredibly complicated, and I think that we had a huge opportunity for many years to avoid this. And unfortunately, we have really, I think our foreign policy in the United States has always been really very poor.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I'm not very educated on it, so I can't really say much, but I'm trying to get some other people on here. Did you have anything else to say?
No. Thanks for letting me come on again. And I hope you guys are doing well up there, and maybe I'll get to talk to you guys again.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I know I'm probably going to be doing another one of these, so is Matt. So yeah, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for doing it. I love the questions you have been asking everybody. I've actually been learning stuff, so good job.
Thank you. It's good.
Okay.
Have a good night,
All right.
man.
Have a good night. Bye-bye.
So wave, guys. I can see two people. One of them. Okay. I'm trying to avoid the debacle from earlier. So.
Oh, it's me.
Yeah. Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing great. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. Hi. How are you guys doing?
Good. So where are you from?
Ottawa.
Oh yeah. And
Yeah, I'm from Ottawa. Yeah.
what do you think about the whole Freedom Convoy? What's going on here?
Well, it's interesting because I was following your channel, and it was like Ottawa Walks, and then can't remember who else, but it was basically following as things are going on. So yeah, no, I was downtown. Basically, I have a drone, so I was trying to capture a lot of drone footage and spoke to quite a few people while I was down there. So yeah, definitely been following with what's going on.
And what's your opinion on the whole thing? I don't know if you've seen like the people that have gotten arrested and the people who've gotten their accounts frozen. What's your opinion on all that?
Yeah, it's interesting. My siblings, my friends, and I have really been, I guess, pro Convoy or just anti-government, one of the two.
Right.
Because it's pretty discouraging, I guess, is the best way to describe it. I mean, I've been in Ottawa for, over 20 years, so we haven't really seen those types of sites in since ever. And specifically while I was down there, I was talking to a lot of people. Some people traveled like 18 hours from like Nova Scotia just to like stand on Wellington Street. So it was interesting because as we're there talking to people, you turn on the news and you see how that story's being twisted, and then it was just pretty discouraging because then you would have people repeat what's happening on the news, and then it's like you're there saying, well, that's not what's happening, and then of course you get called names for for defending or being rational. So yeah, that's really how it's been.
Has your opinion on mainstream media changed since the protest started, or the convoy, I guess?
Are you asking has it, or like how has it? It's the same
Has
question.
it, and if so, how has it? I guess, yeah.
Yeah, it's the same question, I guess. It's interesting because I studied journalism, at Carleton for a while, and that was something that I thought about doing at one point, and then I don't know what it was, but I'm glad I didn't take that route. Just especially just seeing how, just how the stories were being twisted. It was really annoying, especially when I was watching, I guess, the siege or whatever happened on like the Saturday when you had all these police showing up, because you would listen to the news and then you would see the reporter kind of twist the story or into the favor of their, I guess, their side or whatever story they wanted to see. There was, so many reporters who were basically on site, but then if there was like tear gas, exploding right in front of them, it was like, there seems to be tear gas. It's like, no, it's blatantly tear gas. You see, it's right there.
Yeah.
So it was always, I found it funny how they were hesitant to say what was actually happening, but very quick to demonize or scrutinize the actual, protesters. So, I mean, it hasn't really changed my opinion. I've always been very cynical towards, I guess, mainstream for a while now. But Yeah, it was definitely polarizing because I could see a lot of people from my social circle like just see what was happening and then just
Mhm.
say, or basically they would see what was happening on the news and thought they knew everything about what was going on. So that was tough to deal with, I guess.
Yeah, and you said people in your social circle sort of took the side of like mainstream media like CBC and stuff. Did that cause conflict between you and them?
Personally, no, just because I kind of know when to save my energy in those types of
Mhm.
conversations. I just don't really bother. Like for example, I posted a video and it was basically just some drone footage or just a drone shot. And my thesis was you can't just listen to one news outlet or one politician and then know the whole story. You gotta, talk to people. You gotta actually get, a little bit more personal information.
Yeah.
And yeah, of course, there's a lot of people who were in favor of that, but then a lot of people who were just attacking you. And it was funny because it's like I'm in Ottawa. I was downtown. I spoke to these people, but then you had people basically attacking you with like information they read online, and it was like, well, what's the point of even having this conversation? You
Yeah.
know, it's almost like you're being gaslit at that point if you're just gonna, you know, try to, I guess, continue with those conversations. So yeah, no, I was very I try not to argue too much.
Fair enough. Yeah,
Yeah.
you definitely have to form your own opinion on these kinds of things.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, the Emergency Act was like rescinded a couple of days ago, just like a couple of days after it was put in. Why do you think that was?
Also, why it was revoked a
Yeah.
couple of days after? I mean, they basically did what they wanted to do. They got rid of people from being downtown, and then I don't think it was going to get passed to the Senate, or past the Senate. So I think that's you know a big reason. Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, yeah. Out of all times, I'm hearing stuff walk through the ceiling,
Oh no.
which is not fun. I'm in the basement, so that kind of happens from time to time. But yeah. Anyways,
Um,
yeah, that's kind of my stance on that, I guess. Yeah. I've had a lot of like my friends and I were when we were talking about that, it was basically um it's pretty clear to us that this was more than just mandates, right? And there's so many people who will say, the protests that were happening on those protesters were terrorists, for example. And it's like, well, if you are going to protest something in the future 5, 10 years ago, or 5, 10 years from now, will these still will the emergency act pop up again? Because now there's kind of a precedent for it, with what you can do, or what the government can do if they don't agree with what's being protested. So yeah, just a lot of kind of anger. Like it's not fun when you see how people in power are trying to grab more power and get more control, and you're just kind of there, just yeah, not really much you can do, I guess.
yeah. Do you think Canadians have sort of lost faith in the government due to all this?
Um, yes and no. Of course, you're going to have people who already were skeptical or against, I guess, the government in general. This has just pushed them further over in that direction.
Mhm.
But then, I'll read the comments or whatever going over just read comments in general, and then you'll see people say, basically, I guess, praising politicians or praising the police for what happened over last weekend, and it's like I don't understand how people are so comfortable with taking that position So, yeah, I think if anything, the nation's just more split than anything.
Yeah.
It's just, I couldn't say it's 50-50, but definitely people have made their opinions, and I don't really see a lot of people seeing the nuance in the situation. But I think that's also what happens when you have a leader who will, instead of taking the opportunity to actually talk to people or just go outside, some people travel like I said, days to just go to Ottawa. But instead of taking time to talk to those people, you just call them misogynist and racist, then a
Sure.
fringe. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's discouraging, but it's like when your leader is doing that, I'm not surprised that you're going to have a lot of Canadians who are also going to take that perspective as well.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And you're kind of one of the first people I've talked to in this stream that's actually from Canada. Do you think that?
Okay. They're all Americans.
Yeah, it's a bunch of I mean, I love Americans, but do you think that Canadians are sort of, or the people in this convoy are gonna like reorganize in Canada, and there's gonna be more convoys?
Well, didn't they go to Quebec right afterwards, or?
I think, yeah, I'm not sure if that was like the same group of people, but I know Quebec City, there was something like the weekend after.
Yeah. I mean, Western Canada, of course, there's a lot of like conservatives in general. So I'm sure there's convoys going on. Anyways, I don't I don't see Ottawa opening up, or at least definitely not Wellington.
Yeah.
So probably not Ottawa, but any other province. Quebec, like I said, is already a site where a lot of people are heading towards. So yeah, I definitely can see more in the future. Probably not necessarily convoys, but just protests in general. But yeah, that's my opinion. Sorry, the lighting's awful.
It's all good. I have my like ring light over here. It's broken. Whatever. So the last time I went downtown, like near Wellington or near Bank Street, it was all like closed off. Like there was that perimeter around Wellington that was like closed off unless you lived there. And that
like
was
Spark Street, I guess, was blocked
yeah,
off, and
no one could go there. Have you been down there since, I guess, like last weekend after
no,
everything was down?
I haven't. I sorry.
It's little Zots running around in the ceiling.
And it's basically like I haven't heard this sound until now.
Really?
So yeah, but basically that's what it is. I gotta get a trap somewhere eventually. But no, I haven't been downtown because everything was closed for like the past, I guess, few days or so. Like
Yeah,
if you
I
were
mean,
to
I
take
know
a
since like Friday.
yeah,
last
like
Friday.
if you were to take a train, like no trains were stopping downtown. It was basically from Tunney's Pasture to like Herdman or like Blair or whatever, which is basically just opposite sides of downtown for people who aren't from Ottawa. And then you couldn't take a bus downtown at all. So actually I wanted to go downtown when like all the police were assembling, because I do media work, I do photography, videography, so I really wanted to get some shots. And of course I had the drone, but like you couldn't go. So yeah, no, I was gonna skate on the canal today, but then it started to snow, and I
Yeah.
said no, that's not gonna happen.
I know they said they were opening up buses for Sunday or Monday. I guess that didn't end up happening. They were opening public transport.
Yeah.
That didn't.
And even then there was like some emergency at like Rito Shopping Center. I remember. Yeah, it was something.
Huh.
I don't know. Yeah, it was on Monday, I think. So
Okay.
yeah, at least I haven't been down there. I work remotely, so yeah, I got to get out the house more. That's for sure.
Yeah, no, me too. I gotta get down there. Do you have what do you think is gonna happen with the U.S. convoy? Oh,
I mean, sorry, is it cutting off or?
I think it's fine now.
Yeah, I really don't know. Actually, I've kind of been out of the loop. I say that, but it's only been like 2 or 3 days, which I haven't really been following it. I think Russia kind of took
Yeah.
a lot of the focus recently. So
Yeah.
so yeah, no, I haven't really been following. I know from what it seems like a lot of Americans have seen what the Canadians have done up north and have kind of been following. So yeah, I mean that's kind of it's definitely encouraging, and then you see it happening in like Australia, New Zealand, and France. So yeah, it's great to see that. I guess people are still fighting on, or things are still rolling or not rolling, depending on how you look at a convoy.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's encouraging, I guess.
And do you think change is gonna come out of this?
Um, I'm very hesitant to say so, just because for me it's always been about like media, or that's a primary focus for me, and I don't know if a lot of people are actually thinking for themselves or just following what they're hearing from CBC,
Mhm.
CTV, CNN. I guess I don't really know how the states are going, but that's just how I see it. And at the same time, when you say change, is it positive or negative? Because it's been a lot of negative so far, especially when you look at the bank accounts kind of being frozen and people withdrawing their money from bank accounts. So yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what to say.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I guess no one really does.
I mean, what's your
I'm,
opinion on that? Do you see change coming from
I
that?
mean,
Or
I don't know. I hear a lot of different stuff every day. I
yeah,
can't really say like with confidence like any which way that this is gonna go. I hope something positive comes from it. Um, but I think a lot of stuff needs to change definitely for
yeah,
like not just with mandates, whatever. Like I think if you're talking about the government, a lot of stuff definitely needs to change. I don't know.
yeah, yeah.
So did you have any last sort of comments or anything?
I feel like yeah, actually yes, for sure. It is interesting when you look at the Emergencies Act, or I guess the War Measures Act, what took over from it, or for the War Measures Act, or where Canada's only used it twice or 3 times, sorry, First, Second World War, and in the October Crisis in 1970, and then you see it used now for a protest in like on like one street, or not one street, but downtown in Ottawa. It doesn't really um, one of those doesn't fit. One of those out of the 4 times, I guess, an Emergencies Act has been used, but it's also kind of, I shouldn't say funny, but it is interesting when you see how that's been used, and then a week later you see what's going on in Ukraine, and you kind of see what a real reason is for using the Emergency Act, and a protest definitely isn't one.
For sure.
That's yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thanks for coming on and sharing
No
your
problem.
opinion. I think a lot of people in the chat really liked it. So, yeah, man.
Take
Tune
care.
in next time.
All right, see ya.
Yeah. Have a good night. Whoops, I cut him off a little bit. I didn't mean to do that. I don't know. This person's been waiting to get in. I can't really see their screen. Yeah, I think he went off. Guys, if you want to be in the live stream, the link is in the description. Yeah, I think this guy's just loading. Hold on, I'm just gonna pin it because I know some people were saying that I wasn't working. So let me just pin that. 1 second, guys. Okay, looks like it got pinned. Yeah, click that link, guys. Hold on, let me see if there's any questions in here. I really like this StreamYard stuff because you can, it's really easy to screen share. You can have like 4 people on it. It's very nice. Charlotte, did Zot leave you any cake? I hope so. I hope he didn't eat that whole thing. Let's see. I don't know why it's not like pinning on this screen. I do have one person waiting to go in. I think he left his phone though. I don't know. Like, it's just loading when I put him on. So anyone else who wants to join in, click the link. Let me know if it's working, if it's pinned, because I can't see that it's pinned here. I can only see like on YouTube. Zot was on that guy's roof. Yeah, he was in the walls. It is pinned. Okay, great. Guys, click that. Oh, here, looks like we got someone here. Anyone who's like waiting to go on, can you just wave so that I know it's a real person, not a bot, because I had some issues earlier. Okay, let me just. Hello? I don't know if this person can hear me, guys. Okay, I don't think this one's working. Hold on. Guys, anybody waiting to go on, can you just wave in front of your camera? I see someone. I saw like some light. Hold on. Let me guys, click the link. None of these are working. You guys can still come on. Not a bot. Camera, get off. Oh, here we got someone. Hey man, how's it going? You're muted. I can't hear you. Hold on, let me try and. I can't hear you, man. Okay, I'm gonna get this guy on here. I can't hear you, man. Do you have headphones? I can't hear you, man. I just hear myself. I can't hear you, man. Do you have headphones?
I do. Just give me 1 second.
I can't hear you, man. I just hear myself. So much feedback. Do you have headphones? I can't hear you, man. Okay, that's much better. Yeah. So, what's your name? Where are you from?
My name's Matt. I'm from Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. I'm living in Cape Breton Island.
Nice.
Yeah.
And
I've been watching you guys pretty much ever since Matt walked up to Viva.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people said that tonight.
Oh man, there's a crazy lag going on right now. I'm having a hard time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just one sec.
Hold on, guys. Technical difficulties.
Yeah, I'm hearing myself like 10 seconds later.
Oh, really?
Anyway, maybe I could just talk for a sec. So yeah, I started watching Matt, and I really tried to get up there for like 3 weeks. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get a ride up because I really wanted to hear what was going on from people from their first account, like first-hand account. Yeah, it's really concerning hearing the narrative that people are saying. After seeing what I saw, I watched like at least 100 hours of live stream video. You guys are out there almost 24/7.
What do you think about what's happened now with the Emergencies Act and everything?
Yeah, I think he's trying to rescind it while all these other worldly events are going on, and hopefully that'll be enough of a distraction so that what should happen to him doesn't. I think we need a change of government. I mean, I voted for the guy for his first term back in the day. Anyway, I'm still dealing with this lag, so I'm having a hard time hearing everything.
Okay. Wait, sorry, I didn't know if you were finished.
I still hear myself saying everything I just said. So,
Oh, really?
yeah, sorry. It's yeah, I really have been looking forward to thanking both of you for putting all those hours in, and I think the trajectory you're on, like giving people a voice and what they've been through over the past couple of years, and especially over what we've seen in the past week, and the military action being taken against Canadian citizens who are nonviolent in the first place. People see that, the world sees that.
People are saying to pause your stream. I think that
Pause
might,
my stream.
yeah. Like pause like the stream. Like, are you playing it on YouTube?
I pause it on one. Oh, yeah. Are we good now?
That fixed it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had two of the streams open and I paused one of them. That's embarrassing.
Okay.
All right, we're good. Yeah. All right. Thanks.
So I don't remember what I was gonna say.
No worries.
What do you think about what's going on in the Ukraine and Russia right now?
I've just been praying. Like I'm not a particular religion, but especially in the last few months, I've turned to prayer for a lot of things. It's hard to see people who are now refugees in their own country to that extreme, and it's worrisome. But I'm pretty damn lucky to live where I live in this kind of situation. Really makes me check off that kind of gratitude list. I think it's amazing what the Ukrainian people are capable of. They've shown such strength. You know, they're like, oh, we're still going to broadcast the news from the bunkers. Like we're just going to move our nursery ward from our hospital to the bunker, and the nurses are going to. It's incredible to see. It's heartbreaking, but yeah, I wasn't in Ottawa, so I can't say from a first-hand account, but I can just say from all the video that people like you and Matt and Ottawa, Viva Fry, Zoe, man, like Adam Nucci, Ottawa Scotty. My God, there was probably at least 20 reliable live streamers by the end of it, and that's that's an absolute media revolution. Internationally, people know not to trust these divisive, hateful mainstream media narratives, and you just show them why not to. Thanks.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, just trying to get the truth out there.
Yeah.
Any way possible. Sorry, there's a bunch of people waiting to go on.
No worries. And we kind of like dealt with the technical difficulties for the first because of me.
No, I was off stream without any technical difficulty. Did you have any last sort of comments or anything?
Hey, what I've been doing today is just reaching out to people that I love and letting them know, right? So I recommend you do the same. We're lucky where we are, and we're lucky that something positive is coming from people who put their lives on the line, in both regards, obviously to varying extremes. But yeah, I look forward to watching the rest of this. I missed a few of the earlier interviews, so I'll go and listen to those after this is done. Like, this is just so good. I really hope that you take the time to interview maybe some homeless people in Ottawa about their experience with like being somewhat displaced during the protest.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing with like the idea of talking to business owners as well, about their experience, obviously during the whole pandemic, but recently. Those are awesome ideas, and I look forward to everything you guys do in the future. You get amazing conversations going. Anyway, that's enough out of me. Keep getting it.
Thank you.
Yes, you're doing such good stuff. I look forward to seeing it.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks. See ya.
I'm gonna put like 2 people in here. Sorry guys, I know you've been waiting a while. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Nice to meet you, Charlotte. I already
Hanging
met
in.
Matt, so.
Jamming. You know, the whole thing, man, is fucking insane to me.
Hold on.
You know, like, I mean, okay, so the Ukraine thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Oh my god, we got 2 guitarists. Huh? Where? Someone said this guy looks like Alex.
Yeah, you know what? Like, this thing saddens me, man. It aggravates me. It gives me paranoia. It gives me anxiety. And like, you know, this is just a reflection of where society was heading.
Mm-hmm.
So like, if you look at the last like 5 years, 10 years, the West has been brainwashed successfully. And I'll give my reasons for the case. So there's 4 stages of ideological subversion. So the first stage, and it takes 10 to 15 years, okay? This is Soviet 101. So the first stage is demoralization. You demoralize your people, you get them to guess who they are, their beliefs, you start implanting other beliefs, okay? The second stage is destabilization. So you start destabilizing society. You start forming groups, okay? The third stage is crisis. And then the fourth stage is normalization, okay? So after a period of 15 years, after it has attacked every pillar, education, the economy, healthcare, you name it. It doesn't matter what it is. I mean, even healthcare, right? So education, media, definitely one. Law, religion, the economy, everything, okay? Society in general. Those are the targets, right? And so here we are. This is the manifestation, right? This is the manifestation of subversion in its worst form. You know, it's mental brainwashing, and it's all based and predicated upon fear. You're targeted with fear. Okay, if your belief is not coincide with the groupthink that is being espoused as truth in every pillar in society, this is part of the demoralization, right? You become a target, and what's the price you pay? Is you're ostracized, you're accused, you're removed, you're canceled, right? So there's all of these prices to pay, right, for not submitting. Okay, and that's the tactic the Soviets used on their own people. Everyone was scared. Everyone was scared of each other. And the masks, they take away your individualism. They take away your individual autonomy. Every single person looks the same and thinks the same now, right? And that's exactly how they form a society, right? In the image of this is Marxism.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how else can you explain it? It's not freedom. Like, what the fuck is going on here, man? Now, like, Russia is invading fucking Ukraine. Like, holy shit. Like, what's going to come next? Like, what's going to happen next, man? And that's the destabilization, right? Like, who knows if this is going on worldwide? If they know something we don't, where did the speaking of the convoy, let's say, okay, why was there a protest? Okay, the mandates. Why was there mandates? COVID. Where did COVID come from? And the answer we get is, I don't know, but we know there's a vaccine. But well, if you don't even know where the virus came from and you're not willing to tell us where it came from, how do we know how? Like, this is blind faith. They're expecting people to have blind faith.
Sorry, a bunch of people in the chat are asking the middle guy, Brighton. You haven't spoke yet. What's your opinion on all this?
Oh yeah, I was just giving him the floor because I mean I've been in his position. Like, as soon as I talk about subject, I'll go on and on. Just ask Matt. So, well, thank you. It's finally nice to meet you, Charlotte. I've watched you on the streams. For those who don't know, I go under the name Brighton's Thoughts on YouTube. I'm a restreamer. I was streaming about 15 to 17 hours a day covering the convoy, because I felt like, especially with the media's narrative, like, I've never seen an event so smeared in my life, that the truth needed to be reported. And you guys out in the field on the front lines were like even putting your lives on the line for to give out the truth. And I commend you for that. And yeah, no, just I'm here now, and I'm just trying to catch up with all the other streamers and try to see if I can form a connection with everyone from Scotty to, Matt to, Jeff from Travel Fun 69. But yeah, no, just we're all kind of dealing with the post-convoy blues, and we're starting to think, like, where do we go from here? And I was out of curiosity, like, wait, I was going to say, buddy, are you done, like, proving your point? Because I don't want to cut you off or anything.
No, I'm listening now. Like, I mean, like,
okay,
I say my piece,
I just
and I speak when I want to speak.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Okay. No, because I want to ask Charlotte, like, how has she been feeling since, like, this is all fizzled down? Because I know Matt's been kind of bored, according to him.
Yeah, I mean, I was out there like every day, and it was some days it was like a little bit overwhelming, but now it's like I kind of miss, like feeling like I have like a duty to go out there and show people what's going on. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's probably going to be stuff going on in Canada, like in Quebec. And yeah, Ottawa, I don't think it's going to end in Ottawa. So if there is anything, I'm probably going to be there.
I will say this: we all didn't buy gimbals for nothing. We're not. We didn't waste all that money for nothing and spending equipment. So like we got to put.
Where did the money go?
Pardon?
Where did the GoFundMe money go?
That's a good question because they say they're refunding people right now, but on the other hand, they're giving mixed messages that they're still going to be seizing some assets, so we don't even know specifically.
So does the Convoy have, I mean, like what's, okay, all of the people who gave their money, right? So what's, I mean, does the Convoy have a lawyer, like a group lawyer that's going to represent them in court to get all the money back?
I think they have like 2 or 3 of them, if I recall. I don't know anything about names, but I've read they have a few lawyers, yes.
I think the money, from the Give, Send, Go and the GoFundMe, I believe that's just going to be refunded. Matt in the back there. Like refunded to those people that gave to it.
And what's the threshold for seizing accounts exactly? Like, I mean, anybody that
they can do anything.
Because it's the Emergencies Act, right? So anything goes. Is that right? Like, so
wait, hold on. Are you talking about the federal government?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
like, I mean, okay, so they've legislated, that basically like freeze accounts, right? I heard, right? I heard the fucking prime minister
I'll blow your
say
mind
that.
Because, sorry, I think there's a delay in between. I deeply apologize. But I was going to say something that may blow your mind. You may know or not know about this, but when I told Matt about this, I think it was like a day or 2 ago, he didn't even know, and maybe even Charlotte doesn't. But they said that they're going to make the financial aspect of the Emergencies Act permanent, and that includes freezing bank accounts, regulation of crowdfunding sources like Give, Send, Go, GoFundMe, and they want to regulate cryptocurrency. They said they want to make that permanent, actually. Christia Freeland said openly in a clip and future legislation.
Wow. I know why, okay? So, like, okay, so there was some people there with a fucking Nazi flag, okay, and whatever, and the media and the government tried to associate those 2 groups together, okay, and basically cast all of the truckers as essentially Nazis worthy of an emergency act, okay, I obviously I had to challenge my own beliefs and freedoms, because I was like, I always thought myself as an absolute, like not absolute, like a libertarian, right? So like personal freedom, autonomy. And I thought to myself, you know what, in my highest ideal, I support a fucking idiot if he wants to fucking raise a Nazi flag, let him. And I'll tell you why. Because people looking on the outside would easily distinguish the 2 groups. Know your enemy. Let us see who they are, so that people can make the decision. And I actually believe people are good, so that they wouldn't fucking choose to side with Nazis. Fucking obviously. So what they do is they ban it so that they can accuse their political enemies of being a closet Nazi or some fucking thing, right? And it's like, okay, they're gonna have a small, like nobody's gonna join in on with them. Like there's no, there's no need to. So that was my ideal, right? And I had to think about it. It's like, fuck, man, do I really believe that or not? Like, because that was what I used to, like in the States, you see people, they're allowed to fly a Nazi flag in the States, right? And it's like, well, nobody in their right mind would fucking do that. And nobody is going to side with them. Nobody is going to join with them. They're very easily distinguishable. They're a small group. Okay, fine. Let them fucking, nobody's going to side with them. So it's like, let them be. No, so we can see our enemy. All you're doing when you ban shit is you put it underground, and then people get paranoid, you know. Oh, fucking, you can accuse people.
What you're saying, you put more ammunition is what you're saying. I totally agree with you on that.
Well, I mean,
Because
it's hard
if
to
you
explain. It's like, you know, it's like,
no, I get you.
You know, it's like, okay, if obviously you're not going to hang around with fucking criminals, whatever, and if a person, you know, and it's like I mean, to invoke the Emergencies Act, like, I mean, and plus, if, you know, the picture I saw of the guy with the Nazi flag, I thought it was like 2 or 3 people. If they would have did that in the middle of the group, they would have got fucking beat. They would have been beat, man. If somebody were to raise a Nazi flag in front of in a fucking crowd of truckers, the truckers would beat the fuck out of the guy. Okay? That's what would happen. Right? So, like, I mean, nobody in their right mind is going to do that. Like, you're banning shit that fucking nobody does. You're banning shit that doesn't fucking even pertain to anything. Like, history is over. That's an old fucking ideology that died, that we fought against and won. Why didn't the soldiers of World War II and the governments after World War II ban it? They fucking fought and died fighting Nazis, right? Why didn't they ban it? Right? I'm not defending it, but I'm just saying it doesn't, there's no Nazis, man, fucking anywhere. This is the made up shit that they convince you of. This is made up shit. This is classic 4 stages of subversion, ideological subversion and brainwashing. You know, it's sad, man. Like, that's just the way, that's just an observation, right?
I mean, I heard from a lot of people at the convoy. I don't know if they're referring to the same thing that you are, but it was a poster. Apparently, I didn't see it personally, but it was a poster that had the Nazi flag, and it was some like they were referencing it as in, is this what you want your country to turn into? So it was really like, it was like they were using it ironically. I don't think they were really.
I know. I thought that too. I thought, like, when I saw it, I'm like, you know, yeah, they're saying, like, this is what the government is actually, and if they wanted to compare it, they should have the freedom to do that. So what's next? You can't compare government legislations of the past.
Mm-hmm.
You're not allowed to compare liberal government or conservative government or any government in Canada whatsoever to Nazi legislation that they passed. They made laws where you had to show a fucking a star or whatever, right? The Jews had to walk. They weren't allowed to walk on the sidewalk, right? And all that. Like, they weren't allowed to have businesses. Jews were not allowed to have businesses. Right. So if that guy wanted to make the case, I mean, at least fucking have some like rank, like, this is the list of legislations of the Nazis, and this is the list of the legislation of Trudeau's government, and people can compare it. At least have something. Just raising a flag like that was a stupid fucking thing to do. That's just like, and what it
could I?
I gotta plug in my power.
If I can come.
Yep.
No. Sorry. It's just that there are some people in the chat who are just like, "Oh, can we hear the guy in the middle what he has to say?" No, I want to add on to your point. No, like, first of all, it should be noted everything from the Terry Fox Memorial being desecrated to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier being stepped on to the Nazi flag to the Confederate flag. Notice this all happened on day one. And notice the people that were carrying the flags. Both of them were wearing ski masks. Their faces were covered. And by the way, to this day, we still don't know who flew those flags. But when it comes to people like us who are actually fighting the streets for the right reasons, we are seen as the enemy. Like, shouldn't the cops be cracking down on these people who obviously are using symbols that are very questionable when everyone else was being peaceful about it? Because everyone else after day one, people were paying respects to the memorials. People were paying respects to the Terry Fox statue. And I don't know if you were there, Charlotte, but there was a guy who voluntarily was guarding the Terry Fox statue day in and day out. And that was really awesome. And like I said, we saw people cleaning up the streets, feeding the homeless. And like I said, the media was found nowhere to be found. But on the day when shit got real, when, sadly Matt got arrested, and I do have some questions for you, Charlotte, on that regard, but we'll get to that later. But I was just going to say on that day when, Charlotte stood up and took over for Matt, and, they were really bringing the police, that's when you saw the media again. That's when they started having all the cameras all around, all mainstream corporate news. And it just should tell you that they're not interested in reporting a legitimate story. They're there to control the narrative. They're there to serve their special interests and corporate masters. Well, them being the corporations, they've basically have cooperations with the government, the $600 million, bailout. They basically effectively own the media in some way, shape, or form. So, like I said, for anybody to take these people seriously and think that we still have a free press, you're not really living in reality. But this is why we need people like Charlotte, like Matt, like you, Otto Scotty, like Austin, like Travel Fund 69, Ottawax, Zoke, you name it. They are more important because when we actually have a real free press, we can actually get unbiased documentation and we can form our own determination, not like the corporate media that predetermines on what we want to feel. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, my 2 cents. And but like I said, like those people with the Nazi flags and stuff, like I'm pretty convinced they were CSIS. And for those who don't know who CSIS is, CSIS is basically our equivalent to the CIA. So
Canadian Security Intelligence Service.
Yes. But yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, if it, I'm not gonna, I wouldn't say that, but I mean, like it's highly suspect that, nobody is. We have all of these cameras everywhere, right? How hard could it be to find out who it was? Okay, and banning hate symbols and stuff. Okay, it's like, all right, yeah. Like, I'm a law-abiding citizen, right? I follow all the fucking laws. Okay, but I know what's going to happen is they're just going to create other fucking hate symbols, like. And then every symbol is going to be suspect, and it's always based on this like fear-based assumption, of like fucking brainwashing bullshit, man. Like that's like the whole society has just become totally fucked.
Well, right? If you see on how things are just backwards, if I may cut in, because I should have mentioned this, because with these obvious plants that came in to smear the convoy and making us look like far-right Nazis, white nationalists, the thing that's really hypocritical right now of what's going on in Ukraine and Russia. For those who don't know, well, first of all, in Ukraine, there's actually a battalion called the Azov Battalion, which is an actual neo-Nazi militia that is integrated within the National Guard in Ukraine. Now, why is this relevant? Because our government actually in the same press conference, when they were announcing the Emergencies Act, they said we will send about $500 million to Ukraine and $9 million to go to lethal weapons. And with that said, that even gets more messed up. The person who approved this weapons deal was Chrystia Freeland. Chrystia Freeland, her grandfather literally collaborated with the Nazis in Ukraine. And he was the head of a newspaper that advocated for the extermination of Russian speakers in Ukraine and, of course, the Jews. And now some people may be watching this and thinking like, okay, but Brighton, that's her grandpa. Like, why are you saying that to this? Well, like I said, she approved the weapons deal, and actually she was being secretive about where these weapons were going to. And even these white nationalist neo-Nazi militias in Ukraine are openly boasting about how these armored vehicles and these weapons have been received from the Canadian military. So the trucker who puts the food on the table and is fighting for his rights in his country is seen as the bad guy, but the actual Nazis over across the border that we are sending money to with our taxpayers' dollars, and it's not going towards our own people, are the good guys. And this is where you realize the world is just totally turned upside down. But I could go in and all about Ukraine and Russia.
That's good,
time,
but you know,
of course,
I mean,
I want to get in people here too, but I want to put that out. No,
if you look
seriously,
at,
guys,
let's say,
sorry, we're getting some
okay, you look at,
sorry,
if you look
one
at
more point,
COVID,
and I promise I'll let you.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say on my channel, I actually do want to deep dive about this, but if you guys don't believe me, if anything I said, just do some research and look it up. Anyways, that's all I wanted to say. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
Deep dive. Yeah. You know, if you look at COVID, okay, so it could be this is just, you know, a hypothesis, right? But if you think of a victim of violence, okay, how they're scared and how they don't want to talk about it, okay, you know, there could be a country in the world, right? And it could be China, it could be Russia. And I will say China, Russia, because I don't feel I should be ever afraid to speak my mind. You know, possibly this COVID was done on purpose, okay? So Canada, US cannot accuse China of such a fucking atrocious act, right? Because the reaction would be fucking war. You're accusing us of fucking starting COVID? You know, shut your fucking lips, right? So what does the world do? They shut their fucking lips, and we become silent victims, right? And it's that's just a hypothesis, okay? Like how a victim of violence doesn't want to point out who beat them up or who did this or who, you know. This is on the world stage, right? There could, I mean, it sounds like a silent, it would be a silent attack, right? And the world is left to just silently fucking deal with it, right? I mean,
I'm just gonna have to cut you off, guys. I'm just trying to get some more people in the rotation. So if you guys had any last comments, just trying to get some more people on.
What kind of guitar you got?
Oh, you mean me? I have a few actually, but this one's a Hondo, just like a little. I don't know. Just I saw you bring in the guitar.
It sounds twangy, man. I hope mine doesn't sound like that. It sounds better in person, okay? Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, actually, I was going to say I think I was seeing some people in the chat that were saying my stream was a bit lagging. I don't know what it is, but even when I was on here with Matt, my quality was almost like a potato. So I have no idea what that's about. But the main point is, I guess my closing thoughts is, I did want to ask a few questions to Charlotte, but I understand there's other people on. There's going to be another time, but I do.
How do you feel about all of it, Charlotte?
Thoughts,
Go ahead. I don't know. I'm just gonna make it super brief. I'm just trying to get more people on. I think I've kind of, stated my opinion before on other streams, but basically, yeah, I'm just for the truth. I just want to, get the truth out, let people form their own opinion. So
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
good. All right.
So Nova, I do want to thank you and Matt's service for what you did in reporting the truth out there, and the best is yet to come. That's all I can say.
Thank you.
It'll all work out. Be
Thanks
positive.
for yeah, for sure.
Don't break the law or anything. Don't do stupid shit. Okay.
Sure.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good night, guys. So I think I'm just gonna have one more person on. Then I'm gonna go to bed. Here. Hey man, how's it going? Sorry, did I scare you? So I saw you were waiting a while there, so I just wanted to get you on really quick. So what's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Craig E. Schaefer. I'm from Ionia, Washington.
Okay. And what's your opinion on the Freedom Convoy?
I don't know. I think it might be a waste of time.
Okay.
But I support them. They can do whatever they want to.
Okay.
Mobs don't think very well.
So you don't think that any change is really going to come out of this then?
It might all be scripted.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They've been wanting to close the supply chain down, and they get the truckers to do it on their own.
Yeah.
And maybe it will help the automated trucks get a little push. Elon Musk has got automated trucks in the workings, controlled by AI. They don't need drivers no more.
So what do you think about the U.S. the People's Convoy? Is that the same sort of idea?
Yeah, well, supply chain's getting weaker, and get all the truckers to go take a couple weeks off ain't gonna help nothing. But they're free to do what they want and do whatever they want. They think it'll work. Well, that's good for them then, maybe. I don't know.
And what do you think about what's going on with Russia and Ukraine right now?
It's another script. America and NATO do not belong messing around on the territory of Russia. NATO made a treaty not to be involved in Russia. I mean, Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
So they're, how would you like, well, I'm sure Americans wouldn't like Russians on the Mexican border, would they? No. Remember Cuba crisis? Well, what do you think the Russians feel Americans and NATO advancing in on their territory?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's promoting Nazism. NATO are just a bunch of... No, I think the Nazis won World War II, actually.
And a lot of people I've heard, some people I talked to earlier in the stream say it's sort of a distraction. Do you agree with that?
I don't know. It's maybe more than a distraction, it's like a chess move.
Mm-hmm.
Getting people to cheer for Ukraine. When the Ukraine have real Nazis, like the guy said, a battalion of Nazis. I mean, not these sissy Nazis in America, I'm a Nazi, and they
Mhm.
They're basically just a little bunch of wimpy boys. You
Mhm.
know, they seem to be like pussies to me. Antifa and all these pussies running around. I'm a Nazi or whatever. They all look like they're a bunch of pussies to me.
Mhm.
Shit, I don't know. There ain't no real Nazis in America. The white supremacists are stupid. White supremacists are just dumb people.
Yeah.
You know, the Bible says, you know, it says, Jesus loves you. This I know because the Bible tells me so. Yellow, red, black, and white, all the same in Jesus' sight. But you can be a loser too. You can be an evil person, be white. You can be an evil person, be black. Doesn't matter. The color don't matter. It's just division. They're trying to get the whites to hate the blacks, the people with money to hate the poor people to hate the rich people. It's all a game to them. They sit up in their high towers and look down on everybody and just manipulate everybody and stuff. They're like little puppets and stuff. Mhm. Yeah, it's hard to tell what's going on nowadays.
Mhm.
But everybody just needs to relax, realize Jesus is in control. You know what I mean? He lets these evil people get away with crap so that they expose themselves. What you're doing is good because it's exposing the evil. Shows what evil people act like. They don't even put their own cops in there because they know the cops won't do it. So they bring in UN cops or some kind of. I mean, those cops in Canada, they didn't even look like. They didn't look human almost. They were disconnected. I don't think they were Canadians.
Mhm.
They'll bring in people and dress them up in uniforms, say they're cops, and they're really UN troops or something. You don't know. It's a worldwide communist conspiracy. But it's not a theory, it's true. That's my opinion.
And what do you think about what's going on with the government freezing people's accounts and stuff like that?
Well, they want to destroy the economy. So I think they want the Canadians to do a run on the bank.
Mhm.
And I think they want the Canadians to do a run on the bank. It's, you know, they use reverse psychology. You know, we'll take their money, from GoFundMe, and maybe they'll decide to do a run on the bank. And they just want to destroy everything.
Yeah.
They want to destroy everything. So all you Canadians, take your money out of the bank and just collapse the economy and don't go driving your trucks and delivering stuff no more. You know, it's kind of hard to figure out what they're doing, but it's no good.
Mm-hmm.
Do the exact opposite you think they want you to do. I don't know.
So how do you think this U.S. People's Convoy is going to end?
I don't know. I don't know. It could end worse because, you know, Americans, we still got guns. Some of them truckers might be some guns with them.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, freedom comes through military victory. And what we need is, I think, the military to step in. But they got rid of all our good generals. They're all a bunch of pussies, too. You know, they're all just a bunch of. They got rid of the good generals because the good generals stand up and, you know, maybe do a coup and put somebody in. Like, you ever seen that movie, the Gladiator.
Yeah, I think I did see that.
Well, they control the people by giving them bread and circus. Gladiators, bread and circus. You go to the football games and you watch the Super Bowl when you should be, you know, thinking about what's going on in your neighborhood, or so they distract you with bread and circus. What was the question again?
What do you think is going to happen with the U.S. convoy? How do you think that's going to end?
I've been watching some live streams. They started in Arizona, Kingman, Arizona. There's a convoy starting. They got 35 trucks. I mean, why don't you do this shit in the spring? You're headed right for a blizzard. There's a blizzard on the East Coast. I told them to bring their chains. They should bring their chains. Anyway, I used to be a truck driver. I used to be a truck driver when I was young. Over the road truck driver. I think I might buy a truck. I might buy me another truck, go on the road again. That's fun. I like traveling around.
Yeah.
Me and my wife ain't getting along very well anyway, you know.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at something you said earlier. But if you were
That's okay.
sorry, I don't mean to laugh. If you were still a truck driver, do you think you would join in on this? Stop, man. Do you think you would join in on this movement?
Oh, if I didn't have no bills, maybe.
And was the truck driving, was that good money?
It can be if you own your own truck. Owner operators, if you're driving for a company, it's the thing to do is, I got some friends that are truckers and they got more than one truck and they hire drivers, maybe 5 or 6 trucks. Get a route where you supply all the mail to certain towns or something. Yeah, you can make good money.
And I was gonna. Did you ever go when you used to do trucking? Did you ever go across the border to Canada?
Yeah, I live 50 miles from Canada. And 50 miles from Idaho. We haul chips, wood chips, and then they make paper out of it in Canada. They use it to burn, to make steam power, steam generators. They run off chips. I used to drive a chip truck, but when I was young, I drove over the road from Omaha to New York. Mostly delivering a refrigerated carrier, delivering frozen meat from the stockades in Omaha's big meat place. Once I was driving through Brooklyn, delivering to some of them Brooklyn Italian suckers, and it's pretty cool. You get to meet a bunch of people. Them Italian meat cutters, butchers and stuff. But you go through Brooklyn. When you go through Brooklyn, you gotta make sure your doors are locked, because they'll jump on the back of your truck and steal all your shit.
So I'm just laughing at someone in the comments said they used to call you Little Chippy back in the day. So,
I'm not watching comments.
Yeah, sorry, some people are so random in the comments.
You see this right here?
Yeah, what is
I live in Washington State. It's a vapor, pot vapor for my PTSD.
And, is weed legal in your state?
Yeah. Washington State. You know, Seattle's a shithole. I live on the east side of the state, not the coast. All coasts are shitholes.
Really?
You live on the coast, you live in a shithole. Except for maybe Texas.
Mm-hmm. So is your, I mean, I know Washington State is kind of a blue state. Do they have a lot more restrictions with like the masks and stuff?
I never wore a mask. I told the sheriff tries to make me wear a mask. I was gonna. Well, if they tried to give me the shot, I'd give them some lead. I'd give them some lead shot. So my area don't wear masks because if someone has to stand up. If one person stands up, other people will stand up. So I stood up, and other people started standing up.
Mm-hmm. So they don't really enforce the mandates.
I'm not lonely, motherfucker. Who said I was fucking lonely? Fuck you. You don't know shit about me.
Are you reading the comments?
Yeah, someone in comments said I was fucking lonely.
It's a bunch of trolls. You have to ignore. Half of it's bots. A lot of them are just trolling.
Yeah. I don't pay attention to them.
Yeah, you can't. You can't.
Someone said I'm a Fed.
They say that
Fucking
about
Marine.
They say that about me. They say that about everyone that comes on.
This hat, see this hat? It's a Marine Corps drill instructor hat. But it's kind of out of shape. So I turned it into a regular hat.
I like it.
I never made any rank in the Marine Corps because I wouldn't kiss ass.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of ass kissers, sycophants is what you call them. Yeah. The way to, hey, you people out there, if you want to advance in rank, well, the Nazis won't advance you to a colonel unless you first take it up the ass.
Really?
Yeah. They got a club on it. Go to the YouTube channel. What's that YouTube channel? Well, she had a YouTube channel, YouTube today, and it was about how the military will put you through a haze. They'll haze you. Mm-hmm. And it's to blackmail you. So they got something on you. So they get you involved in perverted shit, and then they got you. They blackmail you. You belong to them. That's how they get it. That's how they get you. They blackmail you through perversion.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, today I watched a video by what's her name? Where is it? I'll get it for you in a second. Right here.
No worries.
What? Anyway, ask me another question.
I don't remember exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Well, the YouTube site is I Just Can't Keep Quiet, and she exposes some real wicked stuff that the pedo world leaders are engaged in.
Mm-hmm.
They get their power from the devil, and what they do is the more dirtier you are, the more power the devil gets you. Hillary is powerful because she eats babies. She's a fucking baby eater.
I've heard that actually.
Ivanovich, and all these people. But remember, this is normal. The world has always been ran by the devil. And the thing is that you're just waking up and seeing it now. I've seen it for 30 fucking years. You people are just now waking up. Shit's been going on since the beginning. The leaders, we don't even know if they're human. I mean, I think they might be droids. No, you just go to I Just Can't Keep Quiet.
I've heard of I've actually never heard the droid thing. I did hear of, like, I know Alex Jones had something about lizard people.
Shape-shifting lizards. Well, Satan was a shape-shifting shapeshifter. So we're thinking that, but I'm thinking that they're more like robots. Since the 60s, they've had like robots, but you know, like Marlon Brando. Go to I Just Can't Keep Quiet and
Guys,
look at Marlon Brando. He don't have no junk. It's a girl. He ain't got no, there's a picture of him with no junk. So there's a video by I Just Can't Keep Quiet.
Isn't he a sex symbol?
Actually has a video. It has a video on watch. I'm a crotch watcher. I'm a crotch watcher. And if you look at Trudeau, the most feminine, it's like the women, the robot men have female attributes and they don't have no junk. I mean, Trudeau's the illegitimate daughter of Fidel Castro. The elite, or whatever, the lizards, they trans their children early on, like when they're children, 2 or 3. They just like William Smith is making his daughter grow up to be his son to be a girl. Hollywood and the rulers, they're connected. They're both. I can't explain it. It's hard to explain.
Yeah. No, fair enough.
And people will say it's because I'm stoned, I'm sure. But you know, to live in this wicked world, you got to either get drunk or get stoned once in a while. Otherwise, you'll just go nuts. Okay?
True. Too true.
When I came back from Afghanistan, the VA wanted to give me SRI drugs, which make you suicidal. And all those children that went berserk in the schools were supposedly on SRI drugs. So basically, the VA tried to kill me when I came back because they don't like people that can fight back. They want a bunch of dead veterans. They don't want veterans that know how to fight back. So when you get back from the war, they try to kill you. When I was in Iraq, I was a foreman. Well, it's called recovery. We went outside the wire and brought in blown up crap that got blown up on the wire, outside the wire. And we used a military HET, which is a heavy equipment transport. It's M1070 and an M1000 trailer, which was designed to recover a dead M1 tank. And I drove those in Iraq from Kuwait to Mosul. And then when I went to Afghanistan, I was eventually in Iraq, I became a foreman of 80 drivers. And then got a better job. I went to Afghanistan, and I taught the soldiers how to drive. I taught them how to fix their trucks. I was a field service representative for Navstar Defense, which is Navstar's a truck.
What's like the craziest thing that you've seen while you were deployed?
Well, the thing was that whenever they went on whenever we wanted to transport goods or anything on the MSR, they had to go in convoys. MSR is the main service route. They had alternative service routes also, but on the main service route, they'd go in convoys, and they'd be going through dusty roads, and they'd be right on each other's ass because they were told to keep it tight. So when the truck up front got in an accident, all the trucks behind it would boom, 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 boom. The first day I got to Iraq, there had been a tanker convoy that had a pileup. And the first thing I seen when I got to my new job in Iraq as a driver was a driver in a tanker, and he was all fried. He's just a skeleton. He was all burnt to a crisp. And anyway, but the worst thing I saw was when they tried to kill me in Iraq a couple times because I'm not a kiss ass. And eventually when I was in Afghanistan in 2010, when I found out 9/11 was an inside job, I put a sticker above the chow hall. 9/11 was an inside job. And they got rid of me like a couple months later. I was out of there.
Really?
Yeah. I bought that CD from a Haji vendor outside the wire, and it came from China. China, they were what they call black market CDs. You could buy it. You could buy the whole Sex and the City series for $10, you know, or whatever you want to buy. But I think it was loose change. I watched the movie Loose Change. You know, I was just there for the money. Plus I still thought that the military was a good thing, but I guess I was wrong.
So your opinion has changed since then on the military?
On what?
Since I guess since you first got deployed to now, how has your opinion on the military changed? Or since you first on the Army?
I think there's good people in the military. There's good people. There's good cops, and there's good military. There's good military people. There's good cops, but it's the good generals and the leaders. They can't be found no more. Nobody thinks very good anymore. So I think our military is the only hope, because we're not going to get freedom unless there's some kind of military intervention. I don't know. You think you can get your freedom from protesting and mobs? I don't know. I wish you could.
So what do you think needs to happen for the right kind of change to be implemented? in the U.S. or Canada?
What?
What do you think? Like, what do you think needs to happen now, basically, in your opinion?
Okay, I know what needs to happen. Jesus controls history. So if a nation, as goes the Christian, so goes the nation. If the Christians are degenerate and don't follow the scriptures and, you know, go off in crusades and they don't learn the spiritual life that God has given us, Christians are invisible heroes. As goes the Christian, so goes the nation. Christians who advance in spiritual life are blessed. And if God blesses the Christian, the nation will be blessed. So I blame it on all the Christians because they're all fake. All we got now is fake Christians. They want your money. Give me 10%. Give me 10%. 10% tithes was for the Israel. It was a 10% tax. That's all it was. Everybody had to give 10%. So the churches are screwing everything up. This country became great because people understood the Bible principles in the Bible that make a nation free. There's good Christians and bad Christians. Once you're saved, you're always saved. But if you don't continue in the faith and advance in the spiritual life, you become a loser believer. God doesn't make everybody equal. Man is not created equal. The only equality comes through the scriptures. God treats everybody equal. Doesn't depend on your race or your intelligence. You can be a hero too. It doesn't matter how smart you are.
Right.
But if you go against the word and you start living a debased life and your whole country is degenerate and the Christians stand around and try to imitate the degenerate society by having rock and roll bands in their to get people to come in and have fun, and they don't study the word. They just they imitate the world. And then what happens? They no longer, because they're not following the scriptures, they no longer have a good impact on the nation anymore. They have a bad impact. And all you Jesus haters out there. Now, Jesus haters are the worst. I mean, you got to be a complete idiot to believe in evolution and the Big Bang. Well, that's my opinion. I got bad habits like everybody else.
I mean, I know a lot of people are asking, do you have a platform? Is there any way? I mean, I'd love to have you back. I'm about to go to bed right now, but I'd love to have you back on the live stream if you'd want to do that. People love you, man.
Sure, they hit 4 hours. There's 50 minutes left.
Sure, I will. Make an appointment. We'll make an appointment. I don't know. Yeah, I'd love to be, because I haven't been on live except a couple times. Sometimes I think I'm making a fool out of myself, but I'm tired of it. There's so many stupid ideas going around, like we should help the Ukrainians. Shit, we should mind our own business once in a while. They're just agitating the Russians. Like, pushing their buttons. That's some bull crap. And Biden's behind it. So you know it's not no good. Biden wants to invade, you know. Trump had a good rhetoric, you know. He had a good rhetoric, you know. Stay out, you know, let the Russians, you know. Let's make a good deal for America instead of everybody getting the better deal of us all the time. Yeah, I'd like to, but I should watch the comments more because I don't know what they're saying about me, but
don't pay attention. It's someone just commented #1 rule, don't read the chats. So
okay.
I was gonna say, oh yeah, do you think it's possible that we could have a World War III sort of situation arise from this?
Okay, the World War III shit, I think it's going down. It's COVID. COVID is World War III. COVID-19.
Yeah.
19 in gematria means slaughter. It's eugenics. They're going to kill you and you're going to go in and do it yourself. They got you going in and killing your fucking self. It's all a hoax.
What do you think what's your opinion on the vaccines in general?
The vaccines are these dumb motherfuckers think that they can make your body better than God made it. They think they can make themselves live forever. So they want to put some DNA nanobots in you and make you sync to the internet and live in metaverse, live on the line, sit in your room and vegetate. And, you know, we'll give you you'll live in a vegetated state your whole life. And I don't know that the DNA manipulators in there. We call it black goo. The black goo, you see it in the movies where it gets a hold of you and it turns you into a machine.
Like Venom.
Yeah, people actually believe that they can live forever on the internet. Some stupid, you know what? When you're living on the internet, you're fucking dead, motherfucker. You're already dead. Stupid fuckers. And they got people doing it to themselves. And then, you know, the cure for COVID and the flu is remdesivir. Remdesivir has a 40% fatality rate. It gives you water on the lungs, which they misdiagnose as pneumonia. And so look he's got COVID, he's got pneumonia. No, you dumb fuckers. They gave it to you in the shot, remdesivir.
I talked to someone a couple days ago who said that they put graphene oxide in the masks, which is, I guess, bad for your lungs. Do you know anything about that? And do you share that opinion?
Well, when you put a mask over your face, you're breathing your own shit back in your face.
Right.
Or you're going to wash that? Do you put it through the fucking laundry? Or do you leave it on your fucking face for a week, breathing in your own snot? That's real good for you. And stay in the house and don't get no sunshine because you're on lockdown.
Yeah.
But the stupid sheeple, they fall for it. Because they've been educated by the government indoctrination centers.
Yeah, people love you. They're saying do a weekly live stream. I don't know. Do you have a channel? Do you have like a YouTube channel or Facebook or something?
Yeah, I'm Rock E. Shepherd.
Yeah,
in the
let's
chat.
Now you're gonna get a bunch of requests.
Well, I had 500 subscribers, and I had some First Amendment audits where I would go ask cops questions. I asked the DHS Border Patrol in Ione, Washington, what he thought about the Constitution. And I said, do you believe in the Constitution? And he said, no. And I had that on a video, and I got the most likes on that one. But then all my videos were taken down, and now I only got a few.
Oh,
and
really?
I don't really keep up on it no more. I got one on there. Trump is Biff from Back to the Future. Remember the movie Back to the Future?
I actually never saw it.
You never saw that?
Never saw Back to the Future.
Well, remember Trump? Remember Biff? He got that future book. He had a gambling casino, and he just got elected president.
Oh, I don't know. I was gonna say it's scientist.
Oh, yeah. There were riots in the street during the movie Back to the Future when Marty went to see Biff. Anyway, that one that I got, Trump is Biff, is not the best one. There's another. It's a decode. They tell you what they're going to do before they do it. 1984, they told you Trump was going to be president. It's called predictive programming. They get you conditioned to accept Biff as president. Biff was a gambler. He owned casinos. Trump is a gambler, owns casinos all over the world. He owns more than you freaking think he does. Why? Maybe because he was related to Nikola Tesla, and Nikola Tesla had a time machine. Shit. They have a book from the 1800s about Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I know on The Simpsons.
The devil plans centuries in advance. The devil plans centuries in advance. He plans centuries in advance. You know what the devil is trying to do? People don't understand. The devil is trying to bring about the millennium where there's perfect government and perfect environment, but he can't do it. He's not omnipotent. He's not omnipotent. And Tesla was not a fucking good guy. He got his inventions through auto writing. Why did all of a sudden we get this high tech? Because the devil needs to be surveilling everybody. The devil is not omnipotent. So he invented technology so that he could try to be omnipotent, so he could have full control over you. He's trying to bring about peace and harmony, one world government. But he can't do it because he's a liar, he's a murderer, he's a thief. And he can't do it. Only God can bring about the perfect environment, perfect government. Only God's government is perfect. There is no perfect government. But government is sanctioned by the Lord. It's nationalism. Internationalism is anti-God. Nationalism. Nations are divided so that they can have peace. When you try to unite all the nations, you're going against God.
So, do you think the way we're headed into a sort of how do I put this? I know some people would call it a a new world order, but I mean, even like big tech companies, Mark Zuckerberg has said that he wants everybody to be sort of in the metaverse. Do you think that's the way we're headed?
The devil is not going to succeed in the new world order. The tribulation is coming. I don't know if it's in a year, could be 1,000 years. Jesus could turn it all around and we could have freedom for another 1,000 years. Or Jesus could say, well, I'm tired of this shit. I'm coming back tomorrow. It's up to God. Nobody knows the day or the hour. Everybody's trying to predict the time. I don't know when he's coming back, but he could come back in 1,000 years. So think about that.
Mm-hmm.
He could change everything. It might be good what's going on. You know that the stupid people are getting the shots. That sounds kind of good because they're all going to be dead pretty soon. So all the dead motherfuckers are getting the shots. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't, what I think the new world order is it's just the satanic world order. It's same thing Satan's been trying to do, the Tower of Babel. One world government under Satan.
Right.
That's all it is, isn't it? Yeah.
And
they're trying to cull the herd. That's eugenics. They want 500 million people, and they don't need you fucking drivers anymore because they got AI drivers, and they don't need nobody fucking anymore. They think that they're going to live in their bunkers and become immortal by connecting to the web. How stupid is that? How dumb is that? Trying to make their bodies better than what God made it. That is some stupid shit. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. I get kind of pissed.
It's all good. The people, they want to hear what you have to say.
I would say this. If you want to change the world, you have to change yourself first. Become a better person. How do you do that? Study the scriptures to show yourself approved, a workman that need not be ashamed, rightly dividing the word truth. All you truth seekers out there, if you're searching for the truth, open your damn Bible and learn Greek, because the Bible was written in Greek. It wasn't written in the Queen's English.
Very true. Very good advice, guys. Did you have any, I'm about to go to bed, but did you have any sort of closing thoughts? Anything, any last things that you wanted to say?
Get some sleep. Open your Bibles to 1 John 1:9. And then start from there.
Very true. Very wise words. Yeah, thank you for coming on. I know everybody in the chat really seemed to like you, so maybe,
I like everybody in the chat too. I love everybody.
It's all
with
love,
an
guys.
impersonal love. An impersonal love, but I have a personal love for a few people. But we're commanded to love everybody with an impersonal love, like a dog. Okay? A dog loves you even if you beat it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. I love you guys. Take care. Get some
Thank
sleep.
you.
Keep up the good work. You're exposing the enemy. It's the externalization of the hierarchy. And the Bible says at the end times, all things will be revealed. And things are being revealed that we didn't know about.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget to check out that I Can't Keep Quiet YouTube channel. It'll blow your mind. Okay, love you.
Thank you for coming on, man. Have a good night.
Okay, good night.
So, yeah, guys. So I ended up streaming for 4 hours there, but really just saved the best for last there, guys. Matt, did you want to come in and say anything?
Guys, go subscribe if you're unsubscribed.
Make sure to like.
Post notifications.
Check out the merch store. It's in the description. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We're going to be back tomorrow, daily live streams, probably another time this week to do interviews with viewers. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for the donation. No names. I see you in here all the time. I see you in here every day.
Every day.
Yeah, don't think that you go unnoticed. We see you. We appreciate you. And yeah, thank you, everybody. And have a good night, guys. Ah!
Tonight we're going to follow the money and expose some people. These people call themselves anti-racists. You may have heard of Ibram X. Kendi. He's the head anti-racist. And he says in order to truly be anti-racist, you also have to truly be anti-capitalist. Turns out he loves capitalism about as much as Milton Friedman. Kendi has made hundreds of thousands of dollars from his little white guilt shakedown. Let's break it down. Just in April last year, Kendi was paid $32,000 for an hour-long lecture on racial equity at the University of Virginia. That comes out to about $500 a minute. In September, he raked in $43,000 from the University of Wisconsin. 60-minute speech, little meet and greet, little anti-racist workshop. Airfare and meals were covered, first class all the way, baby. He's not the only one. The author of White Fragility, whatever that means, Robin DiAngelo, is the head honcho of it all. And she got rich by calling whites fragile and saying crazy things like this.
I'll never forget asking a group, okay, so what if you could just give us feedback on our inevitable and often unaware racist assumptions and behaviors? And I'll never forget this Black man raising his hand and saying, it would be revolutionary. And you know, just take that in. I just want all the white people to just take that in. Revolutionary, that we would receive the feedback with grace, reflect, and seek to change our behavior. That's how difficult we are. Wow. That's how big a-holes we are.
Wow, Jimmy Fallon. Turns out she's making over $728,000 a year. And that's just in speaking fees. She's charging anywhere between 30 and 40 G's a speech. Just an hour where she calls whites racist. And even makes money advising companies on white fragility. And she's charging up to $15,000 a sesh. So you may be asking, who would pay for that? Just so you get the idea, the Bill Gates Foundation and Amazon are some of her biggest clients. They're buying racial protection, maybe? Not sure. We don't know. Maybe they just like to be called racists. And then there's Nicole Hannah-Jones. She's the creator of that stupid 1619 project. You can blame her for the critical race theory thing in schools. So just so happens, she has a $25,000 speaking fee. Show up for an hour, you give her 25 G's. Just last year, she was paid $50,000 by the Oregon State Education Department for 2 seminars where she criticized Martin Luther King's colorblindness. And these 3 are just the tip of the iceberg. There's a whole industry based on diagnosing and treating the existential crisis of racism in America. Read a couple of books, take a few CRT studies courses at Harvard or Vassar, learn the code words, do the work, and you too can go around lecturing employees of Fortune 500 companies on their lunch breaks. And you can get paid handsomely doing it. Like many big businesses. And this is a big business. The critical race theory industry is a cynical one. The weight loss company doesn't want you to lose weight. They want you to keep buying their shakes. The cigarette company doesn't want you to quit smoking. Big tech doesn't want you to log off. As long as the American public feels like it has to wash away its original sin of racism, critical race theorists will continue to make money hand over fist. And why mess up a good thing? After all, you don't kill the goose while it's laying golden eggs. You don't stop drilling a well when it's still full of oil. Well, unless you're Joe Biden. People like Kendi and D'Angelo aren't selling you a solution, they're selling you a problem. And it's one that can never be solved. But that's the point, isn't it? They don't care if their teachings make the world more or less racist. They only care about racism still happening so they can line their own pockets. Here now, co-chair of Project 21, Horace Cooper, and Heather McDonald, Manhattan Institute fellow and the author of Diversity Delusion. I didn't understand they could get paid this much by calling people racist, Heather. I mean, I should be doing this as a side hustle. Why haven't I figured this out?
Well, leaving aside Kendi's anti-capitalist hypocrisy, you've got to admire his genius in monetizing himself. My favorite charge is the $5,000 to spend 45 minutes meeting and greeting with Wisconsin college students on top of the $40,000 he was already charging the school for the magnificence of his presence. I expect him to start charging $500 per selfie fees. He's billing himself out at 10 to 20 times the rate of top partners in corporate law firms, and he doesn't even know anything. Now, collectively paying out millions of dollars to be harangued about racism is not the behavior of white supremacists. Indeed, this entire industry is founded on a lie. There's not a single mainstream institution that is not twisting itself into knots to hire and promote as many blacks as possible. Anyone who works in a corporation knows this. Anyone who works in academia, in the media, in banking knows this. If there's not proportional representation throughout the economy, the reason is the vast academic skills gap. The average black 12th grader reads at the level of the average white 8th grader, and 54% of black 8th graders do not possess even partial mastery of math skills. That's the problem that we and people like Kendi should be talking about. The problem is not racism, but they've made it taboo to talk about these issues. The only allowable explanation is racism, and as you say, Jesse, it's an incredibly lucrative lie.
Horace, do you think the companies and the colleges know it's a little bit of a shakedown and they're just like, you know, buying some protection? Or do you think they actually want to feel guilty and they want to hear it for 40 to 50 G's a pop?
Well, there's no doubt that we're living in a culture where when you highlight issues of race, people think they're going to have to stand up and salute smartly. Here's my problem is this isn't anti-racism discussion. This is racist discussion. If you listen to some of the nonsense, and a lot of it is nonsense, that these presenters bring to the table, it includes things like assuming certain things about people solely because they're white and solely because they're black. We used to call that bigotry when that was done instead of recognizing that people are individuals. Now, it's lucrative for these individuals to do these things, but it would be lucrative too if this were 1920 for David Duke to do this. The only difference is most people of good sense and goodwill understand they shouldn't say that and they shouldn't pay him.
Yeah, it's like assuming I'm good at squash because I'm white. Not very good. All right, thank you, guys.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
We're just going to jump out and thank you for that. And here's Mitch McConnell now reacting to all of this on the Senate floor.
Uniting our people and uniting our nation.
Yesterday, that very same man delivered a deliberately divisive speech that was designed to pull our country further apart. 12 months ago, this president said we should see each other not as adversaries, but as neighbors. Yesterday, he called millions of Americans his domestic enemies. 12 months ago, the president called on Americans to join forces, stop the shouting, lower the temperature. But yesterday, he shouted that if you disagree with him, you're George Wallace. George Wallace. If you don't pass the laws he wants, you're Bull Connor. And if you oppose giving Democrats untrammeled one-party control of the country, well, you're Jefferson Davis. 12 months ago, this president said disagreement must not lead to disunion. But yesterday he invoked the bloody disunion of the Civil War, to demonize Americans who disagree with him. He compared, listen to this, a bipartisan majority of senators to literal traitors. How profoundly unpresidential. Look, I've known, liked, and personally respected Joe Biden for many years. I did not recognize the man at the podium yesterday. American voters did not give President Biden a mandate for very much. He got a tied Senate, negative coattails in the House, the narrowest majorities in over a century. The president did not get a mandate to transform America or reshape society. But he did arguably get a mandate to do just one central thing that he campaigned on. Here's what that was: bridge a divided country, lower the temperature, dial down the perpetual air of crisis in our politics. That is the one central promise that Joe Biden made. It is the one job citizens actually hired him to do. It is the one project that would have actually been consistent with the Congress the voters elected. But President Biden has chosen to fail his own test. The president's rant yesterday was incoherent, incorrect, and beneath his office. He used the phrase Jim Crow 2.0 to demagogue a law that makes the franchise more accessible than in his own state of Delaware. He blasted Georgia's procedures regarding local elections officials while pushing national legislation with almost identical language on that issue. The president implied things like widely popular voting ID laws to be, quote, listen to this, totalitarian. Ironically, on the same day, the Washington, D.C.'s Democratic mayor told citizens to bring both a photo ID and a vaccine card anytime they leave the house. The president repeatedly invoked the January 6th riot, while himself using irresponsible, delegitimizing rhetoric that undermines our democracy. The sitting president of the United States compared American states to totalitarian states. He said our country will be an autocracy if he does not get his way. If he does not get his way. So the world saw our commander-in-chief propagandize against his own country to a degree that would have made Pravda blush. There was no consistent standard behind anything the president said. He trampled through some of the most sensitive and sacred parts of our nation's past. He invoked times when activists bled and when soldiers died, all to demagogue voting laws that are more expansive than what Democrats have on the books in his own home state. Georgia has more days of early voting than Delaware or New York. Georgia has no excuse absentee voting, which Delaware and New York do not have. If Georgia or Texas present Jim Crow emergencies, then so do a whole lot of Democratic-run states. The Senate Democratic leaders going on cable TV and saying Georgia is greatly restricting or eliminating early voting. That's a lie, provably false. Georgia has more early voting than New York. The Democratic leader has tried to fearmonger about one rural Georgia county that condensed multiple voting locations into one rural Georgia county. Well, the county's overwhelmingly red. They were clearly not involved in trying to suppress Democratic votes. 70% Republican in that one county in 2020. So take a step back for a minute. President Biden's story is that democracy is on death's door. But he spent 9 months chasing a reckless taxing and spending spree before addressing it. It'd be that much of an emergency. Citizens are meant to believe a return of Jim Crow is on the table. But this was only President Biden's 6th priority after he was blocked from spending fails and welfare. Democrats' own behavior refutes their false hysteria. 12 months ago, the president said that politics need not be a raging fire, destroying everything in its path. That was just a traitor like Jefferson Davis. 1 week ago, President Biden gave a January 6th lecture about not stoking political violence. 1 week ago. Yesterday, with the world's largest megaphone, he invoked the literal civil war and said we're on the doorstep of autocracy, talked about domestic enemies, rhetoric unbecoming of a president of the United States. In less than a year, restoring the soul of America has become this: agree with me or you're a bigot. Agree with me or you're a bigot. From lowering the temperature to invoking totalitarian states and the Civil War. So this inflammatory rhetoric was not an attempt to persuade skeptical Democrat or Republican senators. This whole display, in fact, you could not invent a better advertisement for the legislative filibuster than a president abandoning rational persuasion for pure demagoguery. You could not invent a better advertisement for the legislative filibuster than what we've just seen: a president abandoning rational persuasion for pure demagoguery. A president shouting that 52 senators and millions of Americans are racist unless he gets whatever he wants is proving exactly why the framers built the Senate to check his power. This whole display is the best possible argument for preserving the Senate rules that extend deliberation, force bipartisan compromise, and let cooler heads prevail. Nothing proves it better than this episode. It offers a perfect case study in why Senator Biden was right about the filibuster and President Biden is wrong. One respected scholar explained it this way: the smallest majority we've ever seen in our politics is trying to change the rules for how people get elected in every single state. That's just about the best argument for the filibuster you could possibly imagine. So, Mr. President, the citizens of the greatest country in the world deserve for their elected officials to treat them like grown-ups. The adults of America deserve to hear from the adults in Washington, D.C. So I'll close with some basic truths. Obviously, our country is more divided than it should be, no doubt. In recent years, I have vocally criticized people across the political spectrum who have sought to legitimize elections when they win and delegitimize democracy when they're polling badly or when they lose. I criticized top Democrats' hysteria after 2016 when their rhetoric had 66% of Democrats across America falsely convinced that Russia had hacked our voting machines and changed the tallies. 66% of Democrats thought that after 2016. I criticized Speaker Pelosi and House Democrats who spent the run-up to 2020 hyping conspiracy theories and suggesting the election would presumptively be illegitimate if their side lost. In December 2020 and January of last year, our side of the aisle defended our constitutional process despite political pressure, and we had, of course, a literal mob. But now it is President Biden and Leader Schumer and other Washington Democrats who don't like their poll numbers, so they're reversing their tune yet again. The people who spent November 2020 through January 21 preaching sermons about the strength and the sanctity of our democracy are now undertaking to delegitimize the next election in case they lose it. We have a sitting president invoking the Civil War, shouting about totalitarianism, and labeling millions of Americans his domestic enemies. We have a Senate Democratic leader who now frequently calls American elections, quote, a rigged game. Look, this will not be repaired with more lies, more outrage, and more rule breaking. Unfortunately, President Biden has rejected the better angels of our nature. So it is the Senate's responsibility to protect the country. This institution was constructed as a firewall against exactly the kind of rage and false hysteria we saw on full display yesterday. It falls to the Senate to put America on a better track. It falls to us. So this institution cannot give in to dishonorable tactics. We cannot surrender to this recklessness. We have to stand up, stand strong, protect the Senate, and defend the country.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to click to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page. This is the only way that I know for sure that you're not going to miss any great commentary, any great news bites, any great interviews coming your way on Fox. You can get it all here on YouTube. So subscribe right now.
Mr. President, thank you so much for taking time. No busy day. I've interviewed you a lot over the years. I'm going to do something I've never done. I want to read the transcript because everyone talks about whistleblowers, non-whistleblowers.
I'd love you to do that. It's fine.
You know, okay, it says, I'd like you to do us a favor. Now, you were first talking about congratulations, relationship. I'd like you to do us a favor, though, because our country has been through a lot. Ukraine knows a lot about it. I would like you to find out what happened with this whole situation, Ukraine. They say CrowdStrike. And I guess you have one of your wealthy people, the server, they say Ukraine has it. A lot of things that went on, the whole situation. You say, I think that you're surrounding yourself with some of the same people. I would like to have the Attorney General call you or your people, and I'd like to get to the bottom of it.
And by the way, so just so you understand, that's perfect. And we're looking at the 2016 election, which was a disaster. We went through hell, my administration. People were destroyed. Their lives were destroyed. Not one person colluded. They found no collusion, no nothing. And they went through hell. There was a server, the DNC server, that never went to the FBI. The FBI didn't take it. It was taken by somebody that I guess it's CrowdStrike. That's what I've heard. And referring to that, that's not for an election that's going into the future. That's for a past election that was a catastrophe. And it was a very unfair situation. And after 2.5 years or 2 years, they found no collusion, no nothing.
4 investigations.
Oh, many investigations.
You have the FBI, you have House Intel, bipartisan Senate, and then the Mueller investigation.
That's right. That's right. Many investigations. That's all they did is investigations. And yet we've had one of the most successful administrations in history, certainly in the last 2.5 years, in the first 2.5 years of the administration. So when you look at what's going on and then you see all of this horrible stuff and then you hear about Ukraine, and you've been hearing about it. I heard Clinton was involved. I heard they got somebody who wrote the fake dossier. Was it out of Ukraine? All of the things that happened. And I assume that the Attorney General, I would like the Attorney General to find out what's going on. Because you know what? We're investigating corruption. And I actually heard Greg Jarrett and numerous people the other day say, I have an obligation to do that. That's not a question, can I do it or don't I do it? We have an obligation to investigate corruption.
Faithfully
and that's what it
execute.
was. In my opinion, that's what it was, is corruption. And if Ukraine would know something about the 2016 election, you have to give that information. I hope that they would give the information. And everybody agrees with me 100%. But when I look at experts that are on your show and other experts, they're all saying you have an obligation to do that. So I think, I have a friend who is a very good lawyer. He read that conversation. It's not a letter, it's a conversation taken down and transcribed, a perfect conversation.
And
he said,
people
he actually said to me, did you know this was going to be like a document that's going to be analyzed? I said, no, but you have to understand. I assume there are many people. It's either being taped or they either have stenographers or taped. And I think they don't like to tape world leaders, and I can understand that. So they have stenographers and people that take this down, transcribers. And it was a perfect transcription of a perfect conversation. The other thing is when I'm talking to somebody, world leaders, almost anybody, I assume that State Department, I think Mike Pompeo was on, I think many people were on, many people on. Do you think I'm going to say something wrong when I feel that there's 25 or 30 or 2 or 20 or 10 or something? But there are a lot of people on these calls. Some, I think, listen for educational reasons. Some listen because they're members of the State Department. There are many people listening to these calls. And to think they took that call. Now, the big thing I did with that call, Sean, the biggest thing is immediately released it. Because the whistleblower came out and said horrible things about this call. I think they said there were 7 or 8 quid pro quos. It was really a terrible call. All these terrible things about this call. I said that wasn't a bad call at all. Now, what else happened? The president of Ukraine came out and said that was a perfectly fine call. There was no pressure. There was no anything. One of his top people, I guess one of his heads of state, came out and said this was a perfect call. There was no pressure. They didn't even know what we were talking about. To think that they're using that. Now they don't talk about that anymore because that letter was so good. So they don't talk about it anymore, Sean. And the reason they don't talk about it, there's nothing to talk about.
The next thing you say, though, I think makes your point. You say, as you saw yesterday, the whole nonsense ended with a very poor performance by a man named Robert Mueller, an incompetent performance. But they say a lot of it started with Ukraine. Whatever you can do, it's very important. Here's my question.
And it did. It ended with a very poor performance. And this is after more than 2 years of an investigation where they spent $45 million or something like that. They had 2,500 subpoenas, 500 witnesses, all because probably Hillary Clinton said, just like she did with Tulsi Gabbard, just like she did with Jill Stein. She said, Jill Stein is a Russian asset. Now, I don't know Jill Stein. I know her as an environmentalist, okay, and probably a good woman. The last thing she is a Russian asset. I don't know Tulsi Gabbard, but I know one thing. She's not an asset of Russia. These people are sick. There's something wrong with them.
I want to show you this. I'll put it up on our screen for our people at home. Ukrainian efforts to sabotage Trump backfire. This was January 11, 2017.
Yep.
You weren't inaugurated yet.
Yep.
This article talks about how Ukraine worked with Hillary to influence the elections. They give chapter and verse on how they did it. Now, don't you, as the president, do you feel if there was foreign interference in an election? We spent 2.5 years hearing about Trump-Russia collusion. They ignored the dossier, and Ukraine admitting that they helped Hillary.
Well, the dossier was a disgrace. The dossier was totally fake, and now it's been proven to be fake. People know how that was done. I mean, you have a track record now, you know as well as everybody knows. I guess they're doing an investigation, but I think before you even do the investigation, so they do a fake dossier on me. They tried to release it before the election to affect the election. I don't know how they didn't. I tell you, it's probably the only thing I respect about the press is they refused to put it in before the election because it could have had a little impact. Maybe it could have had more than a little impact. So they do a fake dossier that was probably meant to get out. I mean, I think definitely meant to get out before the election so that they could affect the election. And look at the people that wrote it. And look at where they came from. And look at the wife of the man that works, I won't even mention names, at the Department of Justice. And she's on the payroll of the company that Robert Mueller never heard of during his testimony.
Fusion GPS.
Think of it. Never heard of the company. They say, do you know Fusion GPS? He didn't know. I didn't know what was going on here. That's after spending $45
million. He didn't know that Hillary Clinton's attorney at the Clinton Foundation was on his team.
Look, the whole thing was a disgrace, and they destroyed a lot of people. They ruined their lives, and what went on was absolutely corrupt. And let's see what ultimately happens. Let's see what, because this should never happen to our country again. Let me tell you, Sean.
Yeah.
This should never happen to our country again. And this should never happen to a president again. Look, the Washington Post, which is a fake deal, the Washington Post puts out a story, I guess on Inauguration Day, a few hours after the Inauguration Day, essentially saying, and now the impeachment begins. So this was a whole thing. But one of the worst things, even before Mueller, was Strzok and Page, the two lovers, where he said, or she said, I guess he said, that she's going to win. 100 million to 1. She's going to win. But if she doesn't, we go to the insurance policy. When he said insurance policy, that means that right now is the insurance policy, okay? I thought it was over after the first ridiculous thing with Mueller. But you know what? It's a disgrace. When the Washington Post comes out and says, now it begins, now the impeachment, and you see every article is just, no matter what you do, no matter how good you're doing, and nobody's done better. We have the best economy. We have the best unemployment numbers, the best employment numbers, we have the best of everything. We've rebuilt the military. With all of the things we've done, regulation cuts, the biggest tax cut in history, so many things. Our energy, we're energy independent now. That's why you don't see our boats being blown up over on the Gulf.
Yeah.
So there's so many things, but they won't give you a decent article. No matter what you do, it doesn't matter. It's a fix. These are dishonest people. But when they say the impeachment now begins, Sean, this was the day of the inauguration.
Have you seen, I put a montage together for television on this show, 2 days after you were elected, that word started. We heard it all throughout 2017, all throughout 2018. Here we are here. Meanwhile, if it's collusion with the government, the Politico article said a Ukrainian-American operative who was consulting for the DNC met with top officials in the Ukrainian embassy in Washington in an effort to expose ties between Trump, top campaign aide Manafort, and Russia. This was before that happened, interference.
Oh, sure, it happened. And if you look at the FBI, they were doing work on me from before the election ever took place. Very early on, John, long before the November 8th election, they were doing work on me. And now, with other senators or other people in high office, they would say, by the way, I think you have a Chinese spy working for you. You know who I'm talking about, Dianne Feinstein, had a chauffeur that for many, many years worked for her. And they went up to her and they said, listen, he may be a Chinese spy. And she fired him. Nobody told me anything about that. Nobody ever told me. What they did is a disgrace. And I really mean it. This should never happen to another president. Because what happened to people that worked for me, who are good people, what they had to do, they went bust trying to pay for their legal fees. They came to Washington to do a fantastic job. I always say they were bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. They came to Washington. They wanted to do a great job on health care, on this, on that, on all sorts of things. And they left, and they were dark people. They left dark. And this was all a phony scam. And then you have Hillary Clinton saying 2 days ago, Tulsi Gabbard is a Russian asset, and that Jill Stein is a Russian agent. And I said, wait a minute. It took me 2.5 years. I wish you would have said that earlier, because people would have realized she's crazy. She's crazy. But 2.5 years, Sean, we went through this, and it started before the election. And President Obama, in September, was told about Russian influence, and he didn't want to do anything about it. He didn't want to do a thing about it because he assumed Hillary was going to win. So he didn't do a thing about it. Nobody brings that up. Nobody brings up his statement to the president of Russia at the time. Nobody brings it up as the whispers across about, I'll see you after the election. It's a very double standard. It's a very sad thing. Now, you have a lot of people from Clinton and from Obama, and you also have never Trumpers from Bush. You know, I can understand that Bush isn't exactly loving me, because we took on the Clinton family and we took on the Bush family and we beat them both. You know, two, I guess you'd call them dynasties, right? If that's called a dynasty. But we beat them both. And I would say they don't exactly like me, but we're doing a great job. And with all of the things going on, and now to think it starts up again, we beat it 2 or 3 times, and now it starts up again. And this time, over an absolutely perfect phone call with a very nice gentleman. And when I read it, I said, this is like a perfect conversation. I knew it beforehand, but I wanted to say, could I have possibly said something wrong? So now what happens is I immediately release it. I release the conversation, okay? So now we have a conversation that's perfect, and it's transcribed, and it's done by totally professional people, stenographers or whatever you would call them. So we have an exact conversation. I release it. And now you don't hear from the whistleblower anymore, because the whistleblower was talking about this conversation in phony terms, just like Adam Schiff made up my conversation. He said 7 or 8 times, think of this, Adam Schiff, Shifty Schiff. He said 7 or 8 times, Sean, it was terrible. 7 or 8 times that I gave a quid pro quo. And I said, not only 7 or 8 times, but there were no times, because it wasn't done. Okay, it wasn't done. He's a corrupt politician. And think of what they're doing. Based on a very minor conversation with the president of a country who just got elected. Nice guy. It was really a congratulatory conversation. The first page is, you know, congratulations on your win, et cetera, et cetera. Couldn't have been nicer. I tell you, Lindsey Graham said, when he read it, he said, huh, I never knew that Trump was that nice a person. This was such a nice conversation. There was no pressure.
I thought he was a friend of yours.
No, he said, I never knew that he was so nice, meaning me. I viewed that as a compliment in this case, right? But anyway, so look, it's a disgrace what's going on. In the meantime, we're doing a great job running the country. And that's what I'm focused on, running the country. It's a very unfair situation.
Look at the double standard, though. You got Hillary in the dossier. You got Ukraine interfering on her behalf. Then you got Schiff, who's been telling us for 3 years.
Lies.
Then he's connected to the whistleblower, so he can't bring the whistleblower in. Then you got
they met with the whistleblower. Nobody knew that. We just found out. They knew. And where is the person that gave the whistleblower the information? Because is that person a spy? Or does that person even exist? I have a feeling that person doesn't exist. I think Schiff might have made it up.
Apparently Schiff knows him, and so does Joe Biden.
Well, now the funny thing is that they say that the whistleblower, they don't need the whistleblower anymore. Why don't they need the whistleblower? You know why they don't need the whistleblower? Because the whistleblower's account of my conversation was totally wrong. Now, they had no idea I was going to release the conversation. And normally I wouldn't. I mean, I'm talking to a foreign leader. I don't want to release a conversation. People aren't going to want to talk to me or any other president. But that's what happened, and it's a disgrace.
So, but I want to go to the double standard again. Whether it's the dossier, whether it's Ukraine helping and interfering on our elections, whether there is no quid pro quo, then you can add Hunter Biden and Joe Biden on tape bragging about using taxpayer dollars to demand the firing of a Ukrainian prosecutor. Hunter Biden admits no experience Ukraine, China, no experience in oil, gas, energy, or private equity. Millions of dollars.
Thrown out of the Navy.
Yeah.
Okay. Hunter Biden was thrown out of the Navy.
Why was he given that money? Would anyone else get that money?
It's a payoff, in my opinion. It's a payoff. Why else would it be? Look, Hunter Biden with no experience. Now, I hear the number's $168,000 a month, and I heard they got a $3 million payment.
Split between him and another guy.
They get a $3 million payment and all of this, okay? And that's corruption. That's something that has to be investigated. That's what you have to look. But I watched this crazy Anderson Cooper the other day during the debate. Apologize for having to ask the question to them. Apologize. If that were me...
He declared his innocence.
If that were my sons that took $168,000 from this very questionable company, an energy company, and they knew nothing about energy at all. He knew nothing about energy, and he has a bad record, bad track record, including getting thrown out of the Navy. And even the way he got in the Navy is interesting in his position. If that were Don Jr., if that were Eric Trump, who are very outstanding young men, it would be the biggest story of the century.
And what does it say about the media? I agree with you.
The media is corrupt. Not all media is. Look, I know some great people, including you, but I know some great journalists. Look, they gave Pulitzer Prizes to people that got it wrong. Okay? All these people from the New York Times, which is a fake newspaper. We don't even want it in the White House anymore. We're going to probably terminate that in the Washington Post. They're fake. But you take a look at the New York Times, and you take a look at the kind of reporting they do, it turned out to be all wrong. And after the election, the New York Times apologized for their coverage because they were covering me in such a way. So when I won, they actually apologized to their subscribers because they were losing thousands and thousands of subscribers. The New York Times wrote an apology, nothing else. You know, they're saying, well, it wasn't really an apology. It was, because they covered me so badly. And then what I said, sort of interesting, I hope, I said, you know, the good news is now I'll be covered fairly again. And you know what happened? I got covered worse. But that's okay. You know who was covered worse than me, they say?
Who?
Abraham Lincoln. Mm-hmm. I've heard the one person, it used to be 5 or 6, now it's down to 1, Honest Abe Lincoln. They say he got the worst press of anybody. I say I dispute it.
Let me ask you, so have the Democrats already jumped out of the plane, can't go back? Do you see a scenario where they will impeach you, there'll be a trial in the Senate, and then the people get to speak? Would that be the ultimate revenge, which is your reelection if the people speak?
So everybody tells me it's going to be great for us as a Republican Party if they actually impeach me, because the 40 seats, and there were many more than the 32, it's 40, 45 seats, where I won or did really well or very close, that those people are going to get hammered, meaning running in Congress. So I don't know if that's true or not. I do say this, and I can see it because I mean, look at our fundraising. The money's never come in like this. Look at my poll numbers have been like the highest. I was in Dallas the other night. We set a record in a stadium. I don't know. It's got to be an arena that's got to be 20 years old. We have a record. We had thousands of people outside watching on big screens. They've never seen anything like that. And it's that way at every place. I mean, that was Dallas, which we love. That was great. They did a great job. Great place. But it's that way every place. Look at in Louisiana. In Louisiana, the other night, a governor was at 66. He couldn't get 50%. And now you're going to have a runoff with a really great Republican candidate. Look at North Carolina. Great state. Great people. 2 races that were going to be lost. I went in, made a speech, let everybody know I really respect these 2 guys and they're going to be great. They both won. They both won by good margins. They both won. So I think the public is seeing it, actually.
Let me ask you, 2020's here, all right? You said publicly you don't think Joe makes it. Drudge says Elizabeth Warren, it's hers to lose. You got Bernie, Mayor Pete, Kamala Harris, whatever. Then you look at their positions. Top marginal tax rate, 70%.
Much higher.
90% corporate tax rate. The new Green Deal, $96 trillion in 10 years. Medicare for all, no private options. Are you comfortable running against one of those? Or who do you think it is?
But I don't want to talk about it because, the last time I took on Elizabeth Warren, I thought she was gone. Embers, burning embers down.
Pocahontas.
And Pocahontas. There's only one, and it's not her.
Okay.
So what happened, John? And she rose from the ashes, and I give her credit for that. But I don't like talking about it. As far as I'm concerned, the Green New Deal, it's fine. All of it's fine. Paying 96% in taxes is all fine, because I want them to keep talking about it. And when it's time to run, I'll run. But I don't want to talk them out of it, John. It's too early to talk about. Can you believe we're getting down to 12 months? Can you believe it?
When
I first went right in that corner of that beautiful building, and I was in the first night with the First Lady, and I'm standing in an area where Abe Lincoln was, and all of them were, and that's the way it was. And I'm standing there, and I say, wow, 4 years, that's a long time. And here we are. We're almost coming up. But we have tremendous support. We've cut taxes. We've cut regulations. We have great stock markets. We have over 100 days, and that's in a fairly short period of time, where the stock market, much more than 100 days, where the stock market hit an all-time high. It's about to hit it again. We're doing great, and we're beating everybody. All over the world, countries aren't doing well. China's not doing well. China's having the worst year they've had in 57 years. And we just made a deal for our farmers where $40 to $50 billion worth of agricultural products are going to be bought by China. And they're going to start now before we even sign the agreement. They've already started. But we've done things that nobody else has done. And to go through this on a perfect conversation, you're going to be impeached. To me, impeach is a very ugly word. It really means a high crime and misdemeanor. That letter is a perfect conversation with a man. Congratulations on your win. And to impeach over a letter like that. But they don't mention the letter anymore. And they don't mention whistleblowers. And they don't mention any of these people anymore.
The secrecy, though. I want you to react. Newt Gingrich, 1998, did impeachment.
Yeah.
They were due process.
Yeah.
President's attorneys. Kevin McCarthy spelled it out. Pat Cipollone, your White House counsel, wrote a pretty strong letter.
Good letter.
How this inquiry is unconstitutional without any due process, and it's about undoing 2016 and influencing 2020.
So what they're doing now is something that's never been done before. They don't want the facts to come out. And by the way, from everything, I don't know most of these people. If I do, I met them quickly, or I know them very little. But ambassadors and some others, I don't even know. Most of them I never even heard of their names. Okay, and they're bringing them in, and they're actually turning out to be better witnesses by far for us. But no lawyers. We have no lawyers. Republicans, because it's the minority. We have no lawyers. We can't question. We can't do a thing. They can't even go in the room.
You don't think Republicans have been tough enough, though? You said that today.
I think the Republicans should get tougher. Look, I think that the Democrats are not good politicians. I think they have lousy policy. They have policy of open borders and sanctuary cities and crime and you know, brings all of this crime, and it brings drugs, and it brings, I think they're lousy politicians. They have horrible policy. But you don't have the Mitt Romneys of the world. You don't have people that will go against the party. You have better, they stick together. I respect that. The other thing is they're vicious. They're much more vicious. We would never do a thing like this. They could have impeached Obama for the IRS scandal. They could impeach him for the guns, for whatever, where guns went all over the place and people got killed with the guns, Fast and Furious. They could have killed him. They could have impeached him for many different things. They didn't impeach him. They never even thought of impeaching him. Here, think of this. I've gone through the impeachment now since the beginning. On Russia, on Mueller, on all this stuff, okay? And then they come up with this crazy concept of a perfect conversation. I'm serious. A very good lawyer said, you must have known this is going to become a public document because you spoke so nicely. This is not, we're talking about impeachment. To me, the word impeachment is a dirty, disgusting word. I didn't do a reason to be impeached. The only reason they're impeaching is because they look at the polls and they see Moody's just came out and said under all three scenarios, Trump wins easily.
351 electoral votes.
They see what's going on. They see the level of popularity when they look at Minnesota. Minneapolis was incredible. When they look at Dallas, when they look at Louisiana, when they look at North Carolina, the 2 seats we just picked up, they see what's going on. That's what they're doing. Congressman Al Green, a Democrat, said, we have to impeach him because he's going to win. This is what I'm up against. Who would do this? Who would play a dirty game like this?
Well, obviously, you know, you talk about it hurting the country. He said, we better impeach him because we're not going to be able to beat him. That was the phrase.
Nobody believed the statement. But by the way, there's more than just him that made that statement. And, you know, when you do a poll, well, every Democrat's going to say, hey, we want to win. Impeach him. Go ahead. It would be a terrible thing for the country if they did it, because then if you have a Democrat president, and someday you'll have this combination, I guess. If you have a Democrat, hopefully it's going to be in a long time, but that's okay. You have a Democrat president.
You're running 16
years, right? You have a Republican
years, right?
House. So wait a minute.
That makes their heads explode.
We'll tell them we're running for 16 years.
Yeah.
But listen, John, if you have a Democrat as president and you have a Republican House and you have a speaker that's tough and crazy, like Pelosi, she's crazy. And if you have somebody like that, what happens is very simple. They're going to say, let's impeach the president. Let's check his phone calls. Oh, gee, there was a comma put in the wrong location. Let's impeach. It's supposed to be for high crimes and misdemeanors. I can't even believe that this wouldn't be a lawsuit. How can you take a president up? Now, again, they don't like to talk about the phone call because it was perfect. They don't like to talk about the whistle. Adam Schiff said he doesn't want the whistleblower anymore. You know why? Because he might have given the whistleblower the things to say.
He'd have to answer questions about Schiff and about his relationship with Biden. Let me ask you more about 2020. Record low unemployment since 1969.
Yep.
When you ran, you said, what have you got to lose when you would speak to minorities?
Right.
Well, now you have record low unemployment.
Historic.
Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, African Americans, women in the workplace, youth unemployment. Okay, what is your message to minorities in 2020? Your base looks strong. You can see it at the rallies. What do you say to the people that maybe didn't vote for you last time?
African American, Hispanic, Asian American have all set records, the lowest unemployment in the history of our country. Not just like for 50 years. We have 51 years for the country, and we're going to end up topping that number pretty soon. That'll be historic, too, very soon. If we keep going the way we're doing, I think we will. You know, because the household income is so incredible, the median household income. But if you look, African American, Asian American, Hispanic American, in the history of our country, they have the best unemployment numbers and they have the best employment numbers. Today, it was announced that we have the most people working in the history of our country, almost 160 million people. How do you beat me in a debate on those numbers, okay? They're the best numbers. Poverty numbers are the best right now for almost all of those groups. Poverty numbers, meaning in a positive sense, but
people
the poverty,
out of poverty
numbers, right,
people off of
are the
food
best
stamps.
numbers in the history of our country. There's another number that just came out, and it came out, I guess, with the Moody's report saying that I would win easily. The Moody's report was very interesting. Median household income under 8 years of Obama was up $975. That's 8 years. Under 8 years of President Bush, so you have President Obama, $975. President Bush, $400. 8 years, 8 years, $400, $975. Me, 2.5 years, it's up $7,000. $5,000 plus $2,000 for the tax cuts that everybody got. So you add the 2,000 to the 5. So you got one up 1,000 or $975. The other one's up 400. But that's over 8 years each one. I'm only here 2.5 years. And I beat them by many times in 2.5 years. What's that percentage like proportionately? So it's up $5,000 plus 2. So it's up $7,000 median household income. That's a record. There's never been anything like that. And then I say, oh, let's impeach the president. Give me a break, Sean. I don't think the people will stand for it. I really don't. I don't think the people will stand for it. As to whether or not it helps, it might, because
Don't they have the last word, though? In a year you're running.
Well, it is,
people
but you know,
will
it's
have.
supposed to be high crimes and misdemeanors. A perfect conversation
What
with
would
the
you want
president
Mitch
of a
McConnell?
country.
Mitch McConnell said, oh, I have to do this. 6 weeks they're planning on a trial? For what? For that transcript?
I can't imagine that. I can't imagine that they do it. I can't imagine. I can see it being very, very bad for 40 or 45 people that are Democrats in a district that when I ran, I won very substantially in many cases. I won by a lot. And I don't think those people want to see this. You know, it's one thing if you commit a real crime. This was a conversation. It wasn't even a big deal. Hey, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. This was a conversation that was so perfect. Where people say, this is like a perfect conversation. Speak to Lindsey Graham. Speak to all these people that have read it. Impeachment is high crimes and misdemeanors. I think it's a travesty for our country. They're doing such a bad thing to our country. And that's because the Democrats are vicious and they stick together. For instance, when you do a censure vote on Adam Schiff, what did he do? He made up my conversation, totally like fiction. It was fraudulent. He made it sound, he took that conversation, he made it sound, now he didn't know about that conversation. So he went up, he made up a phony conversation, read it to Congress, read it to the American people, and I released that, and that was the real conversation. So he then said, I don't know.
It was already
parody.
out.
It was parody, yeah. It was parody. So this is a corrupt politician. He should be impeached. And Nancy Pelosi should be impeached. They should not allow this. With that, it's possibly going to help, you know, from the standpoint of winning election. I don't know. They say it's going to help a lot with respect to winning the House back. But it's not the right thing.
Let me ask you about Syria, and let me ask you about Iran. Iran shot a drone out of the air. They have taken tankers hostage. You mentioned energy independence. The Straits of Hormuz.
Well, they haven't taken our tankers, number one.
No, not ours,
Yeah.
but the Straits of Hormuz are less geopolitically important
Well,
to
we
us.
have very few ships because since I came in, we're now energy independent.
Right.
So we have very few ships. In fact, that comment was made the other day. They don't see too many American ships anymore.
So when you have Syria, you've gotten criticism. Well, this weekend, it seems like you and Lindsey had an impasse.
No, we get it. Look, we have the same aim.
No, it sounds like you
There's one
actually
difference.
made progress.
I want to bring the soldiers back home.
No.
They were supposed to be there for 30 days. They're there for 10 years. We're in Afghanistan there for 20 years. We're reducing those numbers very substantially in Afghanistan. But they're supposed to be in Syria for 30 days. Now, one thing about Syria, when I took over, ISIS was all over the place. You know that better than anybody. 2.5 years ago. I went in, and when I started, I got rid of that whole thing. All those prisoners, all that, those are they were captured under Trump. We killed many, many ISIS fighters. It's, you know, you hate to talk about death.
Caliphate was
but
removed.
we took 100% of the caliphate. 100%. Everybody says it, everybody. So it's not like, oh, gee, Obama did it. I did it. But you know what? It's now time to bring our soldiers home. And it's very interesting. That little fight for 2 days, vicious stuff. I don't know that Turkey would have done what they did, like a ceasefire. And I don't know that the Kurds would have moved out. But they went through 2 days, and I say, and some people thought it was a great analogy, some people not, but it's like two kids in a playground. They fight, you let them fight for a minute, and then you pull them apart. It was much easier to make a deal.
you're willing to, because you did, well, two things. Number one, you removed the rules of engagement that President Obama had. Two, you bombed them, you pushed them out. And if need be, my guess is, and I'm asking about the Trump doctrine in a sense, you'd go back,
100%.
Overwhelming force, no rules of engagement, which to me is like putting handcuffs on our military.
Sean, I go to Dover Air Force Base and I see young men and women coming back in coffins. I go to our great Walter Reed Hospital, where I think you have the best doctors like in the world, these incredible military doctors, what they can do for these young people. And I see people, young, beautiful people, that such incredible. I was there last Friday and I gave out Purple Hearts. So beautiful people, but oftentimes they're missing legs and they're missing arms, they're missing both. And I see the parents and I see the heartbreak, the devastation of the heartbreak. I signed letters right here in this office, the Oval Office. I signed letters to parents.
No two letters are the same.
Smith no two letters are ever the same. I say you got to make them different. You know, they compare them. You know, it's interesting. Even though they may not be in the same part in the same country, when they die at a certain time, the parents get together to celebrate their sons or daughters who were killed. It's an amazing. I don't want them to read a form letter. We make every letter different. It's very important to me. It's something.
Let me ask you this then. We start wars, we politicize wars, then we get nervous politically, and then it seems, then we put handcuffs on our military.
Yeah.
Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, everything gets politicized. Is the next step, maybe the Trump doctrine even, that the next generation of weaponry, offensive and defensive weapons, where we fight them from Tampa? You spent a lot of money on.
Yeah, we're making the most sophisticated weapons ever made. We're making the greatest missiles, the greatest rockets, the greatest everything ever made. Our nuclear is now up to snuff at a level that it's never been. We're actually ordering new nuclear. We're building right now new nuclear. Not that I want to, but as you know, Russia was not playing fair with us with the treaty, and we therefore terminated it. I believe that we're going to get together with Russia and with China, and we're going to work out a nuclear pact so that we don't all continue with this craziness. Right now, we have the most powerful nuclear force in the world. Russia is second, and China is third. It's very costly and very dangerous. It's very, very dangerous. And we are discussing with Russia, and we're discussing with China. During the recent trade deal with China, I said, we should all get together and work out something, a cap. Have a cap. We don't need 10,000 weapons. Have a cap. And I will say China and Russia, in talking about it, are very excited about it.
We'd have to have trust but verify, though.
Sure, 100%. We need all of that. Well, look, I'm the one that terminated the agreement. No. They didn't terminate. I terminated because we found them. They were doing things that they weren't supposed to be doing in the agreement. So we had an agreement, a non-nuclear agreement, and we had all sorts of limits, and we were the only one that was paying attention to it. That's not fair. But now they know we're a different country. And I think Russia would like to make a deal, and I think China would like to make a deal, and I think that will be a terrific thing. I'd love to be a part of that.
I was surprised you didn't hit Iran.
We have a lot of goodwill built up. They took down a drone, there was nobody in it. They took down a second drone, there was nobody in it. There's a lot of goodwill. They hit Saudi Arabia. We sent troops over to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is paying for it. You know, that's never happened before. We said, look, you got to pay. And they're paying a tribute. They have nothing but money, nothing but cash. They're paying. But we sent some troops over there. We're going to give them good protection. And we built a lot of good capital up. You know, everyone thought that when I got elected, Hillary Clinton used to say, oh, you'll have World War III. Well, I'm very tempered, actually. A lot of people would have hit. But I built up a lot of capital.
By not hitting.
By not hitting. You understand that.
Well,
they shot
you saw what you did with the caliphate, so you're willing to throw.
I wiped out the caliphate. And you also saw when I hit 58 rockets, missiles, right into the middle, tomahawks, right into the middle of Syria, and knocked out a whole base, which is something, by the way, President Obama, he drew the red line in the sand, and then he didn't violate that red line. And let me just tell you, when he didn't do it, That's when everyone else came in, including Russia.
Last question. I know the whole issue.
And by the way, that was a big moment.
Oh, yeah.
He said, red line in the sand, and then
They crossed
something
it.
happened. What they did is they had chemicals, and they destroyed 500 babies and children and everything, and he didn't do anything about it. That was a very bad moment for our country. But I did something, because when I came in, I hit them very hard.
I've known you for a long time. You've already given the answer earlier today on Doral. I won't go down there. You might move it to Camp David, I guess, or you're looking for another location. Known you for a long time. You thrive on a battle. You thrive on fighting. You've said to me privately and publicly, you want your promises fulfilled. And I guess that's what re-election is going to be about. With all this impeach, and gone on, do you care? Would you care at all what they do as long as you win in November? Does it matter to you? Except what you said earlier about it hurts the country.
You want to care. Look, we've done a great job. The economy's the best it's ever been. Ever been. And you look, again, China's gone way down. If Hillary Clinton had gotten elected, right now China would have the #1 economy in the world. And right now they're not even close. They're way behind. We've picked up trillions of dollars in worth and value. And China's gone way, way down by trillions and trillions of dollars. When the head of China spoke to me recently, and even the vice premier just left this office right here last week. He said, congratulations, Mr. President, on the incredible job. He said, we would never have expected this to happen. Don't forget, China's paying us tens of billions of dollars now in tariffs. And it's had a huge impact on China. And it hasn't cost us anything because they've devalued their currency and they poured money in. It hasn't cost us anything. They've eaten that. They've eaten it totally. But he said, congratulations on the job you've done with the economy. Had Hillary Clinton got in, right now we would be the #2 economy in the world. We are so far in front of China that if we have smart people sitting right in that chair, right next to us, it'll never happen.
I think you must negotiate everything because I've known you for a long time. Mr. President, I won't take any more of your time. Thank you so much for being with us. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Let us pray. Arise, O Lord, as we enter the final arguments phase of this impeachment trial. Mighty God, we continue to keep our eyes on you, on whom our faith depends from start to finish. May our senators embrace your promise to do for them immeasurably, abundantly, above all that they can ask or imagine. Lord, help our lawmakers to store your promises in their hearts and permit you to keep them from stumbling. Grant that they will leave a legacy of honor as they seek your will in all they do. We pray in your amazing name. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. No objection. The journal of proceedings of the trial are approved to date. The Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms will make the proclamation.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons are commanded to keep silence on pain of imprisonment while the Senate of the United States is sitting for the trials of the articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives against Donald John Trump, President of the United States.
Mr. Chief Justice.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
Colleagues, today the Senate will hear up to 4 hours of closing statements by the two sides. We'll take a 30-minute lunch break after the House has made its initial presentation. Then we'll come back and finish this afternoon.
Pursuant to the provisions of Senate Resolution 488, the Senate has provided for up to 4 hours of closing arguments, equally divided between the managers on the part of the House of Representatives and the counsel for the President. Pursuant to Rule 22 of the Rules of Procedure and Practice in the Senate, when sitting on impeachment trials, the argument shall be opened and closed on the part of the House of Representatives. The presiding officer recognizes Mr. Manager Schiff to begin the presentation on the part of the House of Representatives.
Mr. Chief Justice, members of the U.S. Senate, counsel for the President. Almost 170 years ago, Senator Daniel Webster of Massachusetts took to the well of the old Senate chamber, not far from where I'm standing. He delivered what would become perhaps his most famous address, the 7th of March speech. Webster sought to rally his colleagues to adopt the Compromise of 1850, a package of legislation that he and others hoped would forestall a civil war brewing over the question of slavery. He said, "It is fortunate that there is a Senate of the United States, a body not yet moved from its propriety, not lost to a just sense of its own dignity and its own high responsibilities, and a body to which the country looks with confidence for wise, moderate, patriotic, and healing counsels. It is not to be denied that we live in the midst of strong agitations and are surrounded by very considerable dangers to our institutions of government. The imprisoned winds are let loose, but I have a duty to perform, and I mean to perform it with fidelity, not without a sense of surrounding dangers, but not
Hi, I'm Diana Lassier. Have you ever looked out at your local waterways and thought, hey, it'd be really fun to go rowing on that? Well, by using the Oarboard rower, now you can. The Oarboard converts any paddleboard over 10 feet long into a high-performance rowing boat, ideal for fitness, fun, and adventure. It's available in a travel package that includes the Oarboard unit, 2-part carbon fiber oars, and a wheelie bag for easy transport. If you need a paddleboard, check out our inflatable combo packages. You can order online or chat with us here at oarboard.com or call me direct at 1-800-663-7481. We ship worldwide within 48 hours. See you.
Webster was wrong to believe that the Compromise of 1850 could prevent secession of the South, but I hope he was not wrong to put his faith in the Senate. Because the design of the Constitution and the intention of the framers was that the Senate would be a chamber removed from the sway of temporary political winds. In Federalist 65, Hamilton wrote, quote, "Where else than in the Senate could have been found a tribunal sufficiently dignified or sufficiently independent? What other body would be likely to feel confidence enough in its own situation to preserve, unawed and uninfluenced, the necessary impartiality between an individual accused and the representatives of the people, his accusers?" In the same essay, Hamilton explained this about impeachment. "The subjects of its jurisdiction are those offenses which proceed from the misconduct of public men, or in other words, from the abuse or violation of some public trust. They are of a nature which may, with peculiar propriety, be dominated political, as they relate chiefly to injuries done immediately to the society itself. The prosecution of them, for this reason, will seldom fail to agitate the passions of the whole community, and to divide it into parties more or less friendly or inimical to the accused. In such cases, there will always be the greatest danger that the decision will be regulated more by the comparative strength of parties than by the real demonstrations of innocence or guilt." Daniel Webster and Alexander Hamilton placed their hopes in you, the Senate, to be the court of greatest impartiality, to be a neutral representative of the people in determining, uninfluenced by party or pre-existing faction, the innocence or guilt of the President of the United States. Today, you have a duty to perform with fidelity, not without a sense of surrounding dangers, but also not without hope. I submit to you on behalf of the House of Representatives that your duty demands that you convict President Trump. Now, I don't pretend that this is an easy process. It's not designed to be easy. It shouldn't be easy to impeach or convict a president. Impeachment is an extraordinary remedy, a tool only to be used in rare instances of grave misconduct. But it is in the Constitution for a reason. In America, no one is above the law, even those elected President of the United States. And I would say, especially those elected President of the United States. You've heard arguments from the President's counsel that impeachment would overturn the results of the 2016 election. You have heard that in seeking the removal and disqualification of the President, the House is seeking to interfere in the next election. Senators, neither is true. And these arguments demonstrate a deeply misguided, or I think intentional effort to mislead about the role that impeachment plays in our democracy. If you believe, as we do, and as we have proven, that the President's efforts to use his official powers to cheat in the 2020 election jeopardize our national security and are antithetical to our democratic tradition, then you must come to no other conclusion that the President threatens the fairness of the next election and risk putting foreign interference between the voters and their ballots. Professor Dershowitz and the other counselors to the President have argued that if the President thinks that something is in his interest, then it is by definition in the interest of the American people. We have said throughout this process that we cannot and should not leave our common sense at the door. The logical conclusion this argument is that the President is the state, that his interests are the nation's interests, that his will is necessarily ours. You and I and the American people know otherwise. And we do not have to be constitutional scholars to understand that this is a position deeply at odds with our Constitution and our democracy. That believing in this argument or allowing the President to get away with misconduct based on this extreme view would render him above the law. But we know that this cannot be true. What you decide on these articles will have lasting implications for the future of the presidency, not only for this president, but for all future presidents. Whether or not the office of the presidency of the United States of America is above the law, that is the question. As Alexis de Tocqueville wrote in his 1835 work, Democracy in America, quote, "The greatness of America lies not in being made more enlightened than any other nation, but rather in her ability to repair her faults." In May of 1974, Barry Goldwater and other Republican congressional leaders went to the White House to tell President Nixon that it was time for him to resign and that they could no longer hold back the tide of impeachment over Watergate. Now, contrary to popular belief, the Republican Party did not abandon Nixon as the Watergate scandal came to light. It took years of disclosures and crisis and court battles. The party stood with Nixon through Watergate because he was a popular conservative president and his base was with him. So they were too. But ultimately, as Goldwater would tell Nixon, quote, "There are only so many lies you can take, and now there have been one too many." The president would have us believe that he did not withhold aid to course these sham investigations, that his July 25th call with the Ukrainians was perfect, that his meeting with President Zelensky on the sidelines of the UN is no different than a head of state meeting in the Oval Office, that his only interest in having Ukraine announce investigations into the Bidens was an altruistic concern over corruption, that the Ukrainians interfered in our 2016 election, not Russia, that Putin knows better than our own intelligence agencies. How many falsehoods can we take? When will it be one too many? Let us take a few minutes to remind you one last time of the facts of the president's misconduct as you consider how you'll vote on this important matter for our nation. Those facts compel the president's conviction on the 2 articles of impeachment.
Mr. Chief Justice and Senators, over the past 2 weeks, the House has presented to you overwhelming and unconverted evidence that President Trump has committed grave abuses of power that harmed our national security and were intended to defraud our elections. President Trump abused the extraordinary powers he alone holds as President of the United States to coerce an ally to interfere in our upcoming presidential election for the benefit of his own re-election. He then used those unique powers to wage an unprecedented campaign to obstruct Congress and cover up his wrongdoing. As the president's scheme to corrupt our election progressed over several months, it became, as one witness described, more insidious. The president and his agents wielded the powers of the presidency and the full weight of the U.S. government to increase pressure on Ukraine's new president to coerce him to announce 2 sham investigations that would smear his potential election opponent and raise his political standing. By early September of last year, the president's pressure campaign appeared on the verge of succeeding. Until that is, the president got caught and the scheme was exposed. In response, President Trump ordered a massive cover-up, unprecedented in American history. He tried to conceal the facts from Congress, using every tool and legal window dressing he could to block evidence and muzzle witnesses. He tried to prevent the public from learning how he placed himself above country. And yet, even as President Trump has orchestrated this cover-up and obstructed Congress's impeachment inquiry, he remains unapologetic, unrestrained, and intent on continuing his sham to defraud our elections. As I stand here today, delivering the House's closing argument, President Trump's constitutional crimes, his crimes against the American people and the nation, remain in progress. As you make your final determination on the president's guilt, it is therefore worth revisiting the totality of the president's misconduct. Doing so lays bare the ongoing threat President Trump poses to our democratic system of government, both to our upcoming election that some suggest should be the arbiter of the president's misconduct, and to the Constitution itself that we all swore to support and defend. Donald Trump was the central player in the corrupt scheme, assisted principally by his private attorney, Rudy Giuliani. Early in 2019, Giuliani conspired with 2 corrupt former Ukrainian prosecutors to fabricate and promote phony investigations of wrongdoing by former Vice President Joe Biden, as well as the Russian propaganda that it was Ukraine, not Russia, that hacked the DNC in 2016. In the course of their presentation to you, the President's counsel have made several remarkable admissions that affirm core elements of this scheme, including specifically about Giuliani's role and representation of the president. The President's counsel has conceded that Giuliani sought to convince Ukraine to investigate the Bidens and allege Ukraine election interference on behalf of his client, the president, and that the president's focus on these sham investigations was significantly informed by Giuliani, whose views the president adopted. Compounding this damning admission, the President's Council has also conceded that Giuliani was not conducting foreign policy on behalf of the President. They have confirmed that in pursuing these two investigations, Giuliani was working solely in the President's private, personal interest. And the President's personal interest is now clear: to cheat in the next election. As Giuliani would later admit, for the President's scheme to succeed, he first needed to remove the American ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch, an anti-corruption champion Giuliani viewed as an obstacle who, and I quote, was going to make the investigations difficult for everybody. Working with now indicted associates Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman, Giuliani orchestrated a bogus, months-long smear campaign against the ambassador that culminated in her removal in April. The President's sudden order to remove our ambassador came just 3 days after Ukraine's presidential election in late April, which saw a reformer, Volodymyr Zelensky, swept into office on an anti-corruption platform. President Trump called to congratulate Zelensky right after his victory. He invited President Zelensky to the White House and agreed to send Vice President Pence to his inauguration. But 3 weeks later, after Rudy Giuliani was denied a meeting with President Zelensky, President Trump abruptly ordered Vice President Pence to cancel his trip. Instead, a lower-level delegation led by 3 of President Trump's political appointees, Secretary of Energy Rick Perry, Ambassador to the European Union Gordon Sondland, and Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations Kurt Volker, attended Zelensky's inauguration the following week. These 3 returned from Ukraine impressed with President Zelensky. In a meeting shortly thereafter with President Trump in the Oval Office, they relayed their positive impression of the new Ukrainian president and encouraged President Trump to schedule the White House meeting he promised in his first call. But President Trump reacted negatively. He railed that Ukraine tried to take me down in 2016, and in order to schedule a White House visit for President Zelensky, President Trump told the delegation that they would have to, and I quote, talk to Rudy. It is worth pausing here to consider the importance of this meeting in late May. This is the moment that President Trump successfully hijacked the tools of our government to serve his corrupt personal interests. When the president's domestic political errand, as one witness famously described it, began to overtake and subordinate U.S. foreign policy and national security interests. By this point in the scheme, Rudy Giuliani was advocating very publicly for Ukraine to pursue the 2 sham investigations. But his request to meet with President Zelensky was rebuffed by the new Ukrainian president. According to reports about Ambassador Bolton's account, soon to be available, if not to this body, then to bookstores near you. The president also unsuccessfully tried to get Bolton to call the new Ukrainian president to ensure he would meet with Giuliani. The desire for Ukraine to announce these phony investigations was for a clear and corrupt reason, because President Trump wanted the political benefit of a foreign country announcing that it would investigate his rival. That is how we know, without a doubt, that the object of the president's scheme was to benefit his re-election campaign. In other words, to cheat in the next election. Ukraine resisted announcing the investigations throughout June, so the president and his agent, Rudy Giuliani, turned up the pressure, this time by yielding the power of the United States government. In mid-June, the Department of Defense publicly announced that it would be releasing $250 million of military assistance to Ukraine. Almost immediately after seeing this, the president quietly ordered a freeze on the assistance to Ukraine. None of the 17 witnesses in our investigation were provided with a credible reason for the hold when it was implemented, and all relevant agencies opposed the freeze. In July, Giuliani and the president's appointees made clear to Ukraine that a meeting at the White House would only be scheduled if Ukraine announced the sham investigations. According to a July 19 email, the White House has tried to suppress this drug deal, as Ambassador Bolton called it, was well known among the president's most senior officials, including his chief of staff, Mick Mulvaney, and Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo. And it was relayed directly to senior Ukrainian officials by Gordon Sondland on July 10 at the White House. Everyone was in the loop. Although President Zelensky explained that he did not want to be a pawn in Washington politics, President Trump did not care. In fact, on July 25, before President Trump spoke to President Zelensky, President Trump personally conveyed the terms of this quid pro quo to Gordon Sondland, who then relayed the message to Ukraine's president. Later that morning, during the now infamous phone call, President Trump explicitly requested that Ukraine investigate the Bidens and the 2016 election. Zelensky responded as President Trump instructed. He assured President Trump that he would undertake these investigations. After hearing this commitment, President Trump reiterated his invitation to the White House at the end of the call. Now, no later than a few days after the call, the highest levels of the Ukrainian government learned about the hold on military assistance. Senior Ukrainian officials decided to keep it quiet, recognizing the harm it would cause to Ukraine's defense, to the new government standing at home, and to its negotiating posture with Russia. Officials in Ukraine and the United States hoped that the hold would be reversed before it became public.